Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking all coming right up. Really big fucking all coming right up. Really big fucking all coming right up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EU League. It's day 2 of Stage 3, and I'm Mr. Medic here to welcome you to our second day in the stage, as I just prefaced it. It's 2022 season, and it is the last stage of the year. We had a great start on day 1 last Monday. If you joined us, I'm very happy that you did. If it was your first time because you watched the Berlin Major and you thought it was pretty darn cool, then good to have you back on here. Welcome back, Joe. I'm sure you're watching and you joined us in Berlin for the first time, right? Give us a heads up. Hello again. Here's the desk. Wonderful people on here with our guest for this part of the stage demo. Of course, fresh staple on here. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Do you know what? I'm good, Milosh, but I've been waiting so long for UL. Like, this is absolutely no disrespect to any of the other regions, but I've watched nearly every game of every other region in Siege. Every other Tier 1 region, APAC South, APAC North, NAL, BR6, Sudamericano, Mexicano, everything. But all I wanted to watch was EUL. I am so excited we're finally back.
I was buzzing after the last night. I'm sure yous will attest to that just how annoying I was. I just kept getting on saying how good Europe was, and I think Europe was really, really good in the first Playday. I would say probably about 7 out of the 10 teams I think were really on fire, and I just want to see those guys continue that momentum, but also maybe the other 3 start to step up as well.
Yeah, there is a lot to dig into. Of course, there's some teams that have done complete overhauls of their rosters, new players that are introduced here and there, maybe complete shifts in the playstyle, and we talked about that last week in our pre-show, and you can go back through the VOD, of course, and see it. We went on for ages, what seemed 50 minutes of almost on our pre-show, and we could have gone on for another 6 hours.
Oh, yes.
Just to set it all up.
Absolutely.
It's always those first few days of EUL that are so heavy in, I guess, narrative, but hey, we are not the classic Dune movie. For those that have never watched the original one, highly recommend you go back and take a look at it.
Just another just over the head.
You've never watched the OG Dune?
Nope.
Even I have, yeah.
It is very narrative heavy. There you go. Don't take your hand out of the box demo. It's only a test.
What
And
box?
remember that the slow blade
The box that
penetrates
starts the
shield.
game?
Yes, exactly. We'll get to that, of course, later once the games are actually set up. But we have something to kind of talk about in general on the metagame, because we talked about last week in the introduction about new things added into the game, especially an EMP impact grenade that some people were saying, oh, this is going to completely delete Thatcher from rotation, but actually, no, that's not the case. It kind of mixes very well into the game. I want to talk about it in detail, a beautiful segment known as Know-How Siege. Welcome to another segment of Know-How Siege, all those watching it live and also those that will be watching the recording later on. Welcome in, I'm Milosh. This is Fresh and Demo, and we're going to talk about something very important, which is the EMP impact that was added into the game with the latest patch. Talked about Thatcher and his EMPs, but this EMP works differently, and we've seen it in play in day 1 of EUL. So I want to turn to you, my experts, to actually fill me in, because I'm a dummy who knows nothing about Rainbow Six.
Yeah, so we've seen the introduction of the EMP grenades as actually a secondary gadget, coming in for a whole host of operators. We've seen it for Sledge, Monty, Blackbeard, Dokkaebi, Lion, Gridlock, Nook. There's a load of them that have got them. And what a lot of people would believe, Demo, is that actually this is the end of Thatcher. I think for one, we've not seen that in terms of comp play because Thatcher's actually been less banned and available more to teams. But we've got a couple of clips first and foremost just to go through and show you how these EMP grenades actually work, because they do have a couple of stark differences to Thatcher. So the first clip is actually how a Thatcher and a Thermite can open a wall. There's Cade claws on the wall. As you can see, Thermite places the wall, Thatcher grenade goes down. Doesn't matter where you throw the Thatcher grenade, you just roll it down. If a Cade is tricking, you throw a second one down. So that will be our first clip. But obviously, the second clip with where the EMPs come into it, it actually changes. There's a much higher skill ceiling to the EMP grenades. So when the second clip comes up, basically what we're going to see is you basically need to throw them where the electricity is. As you can see here, the Cade claw's been pinged out, but this is the secondary EMP on Lion. If you throw it low, your Thermite's going to have a hard time, like Hive was, formerly of Team Secret, that was helping me out with this video last night. He was having a hard time because you've got to throw the EMPs because they have a much smaller radius vertically. They're spherical, the same as most of the gadgets in Siege now. They've got a much smaller radius, so you've got to have a much higher skill ceiling. You've got to actually drone out the electricity or the denial that's stopping you. And the third clip is going to be how these EMP grenades interact with mute jammers. It's a very similar story. Is if you can normally just throw an EMP grenade for Thatcher nice and high and it'll roll down. If you do that with Lion with his EMP grenades, as you'll see the ace charges going on, if you throw them high, it doesn't do anything because, again, spherical, much smaller radius. You've got to throw them right on top of the mute jammers for them to have any effect. So there's a slight difference between Thatcher. It still makes Thatcher a miles better operator, but it actually increases the viability of other operators, like I say, such as Lion, Dokkaebi, some other operators such as that.
It's a very similar change that happened with hard breach gadgets whenever that came in. Obviously, you know, we've seen Thermite, Habana, Ace all have to be in the lineup, but whenever we started seeing operators like Buck, for example, like Zero, getting these hard breach gadgets, then it doesn't really put as much pressure on the banning phase, more importantly. Take Bank, for example. Bank was a map where you always seen Habana bans and Thermite bans come in, but because there's operators with the hard breach gadgets, there's no real point, because what Habana can do, those operators can also do now, and it's a very similar story, where we're not going to be seeing Thatcher banned anymore. We're going to be seeing these operators taking these EMP grenades because it's still going to do the same job that you'd get even with the Thatcher.
I think the operators, like, we've seen a big increase in Lion, in Dokkaebi. They're the two that teams are running, and it's to do with the combination of a global ability, a good gun, a Gon 6, and the EMP grenade. So we've got actually the player card for Dokkaebi that we can bring up just to show the play rate and the kit that's going on. Here is the player card.
This is as of day one.
This is day one,
right?
only in EUL, but look at that. 9 times, 78% win rate, Gon 6, and EMP grenades.
It's very, very strong. I think the Gon 6 is a real sleeper that teams have to start looking at and wondering, yeah, we need actually quite a few of these, mostly because other operators have lost nades. There's not as many nades in the meta anymore, and obviously nades are a good way of getting rid of deployable shields, bulletproof cameras. Now Gon 6 can do that, so you're going to start to see the Dokkaebis, the Lions all come into play just because they can kill off a lot of different birds with one stone.
Yeah, it is a lot of work that the Gon 6 can do. We saw how that kind of helped out Yana, Finca, etc. And this is something that you have to keep in mind on the comp levels. But when it comes to actually using all of this utility in-game, those are the examples that we all want to see. So, Jack, can you help us out?
Yep, so I've actually got a telestration prepared, Milosh. You can see me just on this camera here. And one thing that I will say is this looks like a completely default execute. And this is a bit of a testament to Outsiders. So this is the Wolves and the Outsiders game. You're going to see the plant going down. Oh, I flicked off it. You're going to see the plant going down just here. Looks like a pretty default plant on Bank. You've seen it time and time again where the plant goes down. But this is a little bit of a nod to Dan coming in very recently into the Outsiders roster and the way that he played the Dokkaebi. You can see as the execute comes in, he's just done the Dokkaebi call. Now, Dokkaebi is seeing a rise in popularity, not just because of the Gon 6, not just because of the EMPs, but also because the calls deny Echo. And we've seen Echo, he can't, because his phone rings, he can't be on the cameras to deny the plant. So the Dokkaebi call comes in, and then this is just great from Dan. Uses the EMP grenade, and I'm just going to slow it right back down there. You see the EMP grenade, and you can see there's an Echo cam ready to do the denial. Excellent from Dan. Really, really good from Dan to know that the Echo drone might be there and just throw the EMP. It doesn't just disable electricity, it disables Echo cams, it disables anything that it comes close to, and then we'll let this run on. Dan also then shoots the C4, enables the plant, and wins the round for his team. Doesn't get any stats for that whatsoever. And if we just look how this works on Echo's point of view, conversely, Bibu, he's trying to get on the cams, can't. He's got to answer his phone. Plant's going down. As soon as he's answered his phone, tries to get on his cams, it's EMP'd. It's under the Thatcher effect, under the EMP effect, and he cannot have any impact in the round whatsoever. So that's just a little real-life example in Playday 1 of how strong these EMPs and Dokkaebi can be.
All right, that's what we want to see. How does the theory apply in the game itself? We saw the example. Any other uses that you can kind of see from it? Because the Echo drones, how many times do we see those yokais hidden right under the table? It is the sneakiest spot, yet the one that you get most often. You can't really deal with it other than just going there, right?
Yep. One other application that I've seen, or that I've been using, it's more in ranked than it will be in competitive, of course, is actually using it on something like Nook. I know Nook's brought for the nades, and we're going to talk in competitive
Nook's
about
getting past the banning
about
phase,
Nook nades, but the way that you can play the EMPs in terms of disabling Legion Mines or Melusi Banshees and enable movement of operators to slip into sight, you can use them for all sorts. They're so versatile.
Yeah, I think that the general gist of kind of what Jack broke down was something that was so simple, but I would say probably a lot of people at home are thinking, wow, why have I never thought of that? Because it's something so basic, but you'd never actually be able to pull it off. So I think that's just genius to see from Dan, just something that is so small and so, wow, that is really handy to actually make a big impact.
And literally, in that case, with the Impact EMP. So great for us to actually see it. And if you see more things that you feel, okay, there's these different positions where the EMP Impact is even more powerful or something we didn't get to see in pro play yet, then let us know. In chat, comments, wherever it may be.
Call us up.
Exactly. Give
Call
him a
in.
ring. Give Demo a ring very specifically. Don't
He will
call
have a
me
chat
on
with
my
you.
phone.
I will. Well,
He will not shut up about it. Anyways, speaking of which, I think we have to kind of end this part of it and continue on with our day. So Demo, Fresh, thank you very much. That was No Hot Siege, and I hope you learned something new. And from learning about the game, we're going to talk about what happened in our last Playday, and I think that's really going to set it up perfectly for day 2. Here are the 5 games that we had on day 1 with all 10 teams in EUL. We had TT9 that played their first ever day as an organization in EUL. Want to welcome them to EUL. They played against M&M, and unfortunately they couldn't get to the OT side and actually get a point out of it, but it was a close one against M&M 7-5. 7-3 was Wolves versus Outsiders. Wolves that yesterday crowned themselves through sheer will, really, as the champions of France in the French Nationals. Heroic defeating G2 7-4. 8-6 Navi versus Rogue, taking down the Berlin Major champions. Navi, what's going on? We'll fill you in on that later on in the day when they play. And of course, Secret versus BDS, where BDS came in with Likefak, their newest player, and he did better than Chaiko. I can't even believe that I'm saying this. 7-4 for BDS. That's how the day ended. And before we talk about rankings, if you missed any of the action, here's how it all looked like.
After EU's recent success at the Berlin Major, EUL was back last week for the start of Stage 3, and it was back with a bang. Our first matchup then saw M&M take on the newest organisation to EUL, TT9 Esports. It wasn't to be a warm welcome though, as Emission fought hard to keep TT9 in things, including a 1v5 ace clutch, but ultimately the team play of M&M just overpowered them, and M&M take a nice 3-point start to Stage 3. Our next game saw Outsiders take on last stage's #1 team in Wolves, and it was clear that the roster changes for Outsiders might just need a little bit more time to settle in. Wolves once again bringing their characteristic teamwork to the table, and they were on point. Bibu and P4 having several explosive moments that helped power Wolves towards a comfortable victory on bank and a full 3 points. Our first 2 matchups then had seen the major qualifying teams coming out on top and continuing that good form, but things were set to change as Benja had other ideas, with G2 taking on Heroic on Villa. Benja going 17-6 on the day, absolutely dominated proceedings and made it a tough start for G2, who are once again working with a roster change. They're going to need more time to settle, but Heroic off to a flying start. Saving what might be the best to almost last, match number 4 saw Navi take on Rogue. This was a back and forth affair, not the domination that we expected to see from the Berlin Major winning Rogue. Navi ultimately showed great resilience and perseverance to keep themselves in a tough matchup, take Rogue to overtime, and then take the 2 points in a surprise victory. Our final game of the day certainly didn't disappoint in rounding out what was a fantastic first play day for EUL Stage 3. BDS took on Team Secret, and we saw probably the standout performance from the new batch of players that joined us for this stage. Likefak coming away with a fantastic 14 kills for BDS, supported by Breeday's 12. They were able to get the better of Team Secret on border, but Secret had some promising moments and will be looking for points as the season continues.
And there was all the action. Thank you very much, Ace, for voicing over that recap. From then, we go on to our rankings. This is all after day 1, of course, out of 9. So this is definitely not final, not by any stretch of the imagination. It's only getting started. Wolves at top with 3 points. Heroic, BDS, and M&M at 3 points. Of course, Navi at 2 points and 1 point for Rogue, as this game did go between Navi and Rogue. That is to overtime 8-6 victory For Navi, you get 2 points if you win in overtime and 1 if you lose, so you get something out of it. There's an incentive to at least try to save the day, and no more ties as we had, what, a year and a half ago. So I'm very happy about how that ended up. I'm sure Fresh can say a thing or two about it. But back from our rankings, here's the schedule for today. As always, 10 teams, 5 matches, best of 1 series. We're going to get through all of them until basically the middle of the night. Outsiders versus M&M is our first one. Rogue versus TT9 is the second. Can they actually bounce back is the question. Both teams going close in their games. Match of the day, the French derby. Wolves versus BDS. Wolves holding on to the French championship crown yet again. G2 versus Team Secret. G2 can actually bounce back, or is the problem really Fabian? Who knows? Navi versus Heroic is our last game, and that'll round it all out to close the day. And now I turn to you, my wonderful analyst, because I mentioned Fabian there for just a moment, but he was on G2 in the past as a player, right?
Yes.
He came in.
Did he mention that a few times?
He wouldn't
Only when he
shut
wanted
up
a job.
about it. Literally would not shut up about it. And that's basically how he got the job again. There are other people that were along. Pengu, who's now a caster. Come on, man. Like, really going downhill with this one. World champion to caster with Intero. But it's not like, you know, everybody goes just to the retirement home and that's it. Some people come back, like I said, with Fabian. Some people go away to other teams, and then some fresh blood comes in. G2 has had so many iterations, and we want to talk about it. So, Demo, do you want to kick it off? I know you're a big G2 fan.
Big is not the word I'd use.
Beautiful.
I'd say massive probably would be the one.
I would say that's an understatement.
Humongous.
You know,
You're a G2 fanboy.
Number 1, we could say. It's up to yourself, really. Yeah, we're going to basically break down a bit of a tier list, and this is going to be categorizing every transfer that has happened for this G2 lineup since the team was originally picked up at Paris Major in 2018. So everyone after that original 5. So we're not including Kanto, Pengu, Fabian, Goga, or Eunice. It is everyone else. So here is our first tier list that we went for. This is yours, Jack.
Okay, so I've got to explain mine. So we had to rate the players S, A, B, C. I went for Virtue and Citizen into STI. I think Virtue's been a solid pickup since he came over. You know, as a wee young lad, as you might call him, Demo. Other side of the world, during a global pandemic, and he's had to be the guy. He is now the captain of this roster. He has had to be the guy that steps up. And Citizen, one, you can't deny his numbers, but 2, you can't deny his turnaround in form.
Did you just put Kayak at A tier?
I did put Kayak at A tier. The reason I put Kayak at A tier is I think Kayak came into this roster too early in his progression. Kayak actually would have been a perfect fit as a player for what G2 needed this roster window, and I think Kayak's grown significantly since his time with G2. It had its ups and downs, but he still went to a major, still played very well. Doki's along the side there with him. I think, you know, solid player, ups and downs. We know he can be inconsistent. We know he can be the best in the world.
There is a few that may be a little bit questionable, Jack. Honestly, I think Virtue S tier is probably questionable for me.
Yep.
I will admit that I think Virtue has played outstanding Siege for the past 6 months, but that does not hide the fact of what he has done since he came onto that roster. And let's be honest, for the 2 years that he was on this roster, hadn't really done too much in 2020 and 2021. You can't argue
I don't disagree. I mean, I've got direct experience of working with Virtue, right? And I know that outside of the roster, the things he's done for this roster outside of the roster, sure, it might not transpire into statistical, you know, in terms of his play, but that's why I have him up there.
Bit of disrespect to Alamau, do you think,
Yeah,
Jack?
I think so as well.
Yeah, he should be in
If
F
Doki's,
tier.
I think
Look,
F tier.
Look, the reason that I put
Fraud Lamau.
we can turn this into Fight Club if you want to.
the reason that I put Alamau in B tier was that he came with such high expectations. Major winner. He's going to bring this Brazilian brand of Siege, and he's come in. And whilst they've got whilst they've gone to back-to-back majors, I haven't seen Alamau's potential yet. I haven't seen it yet on this roster. It's the same with Blair. We've not seen enough of Blair, so he had to just be in B tier.
But this tier list was yours, right?
That was
Jack?
my tier list, yes.
What is yours, Demo?
Well, mine is going to be a little bit different to Jack's, but for the most part, I think we've got it kind of right. I've only put one S tier player, Because I think it has to be Citizen. You know what he's done since he's come to this team. He's always the guy we look to. He's always the man to drag them through the mud. Yeah. And we look at the other transfer that's happened. I've put a lot of them in B tier, which I think were okay. Obviously, I put Virtue in there, which me and you discussed, Jack. I think Alamau has to be A tier. If you're putting Doki A tier, you have to put Alamau back-to-back majors since both of those guys have joined the roster. I think it has to be credited. We haven't really talked about the C tier. Transfers that didn't work out. I think Cryan is probably one that we have to look to. You have experience with him, Jack.
Cryan's a goddamn incredible player, Demo. He is a goddamn incredible player.
He's shown that. He's
I
major
worked
winner.
with him on his time on G2. Fabian said this. Everyone said this. When Cryan was on G2, such high hopes. He came in trials. He came in scrims, and he slapped the crap out of everybody. And in officials, it just didn't work. The mesh just was not there.
Honestly, I want to talk about Sir Boss for just a moment because he was basically thrown into it.
He was.
On a moment's notice, basically. And
I was there.
I don't think he did badly, given the situation that they were in.
There was a certain moment at Invitational where there was a certain upside down rappel that I'm sure many people will remember. I think that's the sticker that I think is going to be with him that he has to win.
What you don't remember, I don't remember which clutch it was for Sir Boss, but one of them was a 3v1 that Pengu and Fabian completely trolled, and he never should have been in the 1v1. But yeah, what I will say about Sir Boss, again, didn't really work out. He subbed in 4-6 Invitational 2020, but genuinely the nicest teammate you could ever have. Wanted to learn everything, was great for team vibes. Anybody who teamed with him, especially those people that was in G2 SI 2020, won't have a bad word to say about him.
So now the question is, how does this move now go on for G2? Are they going to be better going into the next major? Will they make it to the next major, make it 3 majors out of 3 for the year?
The good thing is there's 5 people there, obviously, that can go up or down still. We can still see Blur could be S tier. I think the Blur was difficult because what do we say about Blur? Because he's really not been able to show us much. But, Doki and Alamau can go S tier, Virtue.
If they hit their potential, all 5 are going to be S tier, Milosh.
Well, I'm definitely hoping so. And I know G2 are hoping for it too. And Fabian, of course, behind them as their head coach. Though, our match of the day. Wow, so convenient that it does include not G2.
No.
Aha, crazy. Wolves versus BDS. We're in France. We got 2 French teams that are going up against one another, which means, of course, this is going to be the match of the day. And not only that, BDS are looking at Wolves as, man, these guys are now French League champions, 3 times in a row in the past year, basically. Before the November major, both teams were going into the major in Sweden, and Wolves, literally back then known as Vitality, and they had still won the French League, and they go into the major looking okay, I guess, all right, given by the standard. Still, BDS go further. So there's a lot of questions around this game and how would it go, because it's a massive derby. These 2 teams have played one another 1,000,001 times.
And BDS are currently, Wolves are in the ascendancy in terms of the national competitions. I know BDS didn't play the most recent French competition, but BDS are by far and away in the ascendancy when it comes to Tier 1 competition. They've beat them both stages this year. They beat them in Charlotte. They've beat them everywhere they go.
Yeah, I think in a big match today like this, it's quite strange that we're seeing 2 teams that are bitter rivals. There's been very minimal kind of roster change. We see teams, I used to play for them, now I'm against them. I think there's only one, and that's Playday is the only one who's previously used to play what was Vitality. But everything else, it's just been, they've been in their own lane, which is very different from what we see in the scene. Especially you look at the UK lot, they're everywhere, everyone's team with everyone. So I think that's always a nice little added incentive to it. So you're not having, maybe, I used to play for them, I have to beat them. It is just clear, we want to beat you, they want to beat us. That's it.
Strategy-wise, how do Wolves look, Jack?
Look, I really adore this Wolves roster. I know me and Demo, and I'm going to go over and I'm going to show you on the telestrator just why. I know that me and Demo might disagree with how I love this Wolves roster. Sometimes Demo doesn't.
Looks so dark, Jack.
But yeah, I know.
Get me a grand final.
So it's a bit of a long one, so stay tuned in, because I've got, in just the one game that Wolves played against Outsiders, they actually executed in the late round 6 times. They won 5 of them, and I'm going to show you 4 of them. And what I want you to keep in mind is how many times Wolves do it from man disadvantage, and how many times they do it 3-2-1 all together and make it multi-dimensional. I'm going to try and show it for you. So the first clip here is Wolves in the very first round, lock a CCTV on bank, and they're actually in a 3v4. It doesn't show it too well on the telestrator machine. And as they drop, you can see they all drop basically together. I'm going to draw a big square, and can you see how the different points of the Wolves players they create 3-4 angles that the Outsiders players have to watch. And this is what impresses me so much about the Wolves players, is that they create this mayhem in the late round and keep the composure to win them more often than they lose them. We go through to the second round, and once again, 30 seconds left, they're starting to execute. One nade below from Bibu, and the execute will start to come in, and again, look at the different angles of attack. If you look, there is one player out here by the open area window. There is one player up here in terms of tellers. One's going to drop the hatch, one's going to come up the stairs, and they all go together, and Outsiders just don't know where the main push is coming from. They just don't have a clue. 90 seconds left, and somebody will always benefit when the whole team is going at the same time. In this current situation, it was P4. They go for the plant. The player ends up dying here. A third round. Here we go. Similar story. Lockers, CCTV, execute. There's going to be dropping down the hatch. There's going to be Mowgli is already down the hatch, and they're pushing through the server. So once again, they're going to push at the same time, and look at how Outsiders have got to cover 3 or 4 different angles at once. They don't know where it's coming from, and this is why Wolves are so good. This is the difference between a team that gets by in like 3-3 attacks and a team that goes 5-1 on their attacks. Just one more to go through with you, and it's a very similar story. But this time, Wolves, they can't actually do their main attack. Look, the Hibana pellets, they're muted off. They've got to figure an attack out of absolutely nothing. So what do? There's one on the window. There's going to be a couple that come down the hatch. And once again, 29 seconds doesn't really matter. Wolves use every second of time that's available. They still stop, go on the 3-2-1, and you'll see they all go down together, down the hatch. And if you look at where they end up, look at that perfect square that they had the Outsiders players trapped in. That, for me, strategically, is why Wolves are so good on their attack.
Thank you very much, Jack. And of course, the secret weapon of BDS is Ligevak, which is...
Go.
He's going to do that all day, and I'm going to punch you every time you say that.
Okay. Go on,
EFAC.
Go.
Not on stream. I don't want to get the channel banned.
EFAC.
Go.
There it is. So you're going to use that a lot today, everyone. Yeah. As much as what Jack's talked about Wolves, we have to look at BDS now, because BDS...
Well, we don't have much time for it, Demo, so they're going to be real quick.
The resurgence. You know, they were a team that was in the mud I think for the past year or so, and I think now EFAX came in. Honestly, I think he's bullied Shaiko out of being the main man. I'll be honest, that's a statement I'm making. I think Shaiko is now taking the backseat and EFAX leading it. I think Playday is up to par now. I think this team is just they're back.
Let's see if that's actually coming true today in their matchup. That'll be match of the day. Make sure you're tuning in for it. But one last thing before we start off with game number 1. If you want to check out all the VODs for all the matches that we have, then no problem. That includes the pregame desk and the interviews, of course, beautiful casting from our colleagues. Then very easily go on YouTube channel. It's the R6 Esports VODs channel. You find everything on there. But that is the introduction for Playday 2 of Stage 3 of EUL. And now it's time for our games. M&M versus Outsiders. And I'm a few. Welcome back, friends, to game number 1 of today's Playday number 2 for Stage 3 in EU League 2022. It's a competitive year we're in, by the way. Outsiders versus M&M Gaming is our first game to kick it all off. 1 out of 5. If you know that it's 1 out of 5.
Yes.
There you go. Good head start.
I knew Milosh. I
the
did my
desk.
homework.
There you go. Well, he did. I have it right in front of me. I was requesting. Otherwise, I don't have a big piece of wood to keep slapping it on my hand. Anyways, welcome back. I'm Milosh. This is Fresh and Demo. You very innocent little man.
Let's talk about or what's going on.
Let's talk about M&M in this case. There you go. Very well. There's M&M and what they have to show for us today. Jackers, help me out.
M&M, they got a win in Playday 1 is probably the most important message that we could give for M&M. They got a win, but the performance I don't think was great. I don't think it was anywhere near what we expected of them, Demo.
They didn't play to their par. They didn't play to what we know this team can play to. But still enough to get them a win, which I think shows a bit of character about this side and a bit of personality, where even if you're not at your best, you can still grind out a win. It was an ugly win. That's what it was, but 3 points is 3 points. I think Nello said that in an interview, didn't he? As long as we got the win.
That's the most important part for this team that wants to go to yet another major. Honestly, it's like they're surprising everybody with that performance. But Jack, what about the actual in-game performance?
Yes, again, Milosh, I'm just going to walk over there. I'm just going to go. I might as well just put my spot here permanently.
If only you'd swapped.
Yeah, it might be a good idea. Yeah. Right, so M&M, Stage 2, 9th best attacking team in the league. They were really poor at attacks. Again on Chalet, they only got 3, and they only got 3 by the skin of their teeth going up against TT9. However, one attack that I did like, and it's what I want to see more out of M&M, is playing into the metagame. It's playing into fast executes, using Lion, using basically crutch operators that you can get to take the map control. This is a dining kitchen site, and M&M wants to take control of all of the vertical above site. And you're going to see, I've had to slow this down to half speed. It's only a 20-second clip. You're going to see exactly what they do. And I'm going to actually just draw a quick circle. One's going to come from office. 2 are going to come from a bathroom window. 1 is going to come up in solo window, and 1 is going to come on the double window. You can see that nice square around the map control that they want. And I'm just going to let the clip roll because it happens in literally a 20-second execute. 2 go in the window, 1 goes in the office, using Gon 6, using line charges, using the Amaru, into site, take the gunfights, refrag each other out, and they get themselves into a 4v1 scenario. And this is what I want to see more of for M&M in terms of them improving their attacks. Because when they play Siege like this, they're great. When they have to play the systematic, process-driven Siege that is classed as like a default, that's where they start struggling and they start going out of line and they start relying on crouch walks to win them rounds. When they do stuff like this, the round's over in 10 seconds, they win it and they look really good.
Thank you very much for that fresh showing the reality of things. And I think there's nobody here on the desk that's better suited to talk about 20-second executions. Though let's talk about outsiders on the other side and what they have to bring. Demo, what are your thoughts?
I think they need a full image that needs to be turned around, because I think that they did not play the way the meta is currently being played. I think they're very still stuck in their ways. The big question that we had about outsiders was, is it going to be a case of the same outsiders we've seen from the last split, where they were very rigid, very static, tried to play default Siege and was just read upon very easily by nearly everyone they played against? Or are we going to see Dan and Always and Joystick in the back? Are they going to come in and completely reshape this side? I think it was just outsiders from the last split with new players.
And I think the big problem with outsiders was actually how passive they were on the defense. They were defending bank. They weren't. The defensive meta today is about getting up in the faces of your opponents, being so disruptive to the attack. And outsiders, they were on the basement. They were playing basically a turtle with Milon in suicide position upstairs to die.
Especially
and
against
Wolves.
Wolves.
They're playing plant denial. They're playing,
It's Wolves who are such a structured team who, if you give them an inch, they will slaughter you. And that, Jack showed that with the replays of Wolves and just how well they done that. I just think outsiders, you've got gunners now. You've got Dan there, who we know what he's been able to do, MVPs, throughout tournaments, Always. And even you forget about Pasha's there, Milos. Like these as well, these are established players that we've had in this league. We need to see them get in there and use their gun skill.
It's just that catch up to the meta that we see. Just get playing today's meta and they could be a great team. But currently, whilst they're playing the 2021 meta, they're unfortunately
too easy to play against.
They're going to get
too easy.
It becomes very easy to play against them, as Demo said.
Everything has moved on very, very quickly, and we'll see how this game actually goes between the two. But first, which map will this game be played on? As always, the reminder, 9-map pool is what we have here in competitive Rainbow Six. 8 will be out and 1 will be left, and it seems like
we know
8 are literally out. And I didn't quite catch that.
Was it Villa?
I think it was Villa.
I don't know if it's really that. It is it? Coming soon.
Coming soon.
To a movie theater near you. There it is. Hey. So we start off and we go to Villa. Yes, Oregon banned out by Outsiders. They'll have the last say, which means M&M get to pick the starting side. That's how it works. And they went for defense.
That's
Villa.
That's the big worry for me. It's not so much the map. I think this game will be determined based on the defensive side. M&M, one of the best defensive teams in the league. Outsiders, not one of the best attacking teams in the league. You would expect quite a strong half from M&M, but then when we say M&M aren't great on the attack and Outsiders also aren't great on the defense, so the second half of this game, I know it seems obvious, but the second half of this game really will be the determination of who's going to win this.
I think Outsiders come in as the underdogs, which is strange for usually M&M are always the underdogs whenever they play Siege. This is probably, in my opinion, M&M's second preferred map out of the pool. I think Chalet Villa are their two strongholds.
Why is Villa?
Well, we've seen them play a lot during CL. I think it gives them okay, but I know for a fact if they can go to it, they will go to it. I think
why? What motivates
I think it gives them the flexibility in defense, because I think for Villa there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of play out that map. You can do those extensions. You can sit on site if you want to. You can play the C4s from below. It gives M&M a lot of flexibility. Jack said really good defensive side. I think that just opens up the doorway to even more of it. Just
to kind of comprehend that in terms of the attack defense win rates, and I'm going to quote statistics because it is just such a big difference in the statistics.
Okay.
Villa, through stage 2, through the Major of Berlin, and so far in stage 3, M&M haven't played Villa, but since the start of stage 2, 28% attack win rate for M&M. Not good enough. But the defense, 69% win rate.
Nice.
They're rinsing it on the defense. I would expect them to get at least a 4-2, maybe 5-1.
That's for Villa.
And it's all about that second half.
Yeah, so very curious to see how that comes out. Thank you very much, Demo and Fresh. Let's then toss it to our casters, Outsiders versus M&M to kick off our second day of stage 3. We got Desinae to take you through it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Welcome back to the desk, boys and girls. And today, Tim did not forget his EUL shirt. How are you doing, buddy?
I did not. It's my most EUL of shirts. Usually I wear it on Playday 1. It scares me how well you know me, Des. But last week, I just couldn't put my hand on it.
Production does love messing with me. Every time. You know, that was the best laugh. That little half laugh with the God voice was absolutely unreal. Villa's coming up then for our first game of the day. You've got me and Tim for games 1, 3, and 5 today to kick things off. Outsiders, M&M on Villa. You've heard the desk talking about the attack and defensive prowess of both of these teams, or lack of prowess, I suppose I should say, when you look at some of the stat lines. This for me is one of those games, Tim, that really define if Outsiders are going to be having a good season. M&M are consistently fighting around 4th, 5th place. If Outsiders want to be in the conversation with their 2 new changes, these are the kind of games you have to be getting something from.
Yeah, I'd agree. I feel like Outsiders were... They could... I wouldn't say unfortunate, but there could have been a bit more for them in week 1 had they not come up against Wolves. I felt like they were sort of okay. Yes, there's, work to be done getting everybody together and gelling as a team, but I feel like we're going to see a bit more from them, and I think this could be the game where we do see a bit more, because let's not forget, M&M might have got that win, but it was against the TT9 squad who completely rested on the shoulders of a mission, including a 1v5 ace clutch from him that kept them in it at all. Otherwise, M&M really should have been winning that by more, to be honest. So I think this could be quite a close one. It's an opportunity for Outsiders.
Emmy just took a wonderful picture of you sat in the dark looking like some nefarious villain plotting his next evil scheme.
See, that's when I need the God voice.
That's when you need the God voice, absolutely. Bans have flown on through. Habana, one of the safer 2 operators. Interestingly, Ace has really climbed in prominence and popularity across, I think, a lot of leagues at the minute. I think Doki last week was on Twitter blasting all those, saying, he's not playing support, he's playing Ace because he's a great entry, has great utility, so on and so forth, always playing that role in this game. Of course, as you'll see, him picking that up as the 4-slot operator. But Habana was the choice to be taken away anyway. Azami, no big surprise. We've seen some really interesting holds coming out from her on, well, every single site, to be fair, whether it's down in Dining and Kitchen, whether it's around the maps table inside of Aviator, or whether it's being used for the kind of craziness we saw out of G2 last stage in their hold around master bedroom on this site. It's Trophy and Statuary to start things off.
Well then, it's quite the opposite of what M&M started out on last week. Of course, playing on Chalet to begin with, where we would expect to see the attackers having the run of things. Here on Villa, we would expect to see the defenders coming out on top. So as Fresh said, they're going to be looking for an absolute certainty of a 4-2, if not better. 69% win rate on defense. Very important that M&M have a strong first half, because they may well struggle to pick up more than a round or two in the second. So outsiders, this is your time. This is your moment. Get in there and prove what you're worth. Now is the time to do it. Take a few rounds, maybe even a 3-3. You might be looking good for the overall matchup. But round one, as you say, we're going to be going to trophy and statuary, which is a little unorthodox. We usually see one of the top floor sites to begin with, but it tends to overwhelmingly be Aviator Games. Now then, Tyrant getting aggressive on those main stairs, just taking the challenge right up to outsiders. That's just sent a message. It sent a message that you're not coming in here easily. You're going to be challenged every step of the way.
As it should be as well. We spoke about this a lot throughout Stage 2, throughout the Major, even last week, is that as defenders in this current meta, knowing that attacker repick is a thing, and attackers generally are, I won't say so much the stronger side, because in the stats it's still pretty balanced, but many consider that if attackers get around site with 4 or 5 alive, there's a very good chance they're going to win. We saw Rogue charge through to a win off the back of that. We've seen Wolves play fantastically as well with a similar playstyle. Yep, Solotov has been hit by a nade, but I'm sure he'll be pulled back up in just a moment. But to kind of complete that point, as defenders, you need to be challenging every single inch of the map. And I think for Tyrant there, even just spraying blind at a barricade, he knew someone was around there. There's very low risk to him. There's potentially all the reward to win. And in the worst case scenario, or not quite the worst, second worst case scenario, you've at least wasted time away from the attackers. But for outsiders, all this vertical focus coming in here. We don't see vertical nades all that much, but at least to start things off, they are really trying to make it work.
They are, and the interesting thing was the distance from Solotov that nade actually exploded. It certainly wasn't right under his feet, but it was still significant enough to put him down on the deck. I think 3 weeks ago on the old patch, that would have probably been a kill. So that's the difference that you see in there, but it just goes to show that there is still some value potentially. Solotov has been downed, he's been picked back up, and he is on 20 health. Nello's going to be holding on to Astro stairs. He's going to play his life there. He's going to be looking for as long as possible. Now then, the Selma charge. The first detonation is cleared off by the impact nade, but interestingly, the second is not. I'm going to throw another one out. Rask here really wants to double down and open up that hole a bit further, but won't be allowed. And Tyrant on the aggression just doesn't push far enough to find his man, and that's still going to leave us 5 versus 5. But outsiders, they do have the view through from Master into Trophy Statuary, but it's only at a foot level. Nello with a big kill on the Astro stairs to get things started for M&M.
Still got to find the rest, and here it comes in. It's a bit late, but it's a trade nonetheless. They've got this north side control, but they need Astro control. Down will find Neo, and that's control established. The problem, Tim, is they've only got 20 seconds on the clock, and you've got to make and execute work in that time. 3 left standing, Useless with a C4 in back pocket. All the tools here, all the time for M&M to still close out this round. One on the door, Tyrant just missing his target, but outsiders have to go now. They lose one, shotgun in hand, a second kill coming in, but they've managed to find the kills, Tim. They've shut M&M down after such a fantastic defensive round for M&M. Outsiders persevere.
And those are the rounds that are really going to hurt M&M here. As we've discussed so far, defensively, generally very good, and they need to be securing those rounds. 6 seconds left to go. Fighting over keeping bodies alive. Those are the rounds that they should be winning. Tyrant, he was really unlucky a couple of times on that concrete door. Looking into Master, the siege timing was just not his friend in round 1. He had a couple of opportunities where if he stays half a second longer in his ADS, maybe he gets a kill, but it just wasn't to be for M&M. So they're going to mix things up and be down onto the ground floor. It's going to be dining and kitchen for round 2.
I really like that first round in terms of how both teams played it. I think outsiders going against convention, where many would say, vertical nades are dead, the lethal range got reduced, which is kind of what you saw in that last round. It didn't finish off Solotov. But also that there are now only 4 operators in the game that have frag grenades. There is, far less chance we're ever going to see a round, like we did in the last one, that you'll see 4 or more frag grenades coming along. And they've really doubled down on that playstyle, looking to try and soften M&M up a little bit. What I love most of all, Tim, and I was watching it from the very start, was how many of those nades get caught out by ADSs or by magnets. Because the number of teams that used to bring along frags have, say, 6 flashes in back pockets of other operators and just burn frags into those anti-thrown utility was ludicrous. In that round, all the burn was being done by Dan's flashbangs in his back pocket. So the communication between the team there to make sure those nades weren't being tossed into the wrong places. Admittedly, coming from below, you can't really get it wrong, but they made sure ADSs were being burnt out by flashes rather than using more crucial lethal utility. And that's just a good sign of discipline from me, from Outsiders. But for M&M, the aggressiveness with which they held different areas of the map and looked to challenge Outsiders on their push through, whether it was bottom of Astro stairs, for example, whether it was Tyrant in the early round over on main stairs, they did make Outsiders fight for it and very nearly got there at the end.
And really, it's no surprise to see, you know, those strong teamwork elements coming out of Outsiders. As I've said, given a little bit of time as a roster now, I really do expect them to develop themselves into, you know, not necessarily immediately one of the top teams, but certainly a competitor here in EUL previously, or more so than they have been previously. Now then, we're going to have that triple wall being worked on. This time we are downstairs in dining, so it's more about keeping hold of the top floor for now. But interestingly, out goes the electrical from Nello, likely underneath downstairs, and he's going to find himself a little trick onto that Selma charge. He also doubles down and gets himself a nitro kill onto Always to kick things off. That's 2 entry kills for Nello in a row, and from Outsiders' perspective, if Nello's the one getting your entry kills, that's a bit of a problem. That should not be happening.
The C4's a bit of a freebie, but that second kill confirmed. I believe that was onto the rappel window as well, which was a bit of a stinger. In fact, no, there is still a player there, so I'm not quite sure where it connected. But the aggression coming out of M&M again, where they're challenging in towards bathroom. You've got Tyrant challenging it on towards master windows. M&M are far from conceding ground here. They are holding it to the wire, and they've brought down 4 members of Outsiders. A 5v1, a much better result in this round, looking to be guaranteed. Outside of course, a Dan Miracle, which, although possible, doesn't really feel like it's going to happen in the round. There's 2.
Certainly not. Managing to find another one onto Solitop.
I can't count how many clutches we've cast him where we start by going, there's no way he wins this. And then they go on to win. No way this happens.
At this point, M&M, they've fed him a couple of kills, but the attitude is going to change within the team.
Yes.
The comms are going to be very clear now about, you know, let's not peak this anymore. We don't need to take those challenges. Dan, he's going to actually hop over the balcony. There was an opportunity there, and the problem with not knowing that is he's now created a pinch himself. He now has somebody on either side of him, unknowingly, essentially. He's going to try to push his way into the site to begin with, see if he can find anything as he goes in, picks up. It's a nice challenge from M&M, just well coordinated. There's an Ella charge detonates as he goes in, tells them everything he needs to know, and both players go. They act at the same time, and that is a much better defense from M&M. Level things up 1-1.
What round? It was last week, wasn't it, where they let someone win a 1v5 M&M, and everyone was just like, that surely can't be allowed to happen. Like,
it was a mission, yeah.
Yes, that was what it was a mission. Yes, I do remember now. You are absolutely correct.
And there was about 6 seconds left on the clock. And the thing was, a mission was on attack as well, so they really didn't need to be pushing it. They were playing defensively and could have just kept themselves alive, effectively, the last 2, when it looked like it was possible. You're thinking, just run away.
I can only imagine after losing that round what their next few scrims look like, with Eden and Archer like barking orders, saying, right, boys, today's agenda, not losing 5v1s. It's not allowed to be a thing anymore. And that, I think, like you said there, they made the right call. 2 players got a little bit cheeky. All right, allow it. The last 3 now need to really hunker down together and make sure this wins. And you saw that at the very end with the wonderful 2v1 to guarantee that Dan had no ability to clutch that one out. Now we get into round 3, though, and we go back to what feels like home on this map, Tim. It's Aviator and Games, where we thought, no doubt, we'd start in round 1, but so far I've seen 2 different sites in that effort. You got Ras currently looking to bring along the Ying and the Decabi on side for Dan. So I'm just thinking straight away, right, execute focused here. Smokes in back pocket. Candela's looking to shut down those roamers, and you understand M&M have played a lot of extended holds. The Decabi is really going to help in that effort. So a good bit of adaptation and changing plans coming in from Outsiders here.
Rask and Pasha looking to get themselves straight into the north side, so that should tell us plenty that we need to know about this Outsiders attack. In fact, there's 4 of them now. Well, 5, in fact, as the last man joins in the push on that side. And Tyrant, I think, recognising that pressure that is going to be coming along immediately, dips himself out of there. He's not having too much to do with that. But look at this, Des. 40 seconds into the round, and Outsiders are almost established inside a 90 corridor. They're not too far away from being able to challenge in there. They have got some rapid control here, so much so they're actually a little bit ahead of themselves. Pasha having to dip back to put those claymores down and make sure they don't get hit on the flank, but there is already 3 of them pushing towards Map's door, towards 90 corridor. Neo, Tyrant, they are going to come under serious pressure pretty soon. And M&M, interestingly, they're not really fighting this, Des. We've seen it already. The player in Master, the player in Trophy dipped away as soon as that initial pressure came. 90 corridor, they dip chipping away as soon as the pressure comes. I'm just wondering if M&M are maybe conceding a little bit too much ground to outsiders here.
It's a massive change to what we've seen previously, but I imagine once you start getting calls coming in from Decay, when the drones start rolling through, you start to realise that maybe your days are numbered and it's time to get out of dodge and keep it a 5 versus 5 with a lot of utility being burnt through. Now, they've still got the nades on side, for example. They're getting Vault opened up here with the use of those EMP nades coming out of Dan. So outsiders okay, maybe not as good as they hoped for. They maybe weren't fully in sync. They still got one left, but in fact, no, they haven't. I'm a lie. That's their calls. The thing is that these new nades, they only last 9 seconds. You have to be really quick in getting these walls opened up. So a little bit of a slip there in terms of timing. They found Pasha, but then Solotov gets traded straight back out.
As you say, not a bad start. An entry kill once again, 3 rounds in a row now for M&M picking those up. But like you say, those EMP impact nades really needing a lot of team coordination, because it's got to be happening at the same time, especially for something like Hibana pellets or the exothermic charges that just take that little bit of time to detonate. Now then, out goes a nade in towards Bar, but that is a very well-timed smoke canister coming out of Nello there. As soon as you felt that outsiders were poised ready for that little push in behind Vault door to get the diffuser down, the smoke says, nah, not yet. You're going to have to wait your turn. He's got another canister to burn yet. Nello is holding on to this for as long as possible. He wants to try and wait for that execute to actually be coming. He's done this fantastically well, Des. 15 seconds left. They're not going to have a choice but to push in through it. That's exactly what they do, though. Ras goes deep. Ras gets shut down by users. Absolutely beautiful from M&M. 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2 as Tyrant finds Dan, and it is all but done for outsiders. Round 3 goes to M&M. And that puts them 2-1 on the scoreboard.
Honestly, MVP smoke play. The timing...
Beautiful, that. Absolutely beautiful.
I know players that would throw one out, let it burn for 5 seconds, chuck another one, and just keep on layering them and keep on going. But what they were doing there was listening out for the sound cues. When are those candelas coming through? When are nades being thrown? When are they prepping to make their push happen? And then pulling out the perfect smokes. And the thing about the last one wasn't that it went through the door, because they read, okay, actually, a Ying's coming out. Good chance there. They're going to charge through already. They threw it behind Map's table or onto Map's table, so it would smoke out no matter where they stood. Anyone trying to push through, and they'd be in hot bother, which helped that Vault player get some free kills off the back of it. Again, the timing and the reading on that, I don't see many smokes doing that. So really big shout out to M&M for some great play at the end there.
Moving on to round 4 then, it's going to be a repeat of the first site that we saw back in Trophy. Outsiders were able to get the win. It did, to be fair to M&M, come down to a few last second kills from outsiders. I think we were down to about 4 seconds on the clock when the last couple came in onto users and Tyrant. So M&M maybe just needing to do a little bit more work in the early and mid round, a little bit of attrition, get themselves an extra kill or 2, put themselves more in the driving seat. But overall, there wasn't an awful lot wrong with what M&M did. They've actually changed the setup quite considerably well by the looks of things. Users has brought the mirror along. We've got Neo with the castle this time. So we're going to have a very different play going in towards Master Bedroom. Last time, outsiders were able to partially open the wall up, not really in a significant way. It was only at foot level, so it's difficult to get any views across to Trophy, for example. You just can't get the angle. Even lying prone will not give you that. So mixing things up quite a lot here, M&M. I always like a mirror. I love to see a mirror challenging in this sort of position where they've got the opportunity to gun both sides.
What I love about this is that real, that adaptation on the G2 setup we've seen before, with the mirror thrown in for good measure, one extra wall left open. It's a head scratcher for attackers, I imagine. If you're seeing this for the first time, it's like, okay, how do we work around this one then? Normally you see it doubled up with things like Azami, but I think M&M can make a lot of this work with just the operators that they've picked along here. Of course, the Azami being banned away means they can't maybe layer it as much as they'd like, but overall it gives a lot of flexibility, like you're seeing out of Solotov here, to challenge in towards Bathroom, in towards the walk-in wardrobe, or cubby, and straight away, of course, in towards Master. So a lot of control being given just from a couple of castle barricades, a couple of soft holes being opened up, and a mirror window.
Always is just...
He tried his best.
Oh, T3 on the edge. He really did, didn't he? But there was absolutely no view that he could get. Likely going to lose that drone on the red stairs as well, but does find that there is a man in place. Solotov going to be shut down by Always. And that's a great opener from the Twitch using the F2. We've seen Twitch's pick rate going up as the F2 has come out rather favourably from the recent recoil changes. And that looks like an attempt to jump out or a flank to me as Neo is going to bite the dust in the Claymore from Rask.
They're still expecting expecting play to come in from below, and why wouldn't you? You've already had a nade come in below the mirror window and shoot it out from below, so you're now looking for Milan dancing around below, hoping to find an unsuspecting M&M member dancing around places where they shouldn't be. As long as they're careful, real cast the curse, as long as they're careful, I was going to say, they should be okay to hold this down. They do finally get that first return kill back onto Milan, but I feel like the damage has been done at this point. They've got 2 left standing. They've got to hold on to site here with 45 seconds left to play. We're going to have to see a huge clutch coming out of Nello as he's in a 1 versus 4.
Tyrant was in a real key position there. If he manages to win that fight with Ras, gets the second man that's inside a Master, then suddenly you're in a 2v2, but that was not what happened. Ras comes in, wins it out for Outsiders, and then it's a simple case, as you say, of shutting down Nello, who's in a very difficult 1v4 position there. So Outsiders locking down Trophy Statuary again, interestingly taking M&M's primary site choice off them twice, but unable to get any of the other sites. And once again, M&M taking the same choice. They're going to head themselves down to dining and kitchen. We're going to have the castle being brought along again this time. Nello was actually on the Kaid last time along and managed to be able to trick off those Selma charges inside a master bedroom, just make it difficult for them to get in there and pressure the players that were trying to hold on to top floor. But this time, they're going to go for us getting a slightly different method here. They've got Neo on the pulse, so watch out for those nitros.
Ooh. I do love how so far today we've seen M&M be so aggressive in their holds, whether it's, again, challenging every inch of the map in round 1, whether it was in the last one playing behind those castle barricades and mirrors in a way we haven't really seen before, being willing to step essentially into master bedroom and challenging towards bathroom from that angle. Here in this round, you've got them actually stepping across inside a laundry and dropping down a shield and looking to challenge onto the door directly. Most teams will reinforce off the double wall. They'll play a pulse, for example, just where Solotov is now, and use that to collect information. But with a shield here and a rotate opened up, they want to be able to challenge from this room directly inside. So interesting changes we're seeing out of M&M, but overall it feels very aggressive on the defensive side, which is what I love to see.
Quite an extension. It's going to be a lot of ground here for M&M to hold on to. It's, you know, quite an adaptation compared to what we've commented on previously, where they've been dipping away and actually giving up a lot of ground. This time, they're going to have to try and hold on to it, and they've certainly got the castle barricades and the utility in place to assist them in doing so. Neo, he's going to see the man outside there, going to be feeding that information in that the push is potentially coming in through the laundry side of things there. But for the time being, Outsiders still looking towards that top floor, and this just shows why the pulse is so valuable on this site. There's just so much intel gathering that can be done with that heartbeat scanner. And right now, Outsiders, by contrast, if you remember the AVG attack that they did, they were in the map so quick, going through, taking map control, but this time much slower from Outsiders.
Milan had no idea what level of freebie he was potentially walking into. Then he could have had the first one onto Tyrant, the second one onto Solotov, who was coming up red as well. But just about a second too soon. A second later, I'm pretty convinced he gets the entry in this round. But that's how Siege works. Hashtag Siege timing. Pasha's working his way here up through Living after passing up through Library, stepping his way across and looking for what he can find on the downstairs. Catch anyone potentially rotating back in from this top floor. The thing is, in blowing out that Banshee, it does indicate his intentions to the rest of the defenders. Hopefully someone heard that one, otherwise for M&M this could be a very painful lesson in getting backstabbed.
Pasha just going to hold the angle. He's got a little view from there into sight, particularly through the memorial wall, but it's going to be Users who manages to pick him up on the opener, and that removes the threat into sight as well. It looks like Users is actually being able to challenge on the reverse angle there. Solotov going to take some damage inside of the center of sight, so just needs to be careful about exactly what he's exposing, because of course when the walls are opened up like they are at the minute, there's an awful lot of long angles that you need to deal with, on top of which you've now got always above you as well, just raining troubles, raining problems down into sight with this sledgehammer opening up vertical angle after vertical angle. Nade's going to start going in, but Nello could be in trouble, and his beautiful nade.
Their overall use of nades this game from Outsiders has been really good. Where last week we barely saw any, I'm really impressed by their overall use. The downs they're fine, the kills they're getting, it's looking really good and showing that there is still a way to make the vertical nade style of play work. The only problem is you can't really throw it down to the basement here. There are 2 players from M&M. There's also, let's not forget, a Pulse down there feeding a ton of information back and forth. We're into that last 15 seconds, though. They need to go now. Dan steps in and finds one. He's looking for where another might step up, but there's no one inside of view. Always has got the cover inside a kitchen. This is the cover they needed. And M&M are nowhere to be found on site with their last 3 members. They're going to have to run for a retake, but Always was ready. Neo, though, what a god shot to bring down Always. 2 left standing. Can they win the post plan?
Absolutely beautiful from the Pulse there to at least get M&M back inside of sight. But the problem is now they are playing on the retake. They're trying to get Outsiders just out of this position they've lodged themselves into. And it's going to be important from Tyrant's position. He goes to try and take the outside angle, manages to get one, but uses Neo. They can't do their part. They get cut down. And it's up to Milon to finish things up from above. And that is going to be Outsiders with a successful plant taking what is a very important round. By taking round 5, that's 3 on the attack. We suggested M&M should be having a better half defensively than we would expect from them on the attack, so things just got tricky.
Do you ever think Dan looks a bit like Bikini Body? do you think so?
I can't say as I've ever really thought about it too much.
I mean, it's only just now I've thought about it, but have you ever?
I can't say that I have, but I will. I'll have a look.
All I can do
when the opportunity
is
arises.
apologise to Dan because no one deserves to be anywhere near affiliated or associated to a Swede.
Strong.
I'm joking, Keeney. I love you. I don't hate Keeney, trust me. The guy, I won't even go into it. I love the guy to pieces. Aviator Games we come into for the last round of this defensive half. So ending things out in round 6 where we finish things out in the first quarter of round 3. So gone through that same rotation of sites for M&M. Last time around, we did see things like the Yin coming along. We had the Decabi on side. We're seeing at least one of those making a return in this round. Looks to be that Ras is going to step away and get back on that Flores after he charged into sight last time round, got a free kill, and now has the ability to remove things like the 2 shields M&M are bringing along, plus magnets, ADSs, you name it, things will go a little bit better. M&M committing a bit more out to the roam, or the hold at least on the top side of the map. And let's not forget the excellent smoke play we saw coming out of Nello last time around. Surely Outsiders learn their lesson.
The big question here, and the thing to watch out for at home particularly, is M&M, they've invested in that trophy statuary side. They're trying to hold on to it, but last time it really didn't take much from Outsiders to move them on, to force them back. As soon as the pressure came, Tyrant dropped back and then was followed by Neo, and they just gave up that land. Now, are they going to do the same again? It was a successful hold from them, so you would argue, potentially why not? And that is at the minute what we're seeing. I think Neo, he's moved himself underneath. Everybody else has given up at least as far as red stairs, now moving back into maps as well. So once again, the north side of the map has been handed over to Outsiders. It's a little bit slower this time. It was about 40 seconds last time. Outsiders currently at 1:10 into the round, still haven't come in and physically taken control, but Rask just making sure that the clearance of red stairs was there, but then a step too far as he gets caught up in the mute jammer.
If they can get rid of that jammer, and truthfully, I don't really see why Outsiders wouldn't try and work it from below, given how well they've played vertically so far in this half. Get rid of the jammer. That Flores drone's going to kill 4, 5, 6 pieces of utility. ADSs, magnets, Banshees. No, not Banshees, sorry. What did I see there? Maybe it was Ella's thing stuck on the wall instead. I'm not sure. But either way, there was a lot of stuff stacked around that single doorway. There it is. So it's another magnet actually in the top left corner as well. There is so much utility there to be gained. Yep, the shield as well. Just, again, it makes total sense. And I think that's what Milan's going to do here. Try and get rid of the jammer, and from there, they'll be laughing.
Yep, that's exactly, and you can see there the trigger the fuse was lit, and off goes the Rotero drone, but interestingly doesn't quite manage to pick up the shield. I'll tell you what though, the second one will, as it goes in and is stuck to the back of it. Job done. Still a couple of magnets up on the wall. I'm not sure that that's what Rask is looking for. Nope, he's going to be checking into Vault and just trying to move those players around, make sure that they can get the Selma charges detonated at the same time, which they're able to with the first at least. The second gets snagged up in what I can only imagine was a repositioned mute jammer, just to to get that one locked off. So that now leaves us 30 seconds left to go, and still 5v5, Des.
Still trying to find what they can, but it's Solotov to draw first blood. Milan a bit quieter in this game than maybe we've seen him historically. Sat at 3 and 4, is taken out early on, but did his work, got his team unlocked from below. Rask balancing the scoring back out now, and you can see how Outsiders again have got themselves down to the last 15 and have got to make it all work in the dying seconds. There's 2 of them back to back inside the vault here, and that's a little bit nerve-wracking, needless to say. Users comes in, there's one on the deck. Does he see him? No, he doesn't. He's still sticking the plan and gets away with it. Nello's there, but can't down him in time. Always with the backstab. Outsiders pull off a 4-2 half, and no one saw that coming.
Really didn't. The big problem now for M&M is they're going to have to show us something that they have not been able to so far, and that is a good attack. Something they've been struggling with for a little while, and so we're going to have to see them mix it up. It's going to be Aviator games to kick us off, and you just feel if Outsiders win this first round, Des, I'm not saying it's over for M&M, but boy, have they got a job on their hands at that point. They'd be 5-2 behind on the attacking side that they've struggled with so far, and fighting against Outsiders who will have a lot of momentum and confidence at that point. So for me, M&M, you got to come in strong here. You got to send a message, and you got to get this round 7 locked down. Get a strong first attack and let Outsiders know that Villa ain't playing out like that today.
What I'm really enjoying from Outsiders, because one thing I really remember criticising them for in several of their games back in Stage 2 was they'd take 2 minutes and 30 seconds to do a whole lot of nothing. They'd mainly spend a lot of the round outside the building or dancing around the outskirts without really committing towards an attack. And sometimes you'd just be baying them, saying, please, do the same as everyone else. Bring 6 nades, get control below, use the verticals. In this game, you've seen it time and time again, them looking to get control of the bullet. Maybe not always initially, like in that last round, but identifying when is the right time to get that vertical control and leverage it. And so far, I don't think M&M personally expected that from them in the first half, and have been somewhat surprised by the vertical nade play, by the use of the verticals that M&M thought they'd be able to work their way around. So really big showing by Outsiders. M&M had some fantastically creative ideas on defense, but Outsiders have just found a way through.
Can they keep doing it, is the question. Can they prevent M&M being able to do the same thing? Tyrant, he's going to be working from Wolf Window, just cutting down those potential top floor rotates. It's a real powerful position. One for you to certainly try at home if you haven't before. Get yourself on that Wolf Window, watching towards red stairs, in towards map doors, and you can really start picking defenders up when they try and move around. No surprise whatsoever to see Tyrant being the first involved in an engagement from that window, as Milan tries to move around, just tries to adapt and maneuver the position. Now then, Solotov has got himself in towards the top of red stairs as well. Just checks his drone there, knows that it's safe for him to move forward, but needs to be careful as he steps out. What a hold! What an angle from Rask to take him down.
Read him like a book, Tim. Put him back in the library. Far too easy. Rask just anticipating that push was coming through. I don't think he knew it would necessarily be the Nook pushing in, unless they've watched him and then pulled this kind of attack off several times over. Still, beautiful start to get rid of Solotov. It takes 2 of those nades off board as well. Worth touching on the fact that M&M have 6 frag grenades in this round. You are seeing 3 of the 4 operators that still have nades in this round, ladies and gents. Just goes to show it's not completely dead, so as much as Outsiders were commended for doing it in the first half, M&M can do exactly the same.
M&M just struggling to get themselves established inside of the building here, and having lost Solotov, it's not going to make that any easier. Tyrant now finally able to get to the top of red stairs, but look at the time difference, Des. We saw this position being held by Outsiders from maybe 1 minute 50, 1 minute 40 remaining. There's just about a minute on the clock when M&M really start doing that work towards the end, and Outsiders, they were struggling with the clock to get the diffuser down when they needed to, so it's not going to be any easier for M&M. They haven't cleared out a lot of the gadgets that are there. Rask is going to dip himself away from that fight. Nello, he manages to find always 45 seconds left to go. Nades raining in, and M&M certainly up in the pressure here, but the laser gate, it is going to be reactivated on map store, and Rask, he just keeps on fighting.
Renaming himself to Rat here, literally ratting it out behind the maps table as well, just waiting for someone to step in and not anticipate it. But does he see because of his hollow? I don't think he does. Ooh, thought for a second he might get himself sideswiped there, but gets away with it. Now M&M are the ones coming down to the dying few seconds. They've got a 4v3, same as Outsiders did. Can they get the kills? Does Rast know about the one stepping, and he can't find the kills? Tyrant gets 2, shotgun almost coming out, but looking the wrong way, and M&M get the shutdown they're looking for. This game just got spicy.
Super important round for M&M. As I said beforehand, needed that first attack so that they sent the message, but also so they didn't find themselves too far behind on an attacking side that they've struggled with previously, and that was big. Rask, you feel if he wins that fight at Map's table, maybe things go differently, but he's going to have a very difficult challenge to make onto the man pushing in through Vault Wall as well, so certainly wouldn't have been a definite round for Outsiders. But M&M, they managed to get in there aggressively in the last 15-20 seconds, find those kills that they need and close out round 7, leaving us now 4-3, and Outsiders sent with the tail between the legs over to Trophy and Statuary. They don't want any more of that AVG action. They're going to be moving it, switching it, and trying to hold down the north side of the map instead. Now, interestingly, they've gone for the full reinforce on the master wall. They're going to be using the electroclaws to try and keep that closed, try and keep it safe. We saw impact nades being used last time around. There's 4 of them in hand on the side of Outsiders, so again, they're no doubt going to try and take off that explosive utility as and when it's placed, but need to make sure that those operators are alive to do so.
Well, let's not forget as well, Outsiders were the team that banned away the Thatcher, so for them to then not look to play around that ban would be a little nonsensical, so I'm glad they've missed the left wall. Is that left wall not electrified? I think they've missed the far left one. So this could be a bit of a freebie for M&M here if they get that read and go, well, boys, you messed up here, didn't you? Because those electro claws go so high against the ceiling, you can't recover them as the defenders. So they're kind of stuck with where they've landed here. So that could be a little bit of a mishap coming out from Outsiders. It could cost them a bit of time in this round and give M&M an easier in towards the site.
I think there was one applied inside a site. There was one applied underneath, which we saw, but I think the first had already been applied inside. If that's the case, Rask will have the opportunity to move that around potentially. Should they recognise that? Should they feel that they need to? If for some reason they haven't chosen to leave the left wall open. But for the time being, the Rotero drones will go in, will start opening things up. To be fair, the left isn't generally a focus for the hard breaches. It does tend to be the middle and the right-hand wall that you want to get open for the angles through to Trophy, so it may well be that they're not too concerned about it and instead of double down. So what could happen is that, one of those impact EMPs comes in, it clears off the Kaid electrical at the top of the wall, but doesn't get the one that's under the floor. That might be the trick that they play. And Solotov, he's going to play a nice little trick on Dan as he finds himself a headshot, and that is going to shut the Malusi down. It's going to give a little bit of map control over, and that is partially what happened, but it's not worked out for that right-hand wall.
Lost both of theirs there at the same time as well. They do get the next one to come off by the looks of it. In fact, no, it's fell off as well because the re-electrification came in. This is what we speak about. Only 9 seconds on those EMP nades. You've got to be quick, and he committed both of the Selmas on there at the same time. Both got impacted naded off by the same nade. Even killing one player, it doesn't matter. They've used 2 impacts and got rid of 3 Selmas. Win-win. But M&M have charged in towards site here. They say, forget about this nonsense. Forget about utility clear. It's still FPS at heart, and they find their 5 kills and get a flawless round to bring us all square to 4-4.
Well, to say that M&M have had the better stats on defence so far in the recent past, they're certainly not doing too bad on the attack either, with that flawless round to level things up. And I think Outsiders, they're going to be scratching their heads after those 2 first defensive rounds, because there's just not much that they can do to, necessarily change things up. M&M have gone about things in different ways there. We saw them in the last round there, in round number 8. That was just pure adaptation. That was, we've got into a position. They wanted to breach that wall. There's no 2 ways about it. They committed 3 Selma devices to it. They absolutely wanted that master wall breach, but when it wasn't, the next plan was there and ready to go immediately. They all rotated around it. They pushed through Bathroom and Astro instead, started finding kills, and it ended up a great round for them nonetheless. So I love to see that from M&M, and it sends a bit of a message to Outsiders that, whatever roadblock you might be able to put up, however you can play to take our utility away from us, we've still got answers.
I love this one. This is an old one, I think, from probably last year. I think we first saw this being used in EWL by Kayak, I want to say. I first see it come out from. For teams that want to attack into this, doesn't matter what you do on that side of the wall, there's a fair to good chance that you are not going to be able to EMP it off, even, especially with those more micro-sized, I guess, EMP nades coming out. Unless you get it on that right side of the wall in case it's droned out, fair chance you'll be chucking it at the top of the wall, at the bottom, for example, and just completely missing off the dial.
little bit of quiet game so far for Solotov today. MNM, whilst going well and finding kills elsewhere, you just feel like if they could get Solotov activated here or not, come in, get a 2k, 3k within a round, maybe double down and go for that again in a future round, it'll really propel them over the finish line in what is currently a pretty even game. That could be a difference maker. Solotov is indeed going to push in on the entry, but don't get overexcited because Rask absolutely smacked him off this angle last time around when he tried to push in towards Map's door.
Here's one as well. Solotov had a great read onto Dan on 90 last time around, and I think he was looking for the same yet again. Although Rask in the prior time did have a perfect read onto him. That wonderful back and forth between those three players. A little love triangle being established is one thing. And Solotov sees his man, his lover, charge across off towards the side of the site. And won't be able to find him for free behind that shield.
Milan just biding his time here, not wanting to get overly aggressive. MNM did use the vault wall previously. They got it opened up, so Milan is likely to want to play, not necessarily his life there, but he's going to want to keep himself in there because he knows that they want to open that wall. As you can see, he's going absolutely nowhere. He tries his best to, but he can't get the vault onto the desk. We'll look away, don't worry, Milan. We'll pretend it didn't happen, but one way or another, he's forced back to site, and that is now MNM in control of the north side of the map.
Makes me nervous. It's the kind of thing if I was in ranks that was happening, I'd be screaming like, no! You just know it's all going to go completely wrong a few seconds later, but does get out of dodge with his life still intact. So good bit of time being wasted by outsiders here. They've burnt us down to about 60 seconds left on the clock. MNM still looking for their way through. Rask currently undisturbed inside of Vault. The Vault wall still firmly electrified, and here we go on their attempt to make this one work. I don't think they have a trick. Yes, they do. Always is bringing it out. Will it do enough to get rid of the Samus before they get the full thing open? Yes, it will. But look at that instant peek in from Nello and finds a freebie. He might not be able to step through, but at the very least, he can find himself a kill.
It's not necessarily what you're looking for from Vault Wall anyway. You're looking to stop the player playing inside of Vault because now they don't need to worry for that peak coming round on the close angle. Nello, he's going to be able to get this down absolutely no problem. Just gets away with it. No, he doesn't. Stopped in the absolute nick of time. We're talking fractions of seconds there. As always, manages to find the nitro onto Nello. Somebody else from MNM, you're going to have to go in and get that diffuser. That's exactly what happens. Neo goes, but always, he just keeps on fighting here. There's absolutely no stopping him. He's coming for a third dead. Surely not. He manages to find it, but not before the diffuser goes down. 33 seconds left. Outsiders, you got some work to do.
He just saw him on the window. He just saw his man. Okay, Pasha did see him. That's fine. There's one up towards the north, one towards the south. They've got to deal with here. They're going to try and stick it. He's going to hold it nice and tight here. Sees the one, turns for the second. Pasha is just too good. Gets the 2 kills. They get the defuse. And Outsiders finally find their first defensive round win. But Tim was still on track for that 4-2 half.
Certainly are. Outsiders doing well, at least locking one down. And we're going to have the timeout coming out from Outsiders as well. So they know how close that round was, Des. They know how close they were to losing all 3 to begin with. So they've decided that they're just going to try to solidify here, lock things down. I mean, we've got Dan and Always going absolutely fantastically at the minute. They've got 16 kills between the two of them, and they're practically unstoppable.
They are. It's... Whew. I mean, for Pasha, what I will say about Pasha in that round, the 2 kills that he got towards the end is what's now pulled him at least somewhat square with the rest of his team, where he's sat in the midfield and turns to delivery. I love that the lowest number of kills we're seeing in this game is 4. The highest right now is 8. Just goes to show that both teams are getting involved in the mix. Yes, there are standout players in this, but it's coming down to everyone having an impact in these rounds, which is really exciting to watch. And looking again at that round there, I feel Outsiders have kind of focused less on getting out in the map and looking to cause trouble like MNM were, where they had shields being set up away from sight, when they were opening up things like the mirror window and castle barricades to be able to challenge hard inside a trophy, things like that. What Outsiders are focusing on more is the denial around sight itself, whether it's playing in behind C4s, behind the laser gates, the smokes coming out, the Kai's like you've seen. Again, with that Thatcher ban away, it makes total sense that that will come to be their playstyle. You've seen the two have very different opposing ideas, where MNM get early map control but then struggle to execute, whereas for Outsiders, it was a real battle to get earlier map control, but the execute would always come in, even if it was a little bit late. And it's just an interesting observation between the play styles of both teams.
We're just going to be moving from the tactical timeout into a short technical pause, as I think one of the players just had a little in-game issue that they needed to skip out of the lobby to resolve. They're going to be loading back in, and we'll get this one underway for you again as soon as possible. Don't worry, you won't miss a second. Outsiders currently 5-4 on the scoreboard, going fantastically well. Both teams here having their moments, and it really is hard fought. As we expected coming into this, I said at the beginning, don't expect, because Outsiders lost 7-3 last week, that is going to be indicative of what happens here, because M&M, they won, but it was close against a team that heavily relied on one player in a mission, so it certainly wasn't clean cut from them. And then Outsiders, you just felt like they actually brought a lot more to the table than we maybe saw. They just played a very good Wolves side who was sharp on the day, and that's always going to be difficult to play against, and they're certainly showing that here. So Outsiders really starting to settle into a UL today. 5-4 they lead at the minute. They're on the defence of Villa, so you'd argue there is a slight advantage there for them. It's going to be trophy and statuary for round 10. We saw them play it in round 8. They lost it. M&M actually went flawless. So this is now what was a difficult round last time. This is that, again, difficulty getting ramped up.
One thing I will say is during that pause, I had a quick look at the chaos that was unfolding around me comparing Dan to Bikini Body on Twitter, and a very kind person called Prism did clarify for me. Lethal range of frags was unchanged. It's the non-lethal radius that was changed, so it's harder to clear utility from below. Thank you very much for the clarification. I did think it was lethal range came down as well, so you got downs more often than you got kills, but clearly I was wrong, and it's more kills onto utility. So thank you very much for the correction. Even we make mistakes sometimes.
So here we go. We're going to be heading into
Tim,
round 10.
question. Please, sir.
Go.
Question. Who did you predict in this game?
M&M.
I predicted Outsiders. Ooh.
Yeah, I thought I just saw M&M. I've got them for top 4. I think they're going to, go to the major again. Yeah, I think they could make another major here. So, I expected maybe a strong start, but Outsiders certainly putting them to the sword at the minute, making it very difficult for them.
I was behind you. What you said, I think, earlier on around the game versus Wolves last week. For Outsiders, I think Wolves are going to make any team look bad. It's the best way I can think of it, especially on defense, because they're just so scary and so explosive on the attacking side. But honestly, with the 2 changes they've made, it'll take a bit of time, but you will start to see them warm in. So add a bit of rivalry into the mix for our cast, I think, Tim, it's fair to say. But what I am really hoping for, truthfully, is overtime between these two. Again, given the comments made in the desk around what we need to see now, the second half will be super important to it. What we've actually seen is the attacking side was where things really started to shine, and M&M have got to show us here they can get through these next couple of rounds, bring things all square. Do I then expect Outsiders to win on Aviator games again? Yes, probably, unless M&M can clinch it out. But that timeout could have been all that Outsiders need to figure out how to win here on Trophy and Statuary.
The big question that potentially keeps us away from overtime here, Des, is going to be that third choice site for Outsiders, because they're going to have to win one. Simple as that. If they want to win this game straight up, they could, win here. Then they're going to have to be finding their way more than likely to a third choice site. There is a world where they win here, get on to 6, M&M win 1, and it allows them back to AVG, but they're not going to want that, and that's going to make things very, very tricky for them always. Nuz managed to get the opener, but Users comes in with a big double, a big triple, Des! Absolutely smashing his way into sight. Jesus. Make that a quad. Surely he can't get this. This would be a super fast ace. I'm not saying it'd be the fastest we'd ever seen, but boy, those 4 kills came in a matter of heartbeats. It's Neo to take the ace away. They won't care. M&M level things up 5-5, and that leaves Outsiders now absolutely having to win that third choice site if they want to get this done in regulation.
It's that kind of pace that works Magic as well. I don't want to say it's like everyone's looked at Rogue and Wolves and gone, man, that works really well, let's copy them. But it's twice in this half now we've seen M&M just say, right, forget about it, pull the trigger, we're all hitting sight right now. And they just clean house when they've gone for that. We had it back in the first half once or twice as well. And I'm not saying we've never seen teams go, guys, screw this, just hit sight and we'll win. It's definitely a thing that's been around for a while, but I think it's much more prominent now in the current meta, now that teams have seen how successful you can be based on how Rogue and Wolves have employed it and showed that it can work so well. Big up from Users to a massive 4K in the round itself. That brings us up to 5-5 and brings things pretty square. And as Outsiders, like I say, you start to sweat now about what that third choice site is going to be, even what the next choice site is going to be. Where are you going to head to? Are you going to repeat that site again, or do you keep the rotation going?
Well, this is it. I mean, looking now that we're in a technical pause again, we've just got a lobby issue that's going to be rebuilt, and we'll get back underway very, very shortly. Looking at it again, I suppose there is a world whereby they maybe go to trophy again, get that win. That would open AVG up for them. But the question is, do you want to go to trophy? And that's why I say, this third choice site really needs to be coming out at this point. They really need to be utilising it, because round 8, you've lost to M&M, flawless round. Round 10, you've lost to M&M, not a flawless round, but use us with a 4K. You can't keep going to that site. It's not working. There has to be a point where you say, right, enough's enough. We move on. We try something else. And that something else right now is going to have to be downstairs. I imagine it will be dining and kitchen if they do choose to go there. But, I mean, what sort of message do outsiders send here if they go back to trophy again? They'd rather try that site a third time than the confidence of going down to dining and kitchen. That really doesn't send a message for future games on Villa. It sort of screams to me, take outsiders to Villa if that's going to be the case. And, that's the last thing you want when you're looking at your map pool like that. So outsiders, they've got a big choice to make now in round 11.
I think they go down to dining. I think they carry on with the rotation, and we end on Aviator games. And that's where we've seen them win once, where they played a very good denial game against M&M. To kind of draw back to Nello's plant, the first smoke did miss, but the second one did connect and was ticking down. So you might argue almost that the C4 was more guaranteeing that was already guaranteed. If nothing else, it made sure the plant definitely didn't go down. They don't have a timer on their screen showing, oh, this guy will die in 3 seconds, and the plant will go down in 3.2, therefore you're fine. There's a bit of guesswork there, so it was more security. But I imagine they're looking towards Aviator games being where they get their win. This next round, of course you want to win. Of course you want to get the 7 and 5, but carry on with the rotation. M&M have shown comfort in attacking upstairs. Let's head downstairs.
Well, we are getting back into it. We'll just make sure that lobby opens up, and we will get you in, and we will get things underway. Of course, I do have the joy of both screens, so I've got the game screen as well, so I can see that we're all ready to... There you go. It's almost like I'm clairvoyant, Des, but I'm not, because I'm cheating. I can see the game as well. One of the benefits of being at home at the minute is that I can have both up at the same time. So here we go then. It's going to be round 11. The question is, these two have fought hard. Who gets the opportunity to close this one out for a full 3 points? If M&M manages Des, I'm going to go ahead and say it. They will be the luckiest team, I would say, possibly in the world, not just the region, to be sat on 6 points after 2 games.
You think lucky? I think
for M&M, yeah, they went up against a side where they struggled to shut a mission down at times. They've then fought back against outsiders. Outsiders have had opportunities. I'm not saying that it's all been luck for M&M. Don't come for me on the timeline. Say, M&M have, of course, M&M have won rounds. I can imagine that you would be. M&M have won rounds. M&M have. But what I'm saying is to squeak through 2 games 7-5 like that and sit on 6 points. It's well played from them, but there's certainly an element of luck in there. And they are, they're lucky not to have gone to an overtime, really, is what I'm saying. Because I would have expected at least one of those 2 games to have edged over into that 6-6.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. When I think of luck, I normally think of, okay, the team isn't as good, but they've managed to be lucky and they've got a win where maybe they didn't deserve it, right? But I do think M&M have done enough to deserve a win last week, and arguably this week, it can still go either way. That's why we're sat at a 5-5 scoreline. That's what it feels so tight so far. We'll give it time and see how the next couple of rounds play out and maybe revisit this discussion. For now, it's Neo that's already been taken out on the DKB. So an operator we've seen quite a lot so far, let's not forget, between these 2 teams. Employed quite a lot back in the first half by Always, while Ras was sat on things like the Flores. So overall, I'm thinking, okay. Sorry, it wasn't Always. It was Dan, wasn't it? It was playing it a lot. Yes, because he was using the Mark 14 an awful large amount. So we've seen it employed by both teams. Here, it not being available is going to be a bit of a stinger for if you have members of outsiders looking to roam above, and given the site that we're on, that dining and kitchen, you absolutely should be seeing players upstairs.
Certainly should. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. There's, to clarify, it's. I mean, lucky to be on 6 points and not 5 points, or not to have dropped points somewhere is probably a better way of phrasing it. The great philosophical debate
of the definition of the word lucky in Rainbow Six Siege.
Exactly. Users is going to get taken down on a tight angle by Always. If Always pushes forwards here, he's just being cautious. Doesn't want to get carried away. Tyrant is gone as well. 5v2 doesn't necessarily know that Users is down, but it's a matter of time until he gets Brave, Des, and he's getting Brave. There you go. Picks him up. He just knows at that point, 20 seconds later, no challengers come again. This guy is down. Now then, Solotov. Gets a little bit carried away, tries to just rush into sight. He's going to rush into his own flashbang Rask. He's going to take the head off him. Leave us now in a 4 versus 1. It's all up to Nello. He's less than half health. He's inside of sight. He's inside of the ground as he gets picked up for the final death. And that is going to be Outsiders giving themselves the opportunity to close this one out.
Now, do you look at that round and maybe say, unlucky? They got one player ripped off very early on in the round. That was Neo going down. I think Usis wasn't expecting to get swung on Master Door, which probably he should be expecting given Tyrant was doing that exact same tackle up back in the first half. Should be aware of what the areas that his team normally defend and therefore what kind of resistance he'll run into. That already then saw 2 players going down, and we saw how they got chewed apart from that point forwards with the self-flashbang, for example. We had a self-nade earlier from Tyrant. Didn't kill himself, but it did bounce back off the Aviator door. Just little things not lining up for M&M in that round that give a win to Outsiders on a site that I think many would have looked at and expected M&M to win. Now M&M have got to do it on a site where Outsiders have already won. It is on Aviator and Games. And let's not forget, last time round they tried to plant just inside behind the vault door. They got spammed with smoke grenades. C4s came out. The vertical holes were opened up exactly the same way last time round as well. Outsiders have kind of said, we predict/expect that you're going to do this. Prove us wrong. Have M&M got something else in their wheelhouse here that they can make work?
M&M are going to need something in their wheelhouse, as if they don't get this round, they're going to be taking 0 points away. And you've got to argue, that as I touched on, really, it'd have been unfortunate for Outsiders to walk away with absolutely nothing because they really have been a fierce competitor here on Villa. So they're going to be looking to close this one out with a full 3. But again, I would argue that both teams here do deserve something because they've both definitely had their moments. For me, it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for M&M. They've had flawless rounds, they've had users 4Ks, and then they've had rounds where they just couldn't seem to get anything going. There hasn't been too much consistency from them at times from one round to the next. It's sort of been all or nothing. It's been a loss or it's been a landslide victory. And right now they need another one of those landslide victories. We're going to have Dan just wedged in on these main stairs. We see this position so often. It prevents the push coming into study because, of course, you don't want hitting on that easy flank, and that is exactly what Pasha is there to do. Dan is there to keep him safe. So those two working in tandem, need to stick together, need to have each other's backs for as long as possible.
I'm not saying it's the sole reason, but that timeout has helped Outsiders. And I feel for M&M, you're about to potentially lose this game on the back of not having a timeout left anymore. Is it going to make the difference if you have that timeout? No. But it gives you time to converse and discuss what the game plan is going to be. They're trying really hard to burn through main stairs here. They do clear out the utility, but now the smokes start to rain. Outsiders already seeing 90 seconds of that clock disappear, and now they're looking to do it even more with the hold on these main stairs, and M&M have got a decision to make.
Uses unsuccessful with the vertical nade. Dan and Pasha doing a fantastic job here. Half of the round burnt, still holding on to it, and there could be lives to be lost as well here. That's it. Double shotgun is not easy to push into at this range. Milon, he manages to find Solotov elsewhere. That's the knock gone, and this is not looking good for M&M right now as Outsiders really get themselves rolling in this one, and that is 5 versus 4 now in their favour.
I think at this point they look a little bit short of ideas. In fact, no, they're committing everything over towards main stairs. They want to break this open. Grenades coming up, no doubt. You're looking towards the Flores drones coming up. They do manage to push up and find themselves a kill. There's a second one as the Tratero comes up. Pasha still finds a kill and gets away. The shield is gone, but they found 2 kills. Nello and Neo, the backline, have to go big against the last 4 of Outsiders in these final 40 seconds.
Neil just going to be bringing in that Dockerby call just to try and freeze the defenders in position at least, so they have to act with that phone, just take their eyes off the ball. It's about all that M&M can do right now, but Outsiders know exactly where the push is coming from. They're waiting for it, Des. Milon with a beautiful long angle on the MP5 of Malusi there to take one man down, leaving Nello now all alone, and always it will be to shut him down, close out the game, and that's going to be a 7-5 win for Outsiders in what was a hard-fought matchup.
So like I said at the very start of this game, Tim, for me, this game was more than just 3 points. It represented what the mid-table war is going to look like, and Outsiders have got the leg up over M&M. Does it mean that M&M will definitely finish below Outsiders? No, but I think it goes to show that Outsiders, with the 2 changes they've made, may well be in with a shout at making a major this stage.
How many times have we seen Milan have that sort of impact in those big moments? Across the final 2 rounds, he steps up, he gets 4 kills. Yeah, it's only a couple per round, but it's exactly what his team needed. It just gave them that advantage and that platform to secure 3 points. Great match from Outsiders.
Really, I think, again, in terms of the way the two teams defended, there was real good variety. I think in terms of the attacks, it did often come down to, right, hit the site hard, let's hope for the best. We know this map can be tough to attack at points, but both teams still managing to fight. Well, not both. Outsiders finding 4 is a great sign. M&M almost getting there, but that timeout proving to be the real key inflection point for Outsiders to get a deserved 3 points. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you.
Welcome back, friends. A close matchup between M&M and Outsiders to kick off our second day of EUL Stage 3. Let's have a chat with our victors, Outsiders. Здравствуйте, Dan. Congratulations on the victory. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm happy to be back for the interview here.
I mean, it's good to see all of you in one space practicing together with joystick behind you. I mean, how does it all feel to have the whole team together and playing in this way?
It just feels amazing because we didn't have it for like 5 months because we didn't play in EU League, and it feels pretty good to be back and working together.
Good. And obviously there's been a lot of, changes that, going through having the squad as it is. Do you feel that this is kind of the merger of the top players from Russia together in one team?
Yes, but we're not well prepared at the moment, I can say. Like, for example, me and Always didn't play competitive for 5 months, so we forgot how to control ourselves, how to control our nerves, and that's why we can lose so many rounds on defense, because we are just walking around, not standing, not holding angles. We just need time to be back in our best form.
Is this what Joystick is trying to help you as, coach in this state? What does he really do when it comes to getting the team ready for the games?
Yes, Joystick helps us. For example, during this game on timeout, he told us what the exactly mistakes are we having right now, why are we losing defense. He told us that we need to be patient at the end of the round and communicate more about who is watching where. like who is controlling this door, and stuff like that. And I think that helped us to win in the last 2 rounds.
And why do you think that there was those issues? Because you had a 4-2 attacking side on Villa. That's something incredible. Why were those? What were those mistakes that were happening when you swapped to defense?
I think, like, I can't say that the attack side was easy, even though they took 4 rounds. Like, half of these rounds were amazing clutches. For example, first round I won the clutch, and then me and Milan won 2v4, I think, or 2v3 with the planted diffuser. Yeah. So attack was pretty hard for us, but in defense right now we're just, as I told already, we're nervous. We're moving when we don't need to move. Like, we're not communicating well, and if we fix this, we will play a lot better in defense.
Do you feel that this is the issue that, hey, not only do you have to warm up and get into the thick of it in the middle of a game, but also adapt to a very quickly changing meta?
Meta changed a lot since we played, like me and always, and we're still adapting to it, because right now it's more fast gameplays, a lot of fast pushes, and you need to be ready for it. So it's just like we just need time, as I already said, to be fully focused and prepared for this.
Okay, and you had last week against Wolves, today against M&M, you're victorious, and next Playday you go up against BDS. Now that's a big ask, of course, with all the changes, but what do you feel the things are that you can fix in this week in preparation for that big game?
I think against BDS, to win the game, you need to be like on another level. You need to play another game that you don't play usually, because BDS is one of the strongest teams, and you just need to do something crazy to win against them.
Okay, fair enough. And, anything then you want to say to all the fans out there? You're back, you're playing, it's good to see you again. So what do you have?
I want to thank, of course, all of our fans that's supporting us, and I hope you're happy that we are back. Thank you a lot.
It's very good to see you, Dan, and congratulations on your victory today against M&M. We hope to see you next week against BDS. For all the fans out there, make sure you're tuning in. BDS versus Outsiders in our next Playday. That will be game number 1, probably in the day. Until then, Dan, please take care, and hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And there it is, Outsiders victorious, a close game versus M&M. Very exciting one here on Villa. I did not expect it to be so close in so many of these rounds, but what do I have my beautiful analyst to explain here? Yeah, it was a game that was, in my sense, a little bit backwards. When Outsiders came up on the 4-2 on the attack, I thought, my oh my, we're in for a hell of a game here. And what I do want to say is Outsiders, they did a terrific job of dragging M&M into that process-driven siege. That's what Outsiders are known for. We say they're still a little bit behind the meta. They did a terrific job of dragging M&M into that meta game with them. And M&M just, in the end, it was a very close game, but M&M couldn't compete when Outsiders were on the attack.
It felt as if M&M were constricted a lot during that map. I don't think it's the same flexible team that we know would like to sit and wait and see these opportunities and go for that. I don't feel as if M&M had really any room to maneuver. Is that down to just how Villa plays? Perhaps. But I think that for the most part, Outsiders, they didn't give M&M a lot to play off. I think Outsiders were very reserved on the defense. I think they were able to sit back and almost let M&M self-inflict harm to themselves. That's what it felt like. Yeah. M&M were, a lot of the rounds they were losing was down to M&M's own personal decisions.
Yeah, and Outsiders were just there to take control of it always. We saw last week Always and Dan, they came in. I think Dan said in the interview as well, is that we came in, we didn't have too much of it. It was a bit of nerves. It was a bit of, oh my God, we're back after 5 months. Here it is, EUL again. Game 2. Both of them were hot today. They played really well.
And I want to talk about specific moments in the game, Jack.
I've got a little telestration, and I wasn't planning on doing a telestration. I don't like doing telestrations on the losing team, but this is great from M&M. And if you remember back to the pre-show, we talked about EMP grenades and Thatcher and the limitations and the range of them and the radius that they go. Now, M&M, genius play, and I want to show it. We'll just wait until it goes top down here. And our lovely observer, I think it was easy for this game.
Yep.
Was really good. Now, Vault Wall. Outsiders, they're doing a full master side clear. Vault Wall, M&M have got it electrocuted and mute jammered. And the reason for this being relevant is because Thatcher's banned, because these EMP impact grenades are having to be used, M&M are able to use 2 forms of denial and keep that wall closed. As you can see here, Dan comes up, uses the impact EMP, because all he can see is electrification. He impacts it, the ace charge will get thrown onto the wall, but as you can see now, the ace charge is actually, it's not activating because it's suffering the mute jammer. By the time Dan realizes that, throws another EMP down low, the ace charge starts going back off, but uses Cade tricks with a Cade Claw in the far corner of the single wall, keeping the wall closed, and that is, unfortunately, that's the limitation of the impact EMPs. And I just wanted to show that for anybody that did watch the Know How Siege in the pre-show, that they do have their limitations inside of competitive play as well. And that's why Thatcher will always be King Milosh.
Oh, well.
Yeah, and I think after we seen that happen, nothing was going on for Outsiders. It was stopped. Everything that they tried to go for without that wall, they couldn't do anything. So I think it shows that, again, Outsiders still have weaknesses, still can be exploited. I think if you get in the faces of Outsiders, you shut them down early, they do struggle to get back into a round. So that's the only worry I do have for Outsiders going further in this competition.
And it's something that was also echoed in the interview with Dan. It's something that's clear and it's understandable, but they're professionals. They've gone through it. So hopefully that they can recover and be better because, yeah, they got all 3 points, but they could always do better, right? Well, that was game number 1. It's a good way to start our day today. Rogue versus TT9, though, is coming up in just a few, so get yourselves ready to see the major champions. Don't worry. They lost day 1. They did it in stage 2. They'll be fine. To shut it. Welcome back, friends. Game number 2 about to begin. It's DT9 Esports, our new coming organization into EU League. Hello again in the second day versus the Berlin Major champions, Rogue on the other side. Now, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Mr. Medic, your host. With me are Fresh and Demo, and we're going to dig deep into these two teams before we start off with our match in the next 5 minutes. That's an accent that I've never heard before. But let's talk about Rogue quickly in the beginning, because everybody knows who Rogue are, but they took an L in day 1. I want to preface this with they took an L on day 1 of stage 2, and look where they are. So day 1 is not always, the result that you want to hold on to. But what are your thoughts, Demo?
Rogue, tough time. I think this is something that happens in Siege a lot, is the team who wins the big tournament, straight away, the next match, they just don't show up to the standard that we expect them to. And I think Rogue fell into that same category where, yes, they were running off a high from winning the major, and maybe is it a bad habit that we get into as viewers watching this team, and we expect that, we've seen to the level they play at Berlin? Is it too much of us to ask for them to keep doing that? I think that's impossible, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, I think Rogue have a methodology that is akin to professional sports. If you look at their analyst Tristan, for example, they've got Bernadette with them. Take a lot of inspiration from professional sports, football, rugby, whatever it may be. And if you look what that happens with teams in football and rugby is whenever they've won something big, whenever they've had an off-season, they actually have that time to cool down, which is great because for long-term success, that is what you need. However, Rogue, they took a period of low intensity after the major. You lose in professional sports what's called match fitness. And I think that's what we saw with them last week, is they looked just that little bit off, and it's only 1-2 seconds.
Was that
off.
one game the preseason then?
Yeah. So they've almost, I guess we've given them that game as the preseason. We would expect them to be up to more or less full fitness, full week of scrims, focusing on had a good week. Moving into this week, we would expect a better performance from them.
And to be fair, when I think of extreme sports, I think of Tristan. There's no other person that I think about immediately in that moment. But let's take a look at TT9 on the other side, because they really pushed M&M to the edge in their last play. They were thinking, there might be something here, diamond on the rough.
Absolutely, and I guess the big question for TT9 is what have you worked on in your season? Because you can't play a full season with a best of 1 map pool that is 4 maps. It looks like they've gone to Chalet and worked on Chalet, so they now have a 5 map pool. They absolutely did, and I will give them the credit for this. They did revitalize this roster. They did revitalize the way they played and what their approach was. We saw Exodus going up alongside a mission, playing like his little brother off the back of him, put in a much better performance than we've seen Exodus. I know he was negative on the KD and EPS there, put in a much better performance. Cypher took more of a lead role, playing the Iana, and they revitalized and worked some new strategy into their Chalet. Do I think it's enough? No, because other teams have improved, but they definitely have made improvements, and they will be much more competitive, I think, especially if they do get forced, as we saw in Stage 2, to go to Chalet every week.
I still find it very difficult to get away from the narrative of if a mission isn't there, who is? Because again, it's the same story. The reason why they were winning rounds against M&M and were able to push it was because, again, a mission is always going to be that threat. And keep in mind, I'm not trying to take it away from TT9. M&M did not play the best of Siege either. Imagine if M&M was up to their game. Imagine if they were putting in the shift that we know they can. It would not have been 7-5. It would not have been close.
We still saw similar, and I would say behind the meta situations from TT9. We said the same about Outsiders. There were situations where TT9 were trying to rely on grenades and Maverick. They were the only team in all of EUL last week to play Maverick.
Behind on the meta.
Yeah, they're a little bit behind on the meta. And then what happens is when they couldn't solve the problems, because the meta has evolved and these were problems that weren't in the old meta, they couldn't solve the problems. They would just have to throw bodies at it. And I think we saw users just get triple kill after triple kill last week. And that was the reason why. So I think it's almost a similar narrative with Outsiders, where if they increase the current understanding of the meta, they can get there, but that improvement has to come.
Well, what about the map bans? Which map will it be for a second series of the day? Final say will be for TT9. They take out Bank and take us to Villa again. Well, what's going on? Why are we going to Villa constantly? Demo, let him say a word today, Jack, please.
It's not a map that strikes me as one that we kind of simulate Rogue with. I think it's more of obviously flexible in terms of defense, which I think we know that's where Rogue can definitely play their strengths to. But I think it does restrict Rogue. I think kind of what we've seen from the last game in Villa, it does restrict your movement in terms of attacking, and it doesn't really leave you with a lot of options. So it's interesting to see Rogue go for that dynamic. dynamic.
I think we've seen TT9, they've gone for the same map bands. They're clearly operating on a 5-map pool. Rogue, therefore, knew coming into this, they have a choice: Cafe, Club, Chalet, Oregon, Villa. Now, in most teams, they take TT9 to Chalet because it's not the preferential map for TT9. Rogue, I don't know if it's an ego thing, but they did it in Stage 2. They took TT9 to Clubhouse when they were known as Pounds, got banned. They've taken them to Villa today, and Demo's right. Villa's not a Rogue map. We know by preference that Villa is a map that Rogue always banned through Stage 2. They did bring it out in the Major, so we know that they do play it, they do like it, but it is definitely a lower preference map of theirs.
No. What about sides, very quickly here before we get into the game? Because we mentioned it in a previous Villa game.
I would say that I think the last matchup that we had, I don't think that both sides really stretch what I think defense can really do. I think there was a lot of components missing for the most part. I think there was a very little lack of C4s from below, I think was a big thing for me that I'm surprised that teams didn't go for. So I think that the last game isn't really one that we can judge of because I don't think it was the greatest vision of what Villa can be brought to the table on the defensive side.
I think it's a tricky one. I think both teams, well, especially Rogue, they like attack, and they're going to have to start on defense. So you've got to get that first 6 rounds out the way. We know that Rogue, in their own heads, don't think they're great at defense. So we will see. They might be able to see TT9 get a couple of rounds. And
Villa's a weird spot.
There's a propensity.
It's a weird map.
Well, I think it's very pretty. Just leave it at that. That's all you need to know. Great analysis, Milosh. Thank you very much, Demo and Fresh. It's TT9 versus Rogue. We take it to our casters. Say hello to Emmy and Hap.
Thank you very much, Desk. And yes, we find ourselves here. The last time Rogue were on this map, a little old thing called the Berlin Major Finals. It was FaZe's pick, and the 3-3-half led Rogue to a 7-4 win.
Yeah, so they have some good experiences out here on this map recently, but it is going to be that new stage that happened. And, you know, it was said before by Demo on that desk, it seems to be a consistent thing with teams winning majors and then dropping off momentarily. So we have to see whether or not that is going to be the case for Rogue, if they can keep up to their previous level and put a win on the board now.
I mean, they have to, especially as you're looking at, obviously, you know, G2 and Rogue ended up being the 2 EU teams that did a really good showing at Berlin. G2 fell off on their first week in sort of positions. They're up against Secret now, but G2 fell off in the start of what you expected from the last split based on the sort of performances that were there before. Rogue here, they've taken a knock on the opening sort of Playday. They found themselves also struggling, and, you know, you want to be one of the teams that competes for the top board, but at the same time, if those other teams that you know can match your pace are struggling more, you're in a slightly better position. What are you giggling at?
Kanto and Deepak both had a lighter up, just waving it around with a little bit of fire going around. So
just to bring the energy in?
They're playing with fire for now. See if they do that in-game as well. As they start off on defense, which is, historically speaking, the favorite side for Villa. Now, if you think about the map, it is quite obvious. There is quite a lot of entrances towards the site or a room adjacent to the site, which are from outside on the balcony. You do not have much space to go with. There's no real exterior walls which you can open up like you would have on Clubhouse, for example. So it makes it a bit more difficult to get onto that site, especially on that top floor as a whole team. So that is something that TT9 will have to work on here. Try and limit those losses as you take control. If you're going for AVGs, the main staircase, mostly important. And if you do decide to go for trophy stat tree, it's often coming out from the other side, where you have red, when you have landing, and then also the master bedroom before you launch that attack.
We've obviously just come off the back of a Villa.
We have, yes.
Literally just straight off the back of a Villa in the opening game as well. Hey, there's the new Twitch Prime bundle. Cat Ella, sorry, I was entirely distracted.
I really like the skin, actually. It's really well done.
Very cool Siege Tales. More cat operators.
I mean, I was going to say you would never oppose that.
Never oppose that.
Have you got the Mythic Games skins that came out with the Siege board game? They have been sent out. Was there
There was, the closest was a sort of fox spirit.
Yeah, was that Dokkaebi,
right?
I thought it was Dokkaebi. Hibana had like the scary headgear.
Yeah,
but I'm not
like
sure if Dokkaebi actually won.
No, Dokkaebi lost.
Yeah,
to
so
Spooky Legion.
Yeah, so
because I remember I was on Team Spooky Legion for that. Anyway, throw away my point. The game we have just seen before us was obviously Eminem struggling and not quite getting the lockout. A loss, sorry for the spoiler alert, on a game that's just happened on this broadcast, to a CIS region team, to a team that's been able to show a good head. From the side and sort of smells of Eminem, they said, a lot of mistakes were made, and I guess it's down to Rogue to sort of try and iron out the ones that they made in the first play day. The pressure starts here, right underneath AVG. They're looking for what is a lot of teams' first pick site, and that comes with a bit of control over Study, and there's the drive right down onto that main core hold of the back line towards 90, the staircase, that becomes such a battlefield.
They have no clue that they're being spotted right now. Two players at TT9 are currently on their vision of Deepak. And of course, there's not going to be any aggressive swing from that main staircase from Krine in that moment in time. He's just here to waste some time, make sure that they cannot really progress any further. And as these Retiro drones continue to whiz by, Mew Jammers continue to pick them up. And they just continue sending them out. And there you have it. A grenade gets sent through. That will destroy that Mew Jammer. Will allow a third Retiro drone to actually make its way through potentially.
Well, they're trying to find just a bit of a cheeky angle, force them, as you said, into trickier and trickier situations. The Buck can do a lot of work here underneath. They're looking towards the default plant spot. They're looking to try and find anybody, but Rogue is sort of giving themselves a couple of angles, and Spoit's trying to see if he can find someone through the back of it. He's playing a little bit of an unexpected position here, but the grenades are going to put the pressure onto Deepak, and here they go, flooding their way up to that core of the backline I said before that's been fallen over. The shield sort of run Moot there alongside the Mute there, and now it's just the pressure on towards the site itself, but Exodus caught out from underneath, and Leon locks it off with a shotgun. The first blow is theirs.
Now still three around these main staircases. WTG up on the balcony, looking to get in, but Spoit will find a mission. Looking to go more aggressive, takes out some of the Excavers, but not quite all. Retero will momentarily push him a bit backwards, but he's still in the fight, looking to go aggressive and go for a bit of a swing through Study. He spotted out a drone. He probably is aware of the fact that they might know about his location, and Nico indeed does so. Holding that doorway, looking to shut him down if he does go for a swing.
The burn starts to come through against the breach that's been able to come together. They're just trying to tuck themselves in with a body disadvantage, and there it gets widened. Kanto has the lock up from the top of red. He's looking all the way through the breach. The kit is cold, tucked on a corner, 20 seconds. This is a pretty impossible situation here for the two remaining TT9 players. A bit of a smoke coverage here, but with Deepak the only one that suffered a little bit, and now the only one locked off with more. There's a bit of revenge on the swing round. Nico finds the connection, but it's quickly responded to. Rogue get their opener.
Pretty clean round from Rogue there. They had a lot of information, of course, knew exactly where the main attack of TT9 was going to be coming from, and decided to not go for that swing. Let them waste time. Let them waste utility. They can have those main stairs. That's all okay, as long as they don't go further than that, which indeed they have not. They're going to be able to find that first round. And Trophy Stat Tree coming up next. Let's see where TT9 attacks from now. Basically predicted that first round quite well. The main stairs was going to be the main pressure point, and indeed it was. This one needs to be a bit more of a mix. You want to take that master bedroom under control. You want to make sure you have landing as well, just so you can hammer down onto onto Stat Tree, sorry, from multiple angles. But it's always a bit difficult with these like archways looking through. Long angles towards concrete, long angles towards the wall if you do decide to open it up. You need to be aware of that.
All right, Rogue, you're looking for 3 based on statistics. As they highlighted on the desk, this isn't really a map of preference. In fact, it's probably one of the polar opposites. It's always banned from you, and it's often the first one that you take out. Not even going to risk the game, because you know a lot of other teams actually quite like to come here. It's not one of those battlegrounds that has a sort of joint disdain across the board. No, this is kind of more one that Rogue hasn't really put a preference into. But here, finding itself at the end here and there in Berlin, where it was the turn of at least the start of Rogue digging themselves into the fight. 3 could be enough, but if they keep up this energy, they might be looking at more than that.
They know about someone on top of the main stairs, but they don't know about Krine, who's sitting halfway through. So as long as those pings keep coming in on the top, Krine has some free game here. Might be able to go for a free pickup. As Kanto that will be flashed and will be swung in just momentarily here, gets picked up, will force Krine to go back up, but instead he realizes about the push coming from down below, finds a mission. C4 goes out, but shut down by Nico before he can even toss it all the way through.
Very important push there from Nico. Made sure he took the top of the classic stair set, and now it's just seeing if they can try and flood this momentum across. 2 bodies dropped in the opening minute. At this point previously, they were still just working on some structural engineering, and nobody from Rogue had even been glimpsed at. Now, with some pressure and... Oh, was that a missed drone on Spoit? That drone just rolled on Boy backwards. He kept himself quiet. Scythe is coming up as a second check. That one did get caught out. Now they know that the player's close by. Can he find an escape route? He's even looking for one. Looks for the first fight. But he knows versus 5 players, more than likely somebody's going to try and cut him off from underneath, so he goes for the rotate out of there.
He's looking out for a drone as well. Hope to cut out some of that information, leave them guessing whether or not he would still be active on that bottom floor. But with that one dead player they have on TT9, a flank drone surely must have been established that he can hold to ensure that there's no flank coming in from Spoit. So Rogue has fallen back a bit more towards that side, looking to play some verticality as horizontally as I believe that is... Not quite sure who it is. Might be Leon Gibbs, might be Spoit. It's Leon up above on that bomb chassis. Sees the tip of the gun sticking out every now and then. Knows there's about to be a swing. Pink's coming through as well. Is Leon ready? Oh,
well, I think they might also have a bit of a positional call on him. There's it. The aggressive swing round stunned out WTG. Just able to get the lock in there, and now it's this 5 versus 2. Spoit repositions himself behind the chassis, takes the second stun to the face, can't quite get the lock in onto the flash, so moves closer so it doesn't quite get the full effect. He's waiting for a swing to come round, but they're not overplaying their hand. The pressure's coming across the board. Scyther has it from the other side. The kit's cold. But with 30 seconds and knowledge of the position of the player, you assume they can get a pretty easy recollection of it. Deepak suffers, gets one. Now it's this sudden 2 versus 1 situation. He's isolated it. He's found himself in a 1 versus 1. The plant's going down on the far side. He's rotating himself closer. He's looking for the engagement. Does a little bit of damage, a little bit of a scratch on the side there behind the chassis itself. Deepak! The boy from Benelux and the MVP of Berlin hasn't stopped playing yet.
And this is just one of those clutches that we had seen during Berlin as well, multiple times. And he does it again right now. What a clutch that was from Deepak with the SMG-11. You do not see that often anymore, especially with all these other guns reigning supreme on that defense. And 2-0 Rogue managing to hold on after a round that started slipping away from them at the very beginning already.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
I mean, he is consistent.
Oh, that's for sure. I'm not going to brag about it, you know, but I've seen this for a couple of years already. Just another day at the office for Deepak.
Just another day at the office. Very, very well played. Obviously, from Deepak, there was a couple of questions of TT9, the positions they got into, recollecting the diffuser and sort of pushing into these fights. Don't get me wrong, it's obviously fantastic play from Deepak. He's making sure he's isolating an engagement, but in the very narrow space that he has, being able to find 4 1 versus 1s with full knowledge of your sort of position is something that has obviously massively cost TT9 there when it really could have been a very, very different round easily.
He had about half a square meter of safe ground, right? Yeah. That's all he had. He was basically hidden from all and every single angle, and if he stepped out one way, he would be exposed to 2 different angles at a time, and he managed to isolate the fights well due to the lack of coordination of TT9 on the end and closure of that round. If the player from Statuary would have came in at the same time as the player on the rappel showed his face, that would have been a kill for TT9. That would have been the round win, but Deepak managed to isolate them by taking the aggressive role in that clutch, by going for swings instead of waiting to be swung. Managed to win it out on the back of it. So 2-0 for Rogue. One round more convincing than the other, as Deepak goes for yet another incredible clutch.
Kanto, he's finding himself a little bit under pressure, but slips just on by. Exodus couldn't quite get the catch on the tail end of the tailing player. 2 opening rounds of theirs, and Spoit wanted to lean back into it, but knows, once again, as he did previously playing around the side of red, that sometimes the area is one best to give up. Try and find the fight elsewhere and pull out a couple of bodies. Kanto! That's a different opinion. Exodus removed off the board. The Sophia stun that netted one before. Cryin, he slipped his way around onto the back. Scythe is able to pick up a very quick response, but Mission, he hasn't been able to find himself in this game at all. There's Spoit going for the recollection. It seems like a peek is coming out of Statuary or top of red. Either way, either swing, either result. 2 players from TT9 are left standing, and they can fall themselves back towards the site. All of remaining Rogue is down there.
I think Scyther's positioning inside of games actually let them think that it was safe upstairs. Cryin event, we'll be able to pick up that 1 kill, got shut down by Scyther right afterwards, but the damage is already done at that point. Now, Scyther, together with WTG in that 2v4, taking out some of the cameras, taking out some of the information game that Rogue would like to play with. But there is still that pulse on the board. And of course you can try and find that heartbeat scanner, but they will be well aware of your current position. Sights are running through, doesn't spot out the player, I believe, right below. I'm not sure if that was actually in Memorial or if that was in the basement below. But more cameras are being spotted out. This gives them an idea of what is being watched, where they might be able to sneak in from. As more impact and breaching charges are being used, there's nothing really you can find. No player showing his face.
I mean, it's 30 seconds. They got to try and dig their way under. You've still got, obviously, a pulse, and Deepak has a C4 in his pocket. It's always a recipe for disaster cooked up in a kitchen, famous for blowing people up in a bedroom. WTG, he's crept his way a little bit closer. Wants the lead in here from the side, but the call of the Grismot is one that probably echoes a lot louder in a 4 versus 2 situation. The flashes and the drop towards the white-covered statues. They're able to find a shotgun, and Leon finds the last. It is 3 in a row for Rogue.
Good cleanup there from Rogue in the end. The timing running slowly down, and something that I have to commend them for, not a lot of teams do this. A lot of teams go aggressive in these kind of situations. They try and hunt for those kills as soon as they have the slightest idea of where these attackers are going to be coming from. Rogue just holds back, because sometimes it's better to do nothing rather than to do something, especially on that defense. When you have the time running down slowly, you have that 4v2 advantage, you have the site locked off, nothing they can do, so why risk it? Again, breaking down that last round, first of all, Kanto with a very nasty swing onto the Zofia. Nothing much that could have been done there from Zofia's side. Picked up, kill for Kanto. But then, due to the positioning of remaining TT9 players, they thought the top floor was going to be clear. Suddenly, Krine is still lurking up on the top of those main stairs. Finds that kill onto Diana before being shut down himself. That is something that shouldn't be happening. A bit of oversight happening there from the side of TT9. Lack of droning, lack of information. Whereas Rogue has a lot of it. Playing that Valkyrie consistently shows you why she has been banned so often in the European League so far.
Oh, the timeout. TT, take your TT and see what success might come from behind it. Because at this point, it's not that they've been a million miles away. The first round was obviously the biggest struggle that they had. They seemed a little bit slow to warm into it, but it's also the first pick defensive site, and it's a very sort of common lockdown defensive site, and they were offered nothing. Since then, Rogue have been a little bit more active in the rest of the map. Obviously, the middle round really should have been theirs, and that last one, it seemed like that worst of both worlds for TT9, where there was fights happening within the opening minute, and they couldn't seem to cement any of them. They're a team that can be good, but you're looking at Amision, you're looking at WTG not quite being able to find themselves. I mean, Amision had so many unbelievable performances, last of all last week.
I think we all remember that round still. We thought it was over, and suddenly the 1v5 ace clutch comes out.
They know what they're capable of, and they've found themselves here, I think, struggling to warm into that capability.
It's a very capable team with a lot of potential. That's what you have to remember. These teams definitely deserve to be here. You also have to remember that some of these teams have gone through very rough situations here and are still trying to get back into the groove that they were before. Whereas Rogue, well, they just came off on the back of a championship here. So we'll still be very excited to continue on, looking to find their way towards the 6th Invitational that will be happening in February. And also maybe the November Major even that they will be looking at. So, so many of these aspects you have to keep into account. This point, putting down some late EDDs, entry denial devices, just to make sure that he gives himself a bit more information. If there does eventually a push comes through late onto the actual site.
All right, TT9, Exodus. Well, the position of the Buck was the first one to fall, and it came after a fair bit of, I guess, steady work, debris and destruction. On the opposite side, well, there's Spoit gone first. WTG is able to get it. A bit of an aggressive swing here. He always often dabbles with the game, but this time he's found himself on the wrong end of it. Held off and pushed to a side. The drones can continue. There's the reveal. The player at the top of the classic stairs, and he's going to pull the classic maneuver and get out of there without any support from Study, without anyone underneath. You know, it's really only a matter of time, and the matter of time is now. Leon cannot quite get the full connection, and well, the second step isn't there either.
Still preparing some verticalities here. Spots the lag. Not quite the kill on Exodus. It's a 3v5 now. TT9 with a big advantage here. Emission takes a lot of damage from these verticalities that have been created and still will continue to be created. Player from 90 will provide some safety towards the actual wall from Classical. Natus sitting in tight as well. Deepak finds the first. Brings it back slightly. That's a verticality as well that just came through. They're still using these holes. TT9 needs to be careful. Your grenade is about to be pulled out, but I believe as long as you're on that billiard table, he should be safe. Jump out did come through, but the grenade nowhere near and actually damaging Deepak.
Well, here they're in a almost, I was going to say, 4 versus 2. They just pull themselves back in time. 20 seconds though, and the pressure of time is starting to tick ever louder. The spray through onto the Gemini. They know he's quite close behind the chassis itself. This C4 could be a bit defining. They're trying to open the width on the breach there. Now it's only 10 seconds. Deepak, when does he loose? Sooner rather than later. There it is. There's the catch. It doesn't quite go through the breach in the hole. They're looking for pressure on the side. Deepak gets it cold. It's a triple kill situation. He gets the next, but TT9 were just there to get that final coverage. It's a sigh of relief, but these are the moments they need to start trying to convert, as they should have done a couple of rounds before.
It's getting some flashbacks there. Finds Stu with the SMG. Just doesn't duck in time to reload and go for a third. So TT9, they will find a first round on the attack, but Rogue already have the majority of what they wanted to achieve on this defensive half. You mentioned it during round 1. 3 rounds, they'll be more than happy. 4, 5, that will be even better for Rogue. So they still have all the cards in their hands right here, as Aviator and Games will be reran. They're running it back to see if they can actually lock it off this time, because there was some early deaths, unfortunately. Leon trying to go for some verticality, Spoit go for an aggressive swing, also being punished for that. So a bit more of a passiveness gameplay could definitely benefit them here at the early stages of that round. Just make sure that you have those those numbers at the end of that round, because that will keep TT9 at bay. If you remember that first round, they didn't push up onto the main stairs until there was like 90 seconds left on the clock, because there was someone on top. They just couldn't clear them, and at that moment they've all fallen back towards the site. There was nothing really they could do rather than just run in and hope for the best.
Rogue doubling it down, bringing themselves back here. They've obviously already matched their previous Berlin major winning performance. There's only so many times I should mention it, but there's a lot of times I want to mention it because it was very good, and I'm happy for EU. Okay. Either way, it's a game that brought itself in on the side of the attack, brought itself together on the second half of that. It's something Rogue are more than aware of. For them, they've ticked the box of what they want as a level of success, but you don't get to be the top dog of the world, let alone the top dog of EU, with only half-hearted performances. Spoit doesn't quite get the catch, and is going to pull himself back, but do they know the second player? Yes, Malusi looking the wrong way, waiting for the fight onto the bedroom. A very well put together push there. Crying gets one back, just breaks the momentum as we start to see TT9 strike with a couple of different angles instead of being caught in these perpetual 1 versus 1s of the early rounds. Now they've got themselves an alternate push on the opposite side and an opening body once again.
The reply, very important for Rogue, but you have to see which operator they took out as well. It's Ashe. And of course, Ashe, you know, we haven't seen her in the meta for a very long time, but carries 2 breaching charges. There is a shield currently on that roost table. That means they need to use an RC Retero or a grenade from a mission to get rid of that shield eventually, and especially with the way that they're setting up. They're coming from the statuary area. That means that a vault door plant is looking very likely. So utility will have to be wasted down there. And that means they need to be very careful with where they place it. They cannot just use it all in different areas if they still want to go for a plant there. Luckily, there is no ADSs. That is the one saving grace.
Wow, the flash just gets the IS Spoit. The second does a little bit more, but there's nobody able to put punishment behind it. They were just potentially maybe trying to catch up the idea of, well, what's on the other side of this? Are the ADSs? Can we burst and burn that shield without too much of a pressure? There's the answer. No. Shield's gone. The strategy table becomes a tougher thing to hold behind. Deepak just sees the head of a player a second too late. He's a little bit curious of where he can hold off. That's the thing about the rotation here. They lost the control on the opposite side, so you have to sort of turn study into a bit of a back line, but it's not the easiest one to do.
For sure not, and especially as the drones come out now, they need to be a bit patient, hope that they might strike on surprise. But Nico's going over to go and offer some support as well. So it is going to be a 2-2 split for TT9. 2 coming in from Statuary, 2 from the actual study side of things. But where will the first block fall? That is going to be the major question here.
Well, Deepak's got a shotgun. He's ready and waiting for somebody to swing round. The flash is just going to burn out. Nobody. The second doesn't catch Cry, and the third doesn't catch Cry. And there's 15 seconds, though. They've hopped into study. WTG's got one. They're trying to put the kit down itself. Nico's holding them at the door, and Scyther, he's not being unstuck here. He's able to find the plant pretty securely.
Oh.
A late rotate from Cry and round on the back as Deepak finally wins out his engagement. They're inside. But without a C4, it's Deepak that finds WTG. They've been able to take control of study. Scyther with the swing, but Crying with the revenge. 2 versus 1. A Mission. He's just playing on the top of red stairs. Just kissed the edge of a Banshee there. They're looking for the engagement. They're trying to find it out. It's downed. It's Deepak with a triple once again. And Rogue get their double down here on the site for their 4th.
Managed to retake it. There's some quick pace action. As soon as that diffuser went down, you saw all the remaining Rogue players move at the very same time. They wanted to take fights on multiple different angles, isolate these 1v1s all over. That way, there was no way any of the TT9 players could have helped any of the others. And Rogue, they will find the majority of those wins, find themselves on the 4th round now as well, with the opportunity for 5. You mentioned it before, 3 is what they're looking for, 4 is going to be a big bonus, and 5 would be great. As that is unfortunate timing.
Good reactions.
Good reaction speed from Easy.
Whew, Easy. I mean, I guess the Benelux aren't just firing inside the server. That was lightning.
That was lightning quick.
A disconnect there from Nico. Hopefully back in the game sooner rather than later. A quick tech pause and a quick moment. Obviously, that is incorrect. It's 4-1.
It is 4-1.
But
I just wonder if he can actually join back, considering the timer just hit 0. But that is not of our.
That's nothing for us to worry about. That's for people who have to do that stuff to worry about.
I was just thinking about it. So yeah, but so far Rogue doing quite well. Understatement maybe. 4-1 against TT9. A clutch from Deepak. A massive 3K as well to come through. The rest of the team is firing on all cylinders as well. It's kind of crazy because when you saw the lineup, you were like, Spoit is going to be dropping like 20 kills each game, for example. That's what people expected. But every single one of these Rogue members is able to show up at any given time. And the answer is he could rejoin.
All right.
Good to know. And now, round 6, the last round for Rogue on their defense, unless we do go to overtime eventually. And they'll be looking to make it 5-1. Really put up that pressure to TT9, who need to find an extra round here. Otherwise, they're going to have a really tough fight through the rest of the second half to come through.
I mean, I think it's been a tough fight in the first half as well. I think regardless of how this round goes, it's always going to be a tough fight in the second, but it's very fair to say it's going to be close to an impossible one if they find themselves on the wrong end of a 5-1. Impossible's not as dangerous as the word implies in Siege, though.
No, because there's definitely been a lot of impossible moments.
We've seen a lot of impossible Siege.
Especially from TT9 and a certain man that is currently playing on that Yana. 1v5 clutch against M&M last week. Managed to keep them in the game. Unfortunately, not pick up any points that time around, though. So there's a lot that needs to happen. Spot looking to go for a bit of an aggressive swing outside. Doesn't find anything. TT9 staying hidden quite well. Now, they did make a last-second change to come through. They did have a second hard breach, they did have a soft breach, but that became IQ and floors instead. So it's only up to WTG now to open up the walls they need opened up if they want to go for a plan that way. Now, it is downstairs. It is in that kitchen. Verticality is more important than hard walls opened up might be, but I think it's still always good to have a bit of redundancy ready.
Deepak 11-2.
Yeah, he's in a different one today.
Yeah, it's always nice to just sort of take a moment. And there goes Exodus. Once again, he's found himself as the first name off the board. It's happened, I believe, at least 3, if not 4, of the rounds throughout this so far. He's had a really tricky entrance towards this game. And there's still 2 C4s in pocket. I talked about the danger and the problems that this can be for players trying to get in the steady approach over the top. And they've just proved they're pretty good at it.
Now, what you saw there, as soon as they managed to get the kill on Exodus, every single Rogue member fell back towards the side. They have turtled it all up now. There's maybe someone down on the pantry staircase a little bit below towards that basement, but generally all of them are directly in the side or in rooms adjacent to it. So they'll be holding that down. Okay, so this is going to be that eternal battle again of...
Yeah, well, no, it'll just explode where it is, but is that out of range of the bulletproof?
Yeah, that's definitely out of range.
Yeah, that's the game.
Well done. Just gonna get knifed instead. Oh, he tried to EMP.
EMP
but
the
that
player.
doesn't work. Oh! The C4 from below is actually going to be injuring him there. So a bit of a bait coming through. Knew it was going to happen. And good nitrous cell use. Nico will be recovered though, but only on 20 HP.
Yeah, he's on the solid floor there. He's able to get picked up and survive. But look at the timer. 40 seconds at this point. There was only 2 players left here. You can see WTG's rotated his way around towards Laundry. He wants to put some pressure in towards the actual site itself. There's a vain hope and an idea of a plant, but he needs a lot of other work to come through for the team itself. And at this point, Rogue, all 5 of them, they've locked themselves in the site. They're happy and willing and waiting for the pressure to come across. They're still looking at some destruction on the top, but 22 seconds, and Flores using these to open up the breaches and the ideas and angles here. The creep round all the way underneath. Cryan's gone down towards the cellar, wants to try and come up behind the back of a mission. It's Nico that gets depegged. It's Cryan that just misses the tail of the player, but wins it out on the second. Spoit gets the fight inside the site. The kid is cold. Inside Laundry, it's washed, it's pressed, it's primed, and it's a 5-1.
Good half there from Rogue. Did everything they needed to do. Just a single slip up there. And of course, there was some clutching moments coming through, but a 5-1. Very commendable lead. And they'll be looking to lock it off now. 2 more rounds on the attack. And that is going to be doing it for them. And that is going to be a very good recovery after their struggles in week 1 as they look to aim and chase another major. And the 6th Invitational as well, of course. Those are their goals. See if they can go back-to-back. And truly make a different kind of norm out of Rogue. Because last 2 years, we saw them struggle during Stage 2, where they almost did not pick up a single point. That was the Rogue we knew from 2021 and 2020. They've definitely changed that around this year as they won that major. And they're looking to completely redefine themselves, put themselves on top of that leaderboard, and crown themselves as the European champions, of course, at the end of the finals that happened in December. I mean, we had the interview with Spoit.
We did.
And they won the major. And then he said, but we were kind of disappointed we didn't get first in the UL stage. I'm like, how can you be disappointed being the champions? And then be like, but we didn't have first seed.
You want to have a washout, you know?
Yeah, of course, but it's
you want to be undisputed.
That is just the ambition. It's all there for Rogue. They really want to be the best there is.
But it's good.
It is.
It highlights the mental sort of fortitude there, and it highlights that positive brain game.
There's always room to improve.
Always room to improve. And success. I mean, maybe, you know, we all know Bernie. We know the work that she does for the team. We know that within the week of winning in here, also then won in another major esport in the same week. The secret, the key, the mind games.
The Bernie meetings, apparently. They were very upset they didn't have one before last week, so...
maybe
that's the reason. They had the Bernie meeting this time.
5-1. Regardless of whether they had the meeting or not, they've definitely come for a meeting here inside Villa. There's a lot for TT9 to have to try and pull back. They found some success with their defense, more than they did on their offense in their previous game last week that came down to the 7-5 wire, but it was a much slimmer sort of difference that they had to build up on the opposite side, and it was an entirely different map. This might play a little bit better into their hands. It's really down to the pressures now onto the attack of Rogue. Can their positive mental attitude be the final factor on the decisions here to the drive on the first round? Spoit with a steady clear round into the back of Mudroom. The spray through. They're trying to find that isolated lost player, and Leon finds him. The swing round onto Exodus. Unfortunately, the statistic I talked about before just keeps getting wider. Emission now might be the next in the firefight. They're trying to offer some support from the bottom of red, but it is a tricky situation to find yourself stuck in.
He's the one holding on here and living, hoping to make sure that there is no more progress down that first floor and no verticality can truly be established by the side of Rogue. Swings could happen at any second though, and as he is trying to rotate out, it seems like Rogue is not really that interested in clearing him out. They're going different ways, they're going different avenues. They don't need to take that first floor under control. The side is on that second floor. And of course, there is a Nitro cell, but it's an emission, and he's actually playing on the side, so that's not really much of a threat from below either.
The pop of the Candelas come through, and WTG pops Lee on the swing round onto Study Window. Cryan finds Scyther. In the meantime, they've been able to pick the diffuser back up. WTG is trying to creep closer, and there's finally a mission. Pops his head up from underneath, gets a kill, and Cryan gets that revenge. They still have the body advantage. Rogue made sure as soon as the kill came through, they had a response, but it's good work here from TT9 just to destabilize the push on the eve of the push. We heard Candelas popping. We heard an attempt at pressure in the calls, and now both those objects, both those bits of utility have been entirely snuffed out. 20 seconds. The pressure comes through onto WTG. He pulls himself and peels back towards the site itself. They still have the two remaining players and some of this structure. The shield gives them an angle and a way to stop it. They've got to try and brute force their way through, and they're going to find that a very tricky job. Cryan's the first gone. The quick swing round. Nico's able to get the connection. It's Nico with one more. Spoit's the last. He's looking for the fight inside the gun vault. Will he find it? No! But it was close.
That was just a single bullet away as he went in for the hip-fire attempt there. Of course, you don't want to aim down the sides. It slows you down. He needed to do it this way. But it didn't help them. Eventually, 5-2, TT9, they bring it back. Can we just have a slight moment of pause here? Good time for Rogue to quickly check on, because the timer ran low. That's the issue here. There was some trade kills. Those happened. That's okay. They did have that 3v2 advantage at the end. That means they did well. They have that man advantage, but there's only 30 seconds left. The shield was still up. There was two magnets next to it. They could not clear that one out. That avenue locked off. Needed to go over towards 90 through the classical hall and look if they could make a plant happen right behind the bar, but lack of information at that point. So they need to be a little bit quicker on that approach next time they go there. Now, they haven't called a tactical timeout. They still have that. It's not necessary to do that yet. Don't worry. But they definitely can use these small timeouts here and there if a player drops to have a bit of a chat between themselves to give themselves some pointers. Calmly, steadily. As we do head down towards the kitchen and the dining area now.
5-2, and the gap becomes slightly less wide. Rogue sort of showed a couple of the same struggles that maybe TT9 had displayed in the first half, where a slow and steady approach was one that cost them. TT9, they offered themselves the extension underneath, and Rogue were in a good position to try and capitalize upon it. But TT9 just did that one little thing, which was as soon as the push came through, they leant back into it. They reapplied some of the same pressure towards this approach. They have the pings and the calls on a Capcan, and he's going to slip his way away. Nico out to a little bit of an escape on the far end.
They have caught a drone, but there's still plenty of drones available. Spoits. What? Just takes down WTG. I wonder if there was a drone. I think he just checked it for the sake of checking and found him, actually.
Oof. There's a mission with a quick response there. It's one of the things I praised Rogue on before, and it didn't work out for them here. It's something I'm still going to praise TT9 on. You have to make sure that there's at least something to buffer back with, especially in your position to do it. That's sort of golden 7-second rule of response and statement is a very important balance. Driving yourself with a continued amount of pressure or stopping the pressure overwhelming you here. As it starts to roll its way through Library, they've got themselves control of roughly a third of the map. Deepek with a rotate round to try and catch the back end of Mudroom. Are they going to opt for the rotate out on this door or find elsewhere? Kanto's going for the long bounce on the grenades all the way towards that shield. Doesn't quite get it caught round. Scyther and Emission both have spread angles, and Rogue's trying to wonder how to crack the width of this.
Now, there's not really anyone playing right behind that shield, so this Gemini could actually confirm that. Oh, now there is. Scyther has just taken place as he realized that these grenades have been used and were unsuccessful at clearing it out. And that means Rogue, they need to change their plans. 1:20 left on the clock. It is still enough time to make something happen, but this is going to be the last change they can make. They need to commit to the next ID they want to go with now. So, as there is a drop down into that basement, that has gone unnoticed. It is a mission playing out. They're rotating back towards the site.
Yeah, he found his way around there. He wasn't going to try and hold on to red, but look at this. TT9 have all fallen back. They realized that the push has stopped coming towards them onto there. They've got to make sure that if it turns into a fight on the site, they're aware of it. It's a very smart move. And now they've got themselves the 4 versus 4, but with all the solidity of the side itself and with none of the verticality been done as of this moment in time, they were really focused on the opposite side, and Kanto's going to make sure that he moves in to see if he can at least try and get the opposite end of it. Pressure towards China, the angle that goes all the way through into the site, and checking for the cap can, the reveal on the camera. Now they'll know. There's at least the body. There seems to be an idea of a swing round, but it's the lead-in from Cryan that gets the first. They're catching out the cap cans there inside the site via China. There's a swing round and a response. There's 2. They're able to somehow swing themselves into it. Scyther on the back end wants to try and find a response and get to the head of Deepak, but it's a 2 versus 1, and now it's a post-plant. The C4 shot out. A bit of a breath of wind there and luck as it's carried right into an ongoing firefight. The split, 1 onto Pantry Stairs. The prep angle, they're not quite as close as he is. Scyther finds his way around and gets a great take, but Leon has it locked. It was a very good bit of movement there from Scyther. Match point.
If you cannot do it horizontally, then you just start moving in as a team. You all swing one of these angles. You all hold different ones as you move through and hope that you're quicker on the trigger than your opponent who's about to swing you rogue. Just portray that there. They were quicker on that trigger, able to put that plan down. Eventually a 1v1 clutch coming through though in a post plant, but still worked out. 6-2. Match point. And as we go on, it is going to be a very important round. TT9, they need to fight back now if they want to hold on.
Well, it's not Medics. Medics is
not Medics. It's easy. Easy says now.
But it's also not easy. It is an admin.
It is one of the face-it admins.
We won't name the admins. No. A, we might not get it right, but B, also, their job is to make decisions that people will often disagree with.
And that means it seems like TT9 will be in a 4v5 through this potential final round. A very important one at that, because this could be the end of it. If Rogue wins now, 3 points will go their way.
Now, I could be wrong about this. As far as I know, the ruling is based on you can only have 1 tech timeout, 1 tac timeout.
Yeah, 1 tech
and a team, so both of those.
They've actually got 1 extra technical as well at that point. But either way, Spoiling quick. He's looking to build on the back of the momentum. Gets picked up. Suddenly it's a 4-on-4. And Scyther still looking to go aggressive outside. Could still pick up an extra rogue player if he's lucky.
Spoit doing his best to, bring it back to a 4 versus 4 there. Wants to,
yeah, he's just making it balanced.
He's just making it balanced.
Sportsmanship.
Sportsmanship.
Yeah, sportsmanship.
Now, they have all the time in the world. And they're going to see if they can start the fight. Ooh, it looked like it was going to be on red there for a second. Do they know? Cryan slipped himself into a situation here. They're focused, a little bit locked in onto a library. The pepper, the pop, and the drop down. He just misses the height, but there it is. Scyther stacks it up on the bottom of red. It was a bit of a bold idea and a push there. Now he's going to see if he can lean it to the next. Scyther, his 3rd for the round. A take onto Leon. Sometimes when you play with 10 men, you find yourself in a position of power. Same could be said for 4, apparently.
Exeter's going aggressive, catches Kanto with that grenade out, chases him down with a shotgun now, deals a bit more chip damage. Kanto drop shots him with the pistol instead, but a lot of the damage has already been done. Minute 40, a 2v3 situation. It's Deepak and Kanto up against the Mission, WTG and Scyther, but Scyther already managed to get 3 kills. Still looking to go for a potential ace here, remind you. Diffuser is down. They do need to recover that at some point, or just go for the kills instead. Kanto's looking to open up the window directly next to the side. A grenade gets pulled. It's going to be giving a call out to a mission. There is someone up on that balcony. He's not paying too much attention to it as of yet, though. He knows someone else is coming up from a different angle as well. It's Deepak about to go for a gunfight on WTG, but he falls. And so does Kanto. It's a mission that will get that final kill, and TT9 will get another round.
Not a flawless, but a 4 versus 5. You've always got to give credit to that. They've got 1 more. The difference is 4 if they want to try and find themselves into a position of OT. And now they've brought it back to 3. It's that sort of steady fight. It's that tricky position that you always got to try and keep the mental game. They've got to get lucky sort of only once in one of these gunfights, in one of these engagements. TT9 have to try and keep the pressure hot every single time, and they know it's going to come through because there's not really many teams in the whole world of Siege at the minute that can attack as well as Rogue on their day.
Yeah, no mistakes can be afforded anymore by TT9. That's kind of the thing. If Rogue just gets lucky with like a grenade that just rolls underneath the feet of someone rotating through, or if they do manage to get a lineup happening, it could all be over from that moment onwards, unless we have like a godsend clutch again from the side of Emission, an ace clutch, as he did against M&M. A little bit less also okay, of course. As long as you stay in it, as long as you try and push back towards that 6, see if you can pick up points against the reigning major champions.
Now, it's one of the things I sort of talked about a lot earlier on in the game, is that we were sort of missing a bit of a performance from a couple of TT9 players. Emission's still behind the path, of course, of Emission. He was the top-rated player in the whole EUL previously, and at this point as well, after the first Playday, he was still sort of carrying that. Here, I guess this is what we sort of see from TT9, is when you do not have that sort of Oracle player, that star player, how do the rest stack up? WTG has definitely really started to find himself into this game. Emission's had a couple more moments as well, but Nico and Syke, there have been a huge drive. Exodus, not so much, however, opens it up with the entry. A statistic, as I've pointed out, has been a little bit of a ghost to him. It's eluded pretty much every single grasp, and the swing outside, the IQ's gone. That Valk just got a lot more powerful.
I was going to say, Spoit gone, okay, right? He's an incredible player, but he's playing the IQ as well, and that utility is now gone, which means that these Valkyrie cameras, the Black Heights, are going to be a lot more well hidden around the map, feeding that information through to the rest of TT9, and they can definitely use that to pull off some of these flanks if they know the whereabouts of any of these Rogue players, potentially play to their utmost potential. 2 minutes left on the clock for Rogue to try and make this attack happen, and this is one of those black eyes we were talking about too, actually. There's going to be a call which will stop everybody from being on those cams, will allow them to push up a little bit, but shortly they will be reactivated again.
So they're trying to force out the player around the top of the red, the drop on the shield, the burn of an ADS, the hit of the barbs as well. There's a lot of calls and a C4 well watched from the cams underneath. Emission had the vision there and it was gifted to him. More of a support structure for Scyther comes together. He also has the escape on the route underneath too, if he opts to take it. They're trying to force the player at this point, but they really don't have a lot of width and wiggle rooms. They just lean into the fight and Cryan takes it, wins it out. It's one of the Rogue sort of trademark, even when caught on drone and cam, was able to get it in.
I mean, that's what helped them out in the previous attacking round they won as well, right? Like, they couldn't get any verticality done. They just had to push in at some point. And that's exactly what they did as Cryan just misses out on Exodus there, rotating back up the stairs, headed up to the top floor.
There is one around the bottom of red, and that could be the big cost. Here's the call come out, waited for it just to time itself out and hope the fight would find its way through. There's pings on the player because they still have those cams from before Cryan. He's a little bit isolated right now, 40 seconds. He's got to try and fight his way back up either of the two stair sets. Does he know where the players have got to? That's the big risk. Leon, he's going to offer himself some extension of support. There's one round into Art Studio. And there it is, Exodus painting his own picture of success. 20 seconds, 2 Rogue players, and TT9 with a full lockdown site. No pressure has come through directly to it as of this moment in time. They're trying to pinch someone out, but at this point, you can pretty safely feel like this might be another TT9 moment. There's at least one more for the road. Deepak is able to get one, but not even Deepak, I think, can clutch that one out.
No, definitely not. That is going to be a TT9 around here. Well done by them. And I think the opening pick onto Spike, crucial there. The Black Eye staying up, feeding information, a Nitro kill that comes out on the back of it as well. Having the idea of where the entire attack comes from is just generally very helpful for TT9. So, well done by them. And there's a tactical timeout now called by Rogue. I mentioned it before, they still have it. They can now talk to their coach. They will now have the opportunity to make some small adaptations to whatever they have been facing.
They've got it. TT9 have really started to thread themselves into this game. Rogue, they haven't quite had the tenacity that we saw in the opening half. They haven't quite had that stability that's offered by the defense towards them. And, you know, we've not specifically seen their gunners have the biggest game. Kento and Spoit, obviously 2 names that you continually sort of throw in when Leon's finding himself towards the middle of the scoreboard and Deepak towards the top, based off the back of some outstanding clutches, sure, but he hasn't really found anything on the turn of the half, and that's that sort of telltale sign right now is they need that bottom 3 there on those cams to really start driving themselves and driving into TT9.
Mm-hmm. They need to make sure, first of all, that they don't lose someone in that opening engagement. Remember, it was a 5v4 in the round previous to the last one, so 2 rounds ago. Sport went in with the Amaru, instantly got picked up, wasn't able to lock off the gunfight to Scyther. That brings it back to a 4-on-4. And of course, maybe, like, there's 2 ways you can approach a 5v4. Either you play it methodically, use it as if you already had an entry kill, have to worry less about potentially having to trade, or you try and double down. You go in quickly, you try and get that second kill, suddenly it's a 5v3, and you basically have locked out the round. They went for the latter, it didn't work out, and got shut down and punished by Scyther, who had an incredible round at that moment in time. But that is also a round where you should have locked it off, realistically speaking. So if it does come back to a 6-6 now, you will be looking at that round where you had a free entry given to you due to an unfortunate disconnect. And you'll be kicking yourself over it. So Rogue, they definitely want to lock this off, and hence the tactical timeout. Just to slow down that pace maybe a little bit more. See, and make sure that you do not lose someone to that opening engagement that early on.
It's one of the things that we've always sort of highlighted about this sort of roster is TT9. They've always been scrappy. They've always been fighting. They've always been, generally since their inception, this swing round, that underdog roster. And that builds a characteristic about you where you try and fight every single round. Rogue here, not to say they've gotten sloppy, but they've definitely, as you said, had these relaxed moments, lost on the back of handed the free opening kill, which really should have been something that they could cement behind. Now, once again, stuck, hand on the door and on the line of the pressure and control here. We saw this take last time. We saw them stumped on how to deal with the shield. They drove through into the side itself with manpower and gun skill to be able to get the round at the tail end of it, but coming down to a 2 versus 1 sort of post plant and a 1 versus 1 fight in it. Is that sort of moment here. Wants to swing with a grenade, just slips on by. Should be able to get rid of any of that lock-in, and now this is a width they weren't quite offered last time round.
We'll be opening up some extra angles onto the living room right here, and let's try and find Scyther. That is a turning point for Rogue. This will give them a bit more freedom. There's still some players up above they will have to be afraid of and careful of, but the site is kitchen dining, so as long as they do manage to overwhelm those that are actually playing on that site, you might be able to get a plant off again and hold it for the retake.
Spoit, he's been able to take over this territory for now. There's the reveal on the cam. They still have the vertical control. At this point, before TT9 had actually dropped off and sort of given that over a little bit, and then around the 40-second mark was when they gave it over entirely and made sure that they were in a steady fight inside the site, which obviously didn't quite work out this time. With the man disadvantage, they're not going to give it away. They're going to sort of hope that Rogue force themselves in on a flat fight itself and punish them with what is open and offered to them. Rogue, they're knocking on the door. 50 seconds and still no true reveal on where the sort of players are there. Going for the ping and the reveal of Capcan on the swing in towards White and statue area. But still, they've got to try and find a way through, and they're apparently not doing it with any of the control above.
Kanto very well aware of the fact that someone is playing around. Astro there gets his head taken off by Exodus, as WTG will find Liam Kids as well. An opening made further to allow a rotation into Memorial a little bit quicker. Spoit now send up top to try and take out those players. Deepak will find Nico. It's a 3-on-3, but I believe the diffuser is still down, still needs to be recovered, so this might just be a kill game instead, as Spoit will be able to yet find another.
He's looking in, the site's inside, it's a 3 versus 1 situation. They don't have the kit though, they're going for the recollection. Exodus with a huge moment, Spoit's got it in his pocket, he's looking for the plant, it's the 1 versus 1. Deepak, this game is on you! And another round just pushes Rogue over the edge. A bit of a breath of fresh air and a sigh of relief, I think, because TT9 were hot on the heels and Rogue had started to run out a bit of energy there.
I mean, you saw them crying there, just a big sigh of relief coming through, because that could have just as well gone the other way. I thought it was no time to recover that diffuser based on where it was and where the Rogue players were. 10 seconds is all they had to run to it, grab it, and put that diffuser down on the ground in the best spot they could possibly find within that time gate. Luckily, the cover was there this time. Otherwise, it would have been a 6-5, and Rogue would have potentially struggled to pick up another full 3 points.
But they do get them, and that's the important part right now for a fight that, as we said, might be defined by some of the other results tonight with their closest rivals. A breath, but a lot of work left to do. TT9 close. Will next time be the cigar? We'll find out after a quick break.
Welcome back, friends. A rogue victory against TT9. Let's have a chat with our victors. Hello, Leon.
Hello.
Oh my God bless his heart.
I'm Lucy.
Hello, Brucey baby. Hello, Habibi. How are you today, Brucey? Oh, he wants to go. Oh, come here. Come to daddy.
Oh,
come
God.
here.
No.
There you go. And then he just jumps.
He
Whoa,
saw a fly.
hey, I got him. Well, Leon, congratulations. How's it feel to get the point? Finally, a victory for Rogue on the stage. What took you so long?
Oh, my camera just died. Oh, 1 sec. Anyway, you still hear me? I'll get that sorted while we're talking.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey, he's in.
Like you said, last week we had a bit of a slow start. I think it's because it was trying to find a balance between breaks and playing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this time we took too much of a break, which is why we started off quite poorly. But, over the last week or so, we've kind of brought back our spirit and we've brought back our form. And, we're playing much better today.
All right, that's very good to hear. And today, Deepak was really showing up in the game. It's good to see, obviously, with all of this. But what do you feel were kind of difficulties that you had against TT9 here? Because Fresh and Demo remarked on the map specifically is that Villa, it's not the greatest, not the worst. So it's kind of there. Why was it for you to go to this battleground?
I think we're just really confident on Villa. I don't think there's a map we're afraid to play or anything. I think it's just more. We just want to play a map that maybe suits a different way of playing compared to another one, and we feel like Villa was the best map for TT9 today. I think defenses went fine, but attacks they went a bit slow, as you saw probably throughout. But yeah, we got the win in the end. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. I think today I've had a bit of a, I don't know what it is, but my head's really fuzzy. I think it's because I overslept a little bit, so I'm not feeling too good. So my cooling was a bit off.
The gamer hours,
and overall, I think. No, not gamer hours. I just slept 15 hours. I don't even know why.
15 hours of sleep.
Something
By
like that.
Jove.
Maybe 15, maybe a bit of an exaggeration, maybe. But I went to bed at 1 a.m. Woke up probably about 2 p.m. as well. So you have 13 hours. But way too much sleep on my end. But yeah.
Well, at least he pushed you across the line today. This victory against your opponents, and otherwise. Do you feel that there's still some things for you to work out in preparation for next play day? Because you talked about, hey, we're a bit fuzzy on the first day, and we had that interview with Spoit that's now in the game. For all those that haven't seen it, you can just check it out there. But he was saying that you were starting scrims literally right after we finished that interview, which is 2 weeks ago. So you didn't have much time to practice before the start of the stage.
Oh yeah. We only started scrimming literally on that day.
5 days before the start of the stage.
Yeah. Like I said, there's a bit of a bad balance between taking a break and playing, but we now know to fix that from now on.
Exactly.
So we don't start off like we did.
Exactly. Now next play day you go up against M&M. They took a win in the first play day, took an L today against Outsiders. How do you feel your chances are for that game?
I think Eminem's always been a tough opponent for us. Never underestimate your opponents and all that. They're definitely worthy of being where they are. So yeah, we're just going to go into it how we do any other game and just play our game and see what happens in the end of it.
All right, fair enough. And anything you'd like to say to the fans?
Thank you for all the support as usual. We appreciate all the love you give us on Twitter, Discord, wherever you may be. Just thank you for all the support and enjoy the rest of the games tonight.
Actually, I wanted to close out the interview right here, but I want to ask you a final question. I promise. I won't keep you long.
Okay, no worries.
That sledge ban. Talk to me about it for a moment. Because it forced the Nook ban from the other side of TT9.
I mean, we know most teams are going to ban Nook against us. It's just the default ban these days for us. And these days, there's only 4 operators with nades. So we said, why not take out one of their comfort picks, which is Sledge, which also gives them 2 more nades, so we can force them to play Iana and Glaz, or just play Iana, and they just decided to play Iana instead. So it was a lot easier for us to sit on site and not get naded through the floor.
Cool, which is usually their prerogative. That's the modus operandi for TT9 anyways. But yeah, makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much, Leon, and for the extra question.
No worries.
Top it all off. Go. Enjoy your time with Bruce and the missus. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy the games.
Thank you, Leon. And here we are. Welcome back, beautiful gentlemen. On the desk, Fresh and Temo. How was this?
Yeah, Leon. There he is.
Yeah, I mean, in general,
I do have a question for Leon. Why is his hair not pink and this mug beside
I
me's
was
hair
just about
pink?
to say we can't trust anything in that interview because he's not a man of his word because he's not got pink hair yet. But anyway,
I think he is a reasonable human being. Now, I want to take this moment because I don't like to monologue, okay? But I want to take this moment to talk to people in chat for just a moment. If your friend told you, "Hey, would you dye your hair pink with me?" What would you do? Would you say yes? Or would you say, "Yeah, sure, bro," and then not do it and then laugh at them when they actually do it themselves? Please, let it be known in the chat, all 25,000 of you.
all I'm saying is me and Leon on video handshaked. He's broken his word so far because his hair is not pink and mine is. Well,
it is not.
Mine is also not
actually
pink, but I tried.
It wasn't actually also blue at the major, so you failed twice, Fresh.
That's why I was relegated.
I do think Jack is the fool.
Right.
But then again, he's got a brand identity now.
Can we talk about the game? Rather than my hair.
No, we talk about fool. You know what fools are also called? Buffon, which is the ex-Italian goalkeeper. But you know who the goalkeeper was on Villa, which is an Italian map, by the way? Deepak.
He was so good.
Look at that segue, dude.
Do you know what? Do you know what was really funny about Deepak? Was when he got that clutch, about 5 seconds before he starts that clutch on the trophy side, the one before that he got, Demo goes, he won't clutch this. He doesn't really do many clutches. Leader does all the clutches
I did not
in
say
EUL.
that.
That's
I
what
did
you
not say
said.
he doesn't do many clutches.
That's what you
Wake
said. And then Deepak gets the one before, and he is so goddamn good. He is so goddamn important. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, Milosh. Why are people not target banning and focusing on this man? He is so good. He is literally the heart that beats through Rogue.
He says all of that, but then you imagine everybody should have Deepak in their fantasy lineup teams. Right, Demo?
I personally would. I wouldn't put him in mine, but it's just me.
Deepak is so good, but statistically, no. The reason, just to quantify, I didn't put Deepak in my fantasy lineup team, is because Deepak is so good on the stats that aren't necessarily tracked. Today, he has also popped off. Like, he's gone above and beyond.
It's not often you see that from Deepak, which is the thing. It's not like usually it's not supposed to be Deepak who we look at. Whenever Spoit's in the lineup, you never look at Deepak. But Spoit, at the moment, to be fair...
Kanto.
Yes, okay. But I think, honestly, for the past 2 games about Spoit, probably hasn't been to where I think we've seen him before. I think Spoit is still trying to find himself a little bit here or there. Because I think there was a few times where, on the attack especially, he was just kind of like by himself, kind of running around looking for something. And I don't know, it was a little bit weird just to see Spoit play like this.
This is a football term, Demo, but is it a bit of second season syndrome for Spoit?
I think he's maybe it's the Finka ban. We're always known as the Finka guy. Is that something we look to? Our team's now just going
Demo,
for Spoit?
If you do your research, you can find out a wonderful interview done by myself and Hap. I'm not going to toot my own horn.
Of course.
There we go. It's the Preface podcast. We talked to Spoit about this change in the recall, and he was saying, "No, actually, I'm very happy because I really hate being forced on the Finka, and I really hate seeing it on the other side too. Now this nerf actually has an impact on the LMGs." I'm thinking, okay, that's pretty good to hear. No more one-trick pony. But hey, maybe it takes a moment to, adapt away from literally the most overpowered operator we've had in a while.
You have to keep in mind, he's not playing bad. It's just, I think it's because, again, this is the whole thing about
bar
Rogue
is so high.
that I think it's really annoyed me as well, and it's so difficult to get away from. The Rogue at the major were so good. Every time I see that team play, I just expect to be that same team in the grand final. That's just the way I look at them at the moment. And I think that's an issue that I myself need to try and go over. I'm sure many people do, because you see them play to that level and you think, you're at that level. Anything that isn't that level, it's not good enough. And I don't know, again, is it being too harsh? Whatever it is, it's just the way my mind works.
I think it's worth noting, and just a final point on Rogue here, is it's worth noting that I believe them and Wolves are the best 2 teams in terms of playing as team play. When, in terms of a 5v5 game, when that happens, it isn't always the main guy that picks up the kills, right? So if it's in the context of Spoit, he's just not being the main guy to pick up the kills. It doesn't mean that he's not doing his job. It doesn't mean that any of Rogue aren't doing their job. It just happened to be today, Deepak was in the right positions based on the executes that was going on.
Final points on TT9, your thoughts?
They played... It's difficult to judge this team, but this was a map that they traditionally do play, that they traditionally do like. They've gone up against Rogue. They've put in another good enough performance to show that they're competitive, but is it about performances at this stage? When you look at where they are in the table, it's about points. And again, it's another game where they've not picked up any.
I think their bigger games will come against teams that are around their same level. You know, I don't think it's fair to say that T9 should be coming in and competing with the likes of Rogue. I think that's a lot to ask from a team who finished last compared to the team who went on to win the major. So I think for T9, you know, their big challenges are still to come. But I think it's showing good signs. I think it's showing progression. I would say still that they're very stuck in their way. Still similar to what I think we said about Outsiders, where on the attacks in Villa, they're just too slow. It's too really easy to play against. Yeah. They need to try and open themselves up and have a bit of character about them.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. That was game number 2 of our evening, and we still have more to go. Our match of the day is coming up in just a moment, and Demo, you can contain your happiness for just a few more minutes. Wolves versus BDS, the Big French Derby, coming up in a few.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
back, ladies and gentlemen. Wolves Esports versus Team BDS is about to begin our match of the day. And it's all centered on this massive game. A massive one for many reasons. Wolves, the French national champions. BDS on the other side, having beat them in everything but the French nationals. Can the BDS streak continue? Can Wolves break the cycle before it gets too late? Who knows? Well, BDS had to take Berlin off, basically, and Wolves actually went to the event. They made it to the quarterfinals, which is pretty darn good. They've done better than BDS has in quite a while overall, but BDS still does very well against them in EU League, and we're going to try to break that all down. Let's go first for the Wolves, Jack. What are they up to?
Well, the Wolves, as we went through in the match today in the pre-show, they've got possibly, alongside Rogue, the best team play, the best team executes, the best multi-person gunfight, see if you could put it in a sense, where, you know, it's about the trade game, it's about refragging, it's about taking the ground, it's about what Siege should be about. Wolves, in my opinion, are one of the top 3 or 4 teams, maybe even one in the top 2 teams at taking team gunfights. They've got star players, they've got Mowgli, they've got P4, who can just make their way in and make magic happen. These stats obviously are only from one Playday, where it was a very run-of-the-mill game last week going up against Outsiders on Bank. So, yeah, I really, really, really enjoy watching this Wolves roster. I think there's a lot to like about them. Their challenge isn't domestic, it's international. It might be a big challenge today going up against BDS, because it always is. They've not won in the last 5 times they've played them in terms of a Tier 1 competition. But, you know, in the context of the league, very, very good side.
Yeah, Wolves have kind of been the team that's been very, very strong in domestic success over the past 2 splits. But they're up against a team that, in my opinion, has always been the best team in domestic success. And that always was BDS. Wolves are kind of going for the same journey that BDS were on going back 2 years ago, where BDS were always at top of Europe. We're always first place. We're always, oh, is BDS going to win that again? They'll go to the event. But they get to the international event, and they do nothing. And it's kind of a similar story to Wolves now.
All right, well, what about this BDS on the other side? You're saying that, hey, it's been great. Maybe this Berlin major, not at least attending it, has been kind of slap in the face that they needed to wake up. And it seems like it's pushed them to make a roster change, something they haven't done in 2.5 years, Demo.
Just who allowed this change to go through? Why was this allowed? Because it's not fair. It's not. If I was a player, I'd be getting the rule book. I'd be checking. Hold on a minute, you can't do that. It's just EFAC,
Goat,
who we have to mention, because for a long time BDS was viewed as many people as that's Shaiko's team. Shaiko's going to be there. He's going to do the business. Everyone else there is there to help Shaiko. And we knew that BDS needed something for a long time. They needed something new. They needed something fresh, because they weren't having that success at international events. Ever since SI21, they've been in that decline. And I think that's been very obvious. Not getting top 4 for the first time.
Yeah.
That's proof of the pudding in itself.
In my notes, I do write a lot of notes, don't get me wrong. I over-prep for these games. In big bold text, I've just put, oh my god, there's 2 of them. And that is what this roster is. And it's not just that there's 2 of them, Demo. They work together. So if you've managed to kill the first one, if you kill EFAC Goat, or if you kill Shaiko, the next one's coming, and he's probably going to get a free K instead.
Like, we mention about Shaiko, and we say about Shaiko's team, and we say about, oh, it's Shaiko is this. I'm really worried for Shaiko that he's going to drop off because he's not going to be as good as EFAC. EFAC's going to set the standard way too high for Shaiko. I'm terrified.
This might be the first stage that Shaiko doesn't get 100 kills because EFAC's taken them all. Go.
You've no idea what this guy is.
Why do you keep looking at Des?
Oh, Des was nodding at me. I don't know. I must have said something good.
Like, once a generation, one of these players come in. I think it was Joystick back in 2019, Kanto in 2018, Shaiko in 2020.
If he drops a 0-7 now, this Des
I'm telling you. There's one player in every year that just breaks out and just becomes just...
Unfortunate events. I hope you're watching. You're a great guy, by the way. Or a great person, I just want to say.
Yeah, you know who's behind that. I don't.
Well, you don't have to know.
No.
Is it you?
Maybe it's me. Maybe it's someone else. Who knows? But what we do want to know, and we can know on here, is the map for this series. Let's bring it up on the screen for you. Who will have last pick on this one? Is it another villa? No, thank God in heaven. It is not. BDS opting for Clubhouse, taking out Theme Park. The start on the fence as Wolves have picked Attack. Jack.
This is possibly the easiest map ban to predict in all of Siege between these two teams. The reason why is that Wolves operate on a 5-map pool in terms of best of ones. They put a few maps away for best of threes. They always ban Cafe Theme Park Skyscraper Border, which is what we're seeing more or less that's happened today. And BDS, it's their #1 map preference. Clubhouse, they were unbeaten on it in forever, so they will always try to go there.
Interesting that Wolves are actually going to let Cafe or Theme Park go through.
Yeah.
So that was probably the only difference. But
yeah,
I mean,
that's the only difference. Yeah.
Clubhouse, it's a map that we don't really look at in terms of strategy-wise because every team should know this. You know, everyone knows how to play Clubhouse. It literally just comes down to who is the better teams at fundamentals and basics. There's really no strat work involved. It's literally who is just better. That is the best way to determine who potentially, because we know what both these teams are like, who could finish first in this split.
And that's a big game for both of these teams. Whoever can take all 3 points, that would be incredible for them. 3 points specifically. Going to OT, I don't think would be as good for any one of these two, but hey, who knows? It is a match of the day. It's 2 massive French teams in this series. We got Demo that broke things down. We got Fresh, who's dressed like a cyberpunk character. It's all fitting perfectly for the start of the matchup. Gentlemen, thank you very much. BDS versus Wolves, and we got there's an ace. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. There's no ace today. It's just me. Tim's not here anymore. He left me to do this once. Shit, I went the wrong way. That way instead. It's always me as well. Your head's too big, Tim. I tried my best, but you cannot be contained.
I will not be contained.
I mean, if you'd said that with the God voice on, it would have been 10 times better. But production, you slipped up. Please give him the God voice so we can do that again. Talk for me, Tim.
Hit and miss at the minute, isn't it?
Right, can you say that? Say that you will not be contained again for me.
I will not be contained.
That's what I wanted to see. Clubhouse coming up between BDS and Wolves. A brilliant French showdown. Really excited to see how this one goes off, Tim. The last 2 times they have played each other, it has been on this exact map. So to say they are well studied and well prepared for each other is a bit of an understatement. The audience are pretty split. I know the talent team are pretty split. I think half of us have gone Wolves, half have gone BDS. All I know is we're in for an absolute screamer.
Well, you mentioned those past matchups, Des. It would be remiss of us not to mention that last time around in Stage 2, as you say, we saw them on this very map. BDS won 7-4, came out with a 3-3 half when they started on the attack, and then went 4-1 on the defense to really put the final nail in the game against Wolves. So BDS coming out this time on the opposite side to start with, but we're super strong on the defense last time around. They're going to be looking to repeat that success, I would imagine. Now, Thatcher, Maverick as our initial bans, nothing to surprise us there.
You know what I love, by the way, Tim? The sheer fact that you're not here means I can use your side of the casting desk for like my water bottle, for my laptop to be open on.
Bottle of water?
My bottle of water is on the left-hand side. It's actually on your chair, and then my laptop is over where you'd normally cast from. So if you want to stay at home forever, that is totally okay with me.
If it's okay, would rather not. We'll fix the old ticker. We'll fix the old Heartaroo. Hopefully get moving again. I'll go for that option if it's all right.
I got to ask him. I don't mind me asking you in a public setting as well. How have things been going? I actually haven't asked you this week. I felt really bad when I realised earlier. I haven't properly spoken to you since our last cast together on Wednesday. How are things? Hopefully good news?
Things are moving quickly, at least. That was probably the best news.
That's such a political answer. I love it.
Yeah, things aren't bad. You know, we spoke about the fact I'd had a stroke. I've also I did mention on socials, but I know not everybody follows me. I did get diagnosed last week with having a hole in my heart as well, which isn't necessarily as serious as it sounds. But yeah, so we're looking into that at the minute as well. But everything's as good as it can be. I've got a scan tomorrow, and we move. We just keep going.
Big heart, little problems I'm hoping for, mate. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah, that's the way.
Now, last week, from what I understand, there was a big challenge on Twitter. There was well, not really a challenge, but the EU Twitter account, Bart, we see what you're up to, put a meme out about the reactions of all the casters whilst trying to say the name of the player in the top right corner of your screen. How do you say it, Tim?
Leakefak.
Exactly, Leakefak. I've got a great one planned. If he goes big at some point in this game, I've got a wicked line to drop on you. It's not a very, like...
I'm looking forward to it.
Pre-watershed
And I think we know
line.
that he's almost certainly going to go big at some point. So.
I mean, with the 150 plus EPS last week, it's absolutely expected. Here we go, though. Let's see how things shape up. It's Wolves starting out on the attacking side of things, in case you missed that one. The bans did indeed finish out with the Maverick also being banned away, alongside Wamai and Valkyrie on top of the Thatcher. In this first round, you can see the lineups on your left-hand side of your screen. We are seeing at least those 4 nades coming on side. Shinka starting off the killing onto the man we would have picked it up. Leakafak, the first to fall in this fixture.
Well, your line's going to have to wait at least another round as the man himself has been taken down. Good start for Wolves. It's exactly what they needed, to be honest. As I said, BDS last time absolutely dominating the defence of Clubhouse back in Stage 2. 4-1 in the second half of the matchup that we saw. So very little that Wolves could get going on the attack. So to come in with a big opener there, especially against a player like Leakafak, is no doubt going to put them on the front foot, both mentally as well as physically. Now, Shako in exactly the position we would expect to see him. He's going to be down there. He's not using the Mark 14. He's going to be on the Roni instead. So fascinating one to watch. Not always the easiest gun to work with. Very small mag size, especially for a position like Blue, where he could be getting pushed heavily from a number of directions at once. So that's definitely going to be a flashpoint to keep an eye on.
All right, then. At least for this point in, we've basically gone direct, not towards the site, but at least around site. The whole hallway being smashed completely to pieces. C4 in hand for Breeder. You know exactly what he's looking for. He's wanting to go fishing, calling the fisherman because he's going in big, but just about misses the man. It wasn't Breeder, it was a Lems, but just about managing to sprint away from that one. Will keep everyone on the side of Wolves intact.
Raj just managing to keep himself on the map still. He is low health though, so going to have to be careful, particularly if he wants to start opening that kitchen up. Elems, he's going to just be watching that tight angle there up through the hatch, just hoping to catch somebody. Another one with Roni in hand. 2 players on the defensive side with those small magazines. We'll see how that goes in the final 20 seconds, because I'm expecting one of those late round bloodbaths here in Church and Arsenal.
Well, it looks like that's the way it's going to boil down. You know, Wolves for probably the last 90 seconds have been circling around, thinking about a drop, thinking about an execute. We know they're so good at dropping as a team and making things happen, but something just doesn't feel quite as right as maybe as it would have done previously, Tim, even with this numbers advantage. We're into the last 15. A freebie naked onto Lem, surely, but no. Steps away and steps back into the same spot. Bibu's on the drop down. Rise walking his way forward, but surely from here they can hold things down. They find the kills they need. There's one left standing, and Wolves, they do it time and time again. It looks like they've got no time left, yet somehow they drop in sight and everyone dies. How strange.
Absolutely textbook Wolves take at the end there, as you said. Just spending 30-40 seconds in the mid to late round, getting themselves into position, and then all they need is 10 seconds to get the job done, because of the work that they've put in, because of the foundations that are already there. So going pretty big at the end of things there. VDS, they're going to be going down to Church and Arsenal again. They're going to double down in this position, but interestingly, if you remember, I picked up last time that they had, and I'm not saying this was any sort of contribution really, because Elems and Shako just got gunned down as soon as Wolves dropped into Blue. There wasn't really a chance for the gunfight, but both of the Ronis have gone. Mozzie and Aruni both off the board this time, with Warden and Jaeger coming along instead.
Small changes, but something you're hoping is going to have a pretty significant impact here. More towards that denial side, with the cat can not being the choice out for Leakafak, as you say. And on the attacking side, equally a couple of changes maybe coming in here as well, by the looks of it, Tim. Looking at things like the Capitao, the Lion, the Decabi, they want to shut down any potential roam game coming out of the other side. Not really a bad thing, given we're seeing the Legion, we're seeing the Jaeger, the Bandit. You know, once Bandit's got those batteries down, he can afford just to get off site and try and cause a little bit of trouble. A Lem, you'd imagine, might be at least a little bit more static, because you're needed in the closing part of the round.
Lems, I think, you know, it basically speaks towards Wolves using that throne utility to get themselves established in Blue. Flashbangs going in, just clearing those operators out of those positions and putting them on the back foot for the fight, where that shouldn't be the case this time around. Between the Jaeger and the Warden, they should be able to hold down Blue. The question is, are Wolves going to be pushing in the same direction? The drone at the top of Adam would suggest that they might do, but if I know Wolves, they'll be paying some attention elsewhere as well. They often don't try to just rinse and repeat the same things. They have a number of options, all very well coordinated, all very team-based, but you know that they're not just going to play into a problem.
Absolutely. Again, starting from this top-down side of things for Wolves. Last time around, it was less of a full map clear. I think the drones did that for them on the top floor, but then put all their focus around kitchen and kitchen hallway. Here, it does look to be more of a full-on top-down clear, making use of the DKB phone calls coming out, the drone work from the team, no doubt, as well. But they feel they've done their due diligence here, and shock horror, most of BDS are back on site inside 60 seconds.
Good work from Wolves. Plenty of time for them to work with. Hopefully this time for them at least, they're not going to be pushing into site so late on, and it might just give them a few options when they do get to that final stage. At the minute, they're just sort of probing and prodding. They're having a look at main stairs. They're opening up the kitchen hatches. They're going to be, looking at getting those vertical angles for the time being. There's a bit of movement around blue as well. The only angle they're not really working, not really softening up at the minute is dirt tunnel. So BDS at least know that they're going to be able to keep their feet planted in the dirt tunnel and try to hold on from there. Everywhere else is likely to see a challenge.
I think the big thing for me is that, I spoke about Beetle. Nice C4 coming out from Leakyfat to get himself involved for the first time. Onto the sledgehammer of Rise. Down he falls early on. I'll say early on, we were in those last 60 seconds, but for Wolves, that feels like it's quite early on, given everything tends to happen in the last 20. BDS historically have been the team that I've said you don't really know what their roam game looks like because they're not a big roaming team, and here Wolves are being given a lot of time. They've already made the drop in here. They're going for a default plant. I don't think they're even aware at this point, as Alems isn't in a spot to be able to deny this one right now. P4's going to stick this one. Shaika will get the angle. Fall too easy, though, as he does fall down to Mowgli. 2 quick kills coming through, and now BDS have got to hold on, but Wolves have found 3. It's a 3v2. Leakyfat strike backs for one more, but it's still a 2 versus 2.
2 versus 2 with the diffuser on the ground, so you'd have to call it advantage BDS at the minute. Bibu super low health. This is really up to Shinka to get something going. 9 seconds left. Moves in, gets one. Can he get that diffuser in hand? He manages to put some shots onto dirt. Bibu can cover this. This is a real opportunity now. Really great play from Shinka to create this. Playday shut down as he moves in. Bibu with the final kill, and that was Shinka who carved that opportunity.
And it's just the disruption that Wolves cause in that kind of mad drop and then find 3 or 4 kills and completely change the shape of the site. Yeah, it was a 2 versus 2. But for BDS, fundamentally, their 2 players could not have been further apart. One inside a dirt, one behind triple wall inside a bar in church. They couldn't support each other, but the attackers were stacking up, as you saw. The drop came in, the plant going down, Bibbit with the watch on towards dirt. They'd already managed to find a free down onto Leakyfat, who was watching the wrong direction. Just, again, in the madness of the moment, BDS could not keep track of all those players. They couldn't find themselves in strong positions to play as a pairing, and Wolves capitalised on that incredibly well, just showing that the reason why this playstyle that Rogue have employed is so good at sowing seeds of chaos in enemy ranks.
Well, Wolves fans could not be happier at this point in time, I would imagine, with how differently things are going to the last time these 2 teams met back in Stage 2 on Clubhouse, where Team BDS, they had a 4-1 half. It didn't even manage to get to the end of the half because they'd won the game at that point. 4-1 they were on defence. This time, it doesn't look like they can buy around at the minute. Wolves in complete command of those first 2. Really well played. You sort of felt like BDS in a 3v3 might be able to get it over the line, but Shinka, as I say, a great understanding of that 15 seconds left on the clock and exactly what he could do with it, going in and getting the kill that they needed. It didn't matter about dirt, so long as he survived getting back underneath that hatch and getting the diffuser, Bibu could do the rest, and it was well played from Wolves. Into round 3 we go then, and this time BDS, they choose to move on. They're going to be up on the top floor, gym and bedroom this time. Shaiko out on the east side. He's going to face a challenge fairly quickly, I would imagine, as Bibu's already in position on the thermite. He's going to be opening the wall open. That's going to force Shaiko to relocate. Oh, he takes a lot of damage as he tries to get aggressive, but Leakyfat is in there for the opener onto Mowgli. That's 2 in a row now.
Chasing one man and being shot by another. Really good bit of team play there coming out of BDS, and although it's kind of nearish to the site, it's that extended hold coming out there. I like they were willing to play so aggressive. I commented last round about how BDS aren't really regarded as a big roam team. Would have called this a roam? Not really. It's more of an extended hold, but they're still getting out on the map and looking to challenge the attackers for every single inch of it. As it stands, they have that 1 entry. That in itself is already a big achievement, but now they've got to worry about trying to clear out these players at the top of red. And it's Leakyfat out at the top. Swings with that storm, trying to find one, but now it's to back away as nades come flying through. Flashbangs, frags, you name it. And Rise sees the man, gets it through a gap, gets the second as well. A critical small error there in the placement of the Azami Kiba barrier. Nets Wolves 2 kills.
BDS did so much right there, but like you say, Des, it's those small mistakes, those fine margins that will let a team like Wolves in. They are like water sometimes, Des. If there's a crack there, they will find it and they will exploit it. And that is exactly what Rise did there beautifully. Now then, Bibu, he's going to be looking to get that jacuzzi wall open. That forces Breeder just to have a little shuffle around inside of the bathroom. But it's worth mentioning at this point as well that Shaiko is on very low health, a breath away from death on the Aruni, so needs to be careful because all it's going to take is one shot from anything to take him out of the fight as well and effectively leave BDS in a 4v2. But for the time being, he keeps himself alive. They have the opportunity now to start working the windows. Rise is going to start with construction and then likely move his way along once they're sure that they've got control over that area. And then BDS, 30 seconds, they just need to hold on.
They do. We said there so many times, it doesn't matter if you get to those last 30 seconds for Wolves, you may as well have 10 minutes left on the clock. Shaiko finds one, but Rise straight in for a trade. He hits a 3k in the round with that silencer. They found the kills they need. There's one left, and Rise hits the 4k in the round. Wolves running away with it in this rematch.
Really looking that way, isn't it? Rise going absolutely huge again so far today. We've seen this from him time after time after time, basically ever since the first match of Stage 2, if you remember, Des. There was a lot of talk after it because Rise, he had 0 kills. He had what looked like a tough day, but, you know, in further review after the game, it was clear that he'd just been doing a lot of work for his team on the drones. He hadn't really been focusing on the gunfights, but I tell you what, it feels like every match since he has been out to prove a point. 6-1. Point proven, Rise. Point proven.
Whew. I remember he had a terrible, torrid first time at the start of last stage. Remember his first game? 0
Yeah, I just said it was awful. Like, 0 kills. It was a tough day for him.
Just reigniting that memory, I was just like, God. And then you see exactly how he transformed things around and was one of the best players at the stage. Didn't quite snag away the MVP title in the end, but you could definitely say he wasn't too far off. But for BDS here, they've really got to slam the brakes on. And the thing is, the way they slam the brakes on, in my opinion, against teams that do super well in the executes, and we keep on saying this about attacker repick as well, is you've got to be disruptive in the early round. You've got to remove 1 or 2 players. And you know what? If you go 1 for 1, okay, you've taken some frags off the board. You've got rid of crucial execute base utility. You've done your team a favor because your utility has already been deployed. You've already helped the team out with a setup, for example. You've done all the right stuff. But outside of an extended hold there, I haven't really seen BDS committing too hard to that roam and trying to play disruptive. Equally, and I will completely understand this, that's not the easiest thing to do, especially when you've seen the attackers bring in things like Lion and DKB. DKB has now been present in every single round. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's not easy to work your way through, but they've got to get something in this half. You don't want to be staring down the barrel of a 6-0 half once the side swap.
We're going to be moving then to bar and stage this time around, which it always makes me question a defensive side. You've got no rounds on the board and you go into bar and stage. It's not the worst side. We're certainly seeing more teams going there, but it's by far and away not the easiest side to hold on to either. So if things are not going well, it's one that I would always question the choice of. It's a side that you feel like you need a little bit of confidence to go into. Now, BDS, they're going to be trying to hold on to the top floor again, similar locations to last time around. It's going to be particularly master bedroom and construction. You can see they've got a presence in bathroom as well. They want to hold on to that side of the top floor because it's going to prevent the plant spots being available to Wolves to be able to go in and put that diffuser down on the ground. Wolves, they only really need construction if they want to just try and throw the diffuser down. You go in through stage and get it put down next to the speakers, but it looks like they might just be looking for a little bit more than that. Breedy opening us up, but a couple of quick trades coming in here. Leave Wolves on top once again.
And again, comms are just going to be an absolute chaos. You're all being called by DKB, so Wolves have got extra information. You're trying to respond to kills coming through, but just can't do it. And time again, it just seems to be biting them back. Breeday's found himself on the deck here. I'm sure Alems is lined up to be able to get a freebie when this drop comes in from Rise, I want to say. Has worked his way across, but might get himself tagged down here. It's leaking back to find one, traded out straight after, and Alems finds his man. But he has no control of sight. Hits a naughty shot, though. 2 kills in this round is what keeps them going. It's a 3k clutch coming out from Alems, the first 3 that he has found in the entire map, but it gives BDS that sorely needed first round.
I've got to ask questions of Wolves there.
Yeah.
you've just fed LM's 3 kills. What's going on? You know, in the 3v1, it was all going very quick. LM's picks up a kill. It's a 2v1 all of a sudden. Okay. I'm sort of questioning it around the 2v1, but that 1v1, Iana coming in there, like, go down, you know, think about your diffuser, think about Sai. You know there's only one man left. You know he's in logistics. You know where he's got to come from. Start playing in towards Sai. Surely wait for that rotation to come through from him. Try and, you know, play the game a little bit. I know that the challenge is right there to be had. I think, if I'm honest, it feels like a little bit of a rush of blood there, Des. You're 3-0 up. You know, the comms are going mad. It's been a crazy round. I'm going in for this gunfight. Confidence is carrying me. I'm going to go and take him down. And I just feel like that might not have been the right choice there. Easy with hindsight, of course, but you've fed him 3 kills there.
The thing is, I bet no one recognises this more than Wolves themselves as well. They know what's happening at the end of that round. Is okay, we got a bit excited. We wanted the closing kill. We were confident we could get it. We could have won without having to go and take a gunfight, as they've already proved throughout this game. So I think here they'll calm down a little bit and you won't see that kind of mistake again. The one thing I will say for Alems there, one, it's great he's got himself in the game finally. Second, for BDS, it was a hero play. And for probably the last 2 years, I've always said, if teams are relying on hero plays to win rounds, and a hero play is generally where one player gets a 3K or a 4K, it's a little bit concerning, especially when it's a clutch. You can't count on that to happen twice, because that was Wolves' mistake rather than your excellent play. However, this is a great start because Shaiko has found Mowgli.
Well, this is the problem now for Wolves potentially. You know, you've got a situation there where Alems has got his first 3 kills of the game. It really wakes him up. He's got a big clutch, and then Shaiko comes in of the game. And no, I didn't drop the from there. It's just that I say we've been over this before, Des. I just say it quickly and you can't hear it, but it is in there. I assure you, it is in there.
I'm going mad, I swear.
It's just very quick.
You're driving me mad.
You gotta listen more, Des. You gotta sharpen up the old
Do it
ear.
again. I'll actually listen this time then.
What did I say?
What did you say?
First 3 kills of the game. There you go.
I actually did this time. Okay, I heard it that time. Okay, say it one more time.
I said it every time. First 3 kills of the game.
I heard it that time.
It's just fast.
That
it's
time
because of my accent. But anyway, you know, Lems gets that. Shaiko comes in with a big opener onto Mowgli, takes knock off the board, powerful operator as we know, and then all of a sudden BDS, they've got a bit of momentum now, Des. Lems comes in with his 4th kill of the game, takes Bibu down, manages to find him with the headshot, and all of a sudden BDS are now holding onto a site that they've struggled to hold on to twice already in this game. So this is just potentially a good example how, you know, we don't even need to go as far as criticising Wolves and saying that it's a mistake, but how those small moments can really start to turn the momentum of things.
Definitely. And look at the key thing they've done. They've got off site. They've been aggressive. They've looked to challenge Wolves in the early round, which is what has been missing from before their timeout, in my opinion. So Wolves here have been bitten a little bit on the backside whilst trying to get themselves set up for an execute. BDS have done what they're meant to do. They've got a 5 versus 3. They've all dropped back down to site. That is the kind of stuff that you want to be seeing more from BDS that we haven't really seen for the last 12 months or so, I'd wager. I always used to joke the only time you know they were roaming on this map was when you'd have a Lems playing the Valkyrie, because that was when you'd see a couple of cameras off site, and that would be about as crazy as it got, I guess. Drops coming in for a plant, though. We saw what happened here last time. We had Shaiko step on through. C4 is great, but it's shot out just in time by Rise, who I think is going to try and stick this one again. But now with this control of the hatch, is it enough? Another C4 comes over, but he can't shoot that one out. Playday finds the kill. P4 goes to the drop as well. It's a 2K for Shaiko. Shinka, the last one left standing. It's going to be a flawless round for BDS, and it feels like finally they might have woken up into this game.
Well, this is it. All of a sudden, you've got a big clutch from Lems. You've got a flawless round on defence following it. And Wolves are reeling a little bit right now. BDS could lock out a 3-3 half here, which will feel like a little bit of a steal for them after those first 3 rounds, because it was certainly a lot more difficult than the last 2. So last attacking round for Wolves now before they move on to the defence. But interestingly, we are in a position here, Des, where we could see a mirror image of the Stage 2 game, where I said in that one,
Tim.
No. In that one, it was Wolves that started on the defence, but it was 3-3 at the half, and then BDS, when they moved on to the defence, were able to close things out 7-4 overall. So it's one to watch, one for the statisticians out there who like the numbers. If this one goes 3-3 and Wolves come back and then win 7-4, we'll have an exact reverse.
It's funny you say that. I was looking back at the stats of the game earlier and clocked those 3-3 halves the 3-3 half that we saw back in the first. It's about the side swap that's going to be interesting to me. Exactly how, you know, Wolves, when I think of Wolves, I think phenomenal attacking team. Very aggressive, very fast, team-based executes, and teams struggle under the pressure. I don't think of them and their defenses when we talk about them, and that maybe is not a sign that they're terrible at defenses, but they're not stand out in the same way their attacks are. So really it's going to come down to how well BDS can attack, and also how good can Wolves' defense be. I think like Fresh said earlier on, it's a game that gets defined in the second half. He didn't say it about this game, but I think it's a point that carries across.
Ooh, Mowgli's crept in here. He's not taken the barricade out completely. It reduces a lot of the sound of that barricade being taken down. So he's going to try to creep his way. Is he going up? Is he going down? I think he's going to be going up into master bedroom. But Playday there, Des. He's watching. He could get caught out here. I'm not sure he gets away with this one. Playday, he's switching between weapons. He's not sure. He's not comfortable, confident, but he knows that there is the potential for the push. He's just aware of logistics as well. Of course, we heard the hatch getting dropped. Mowgli times it perfectly. He gets himself one. Does he manage to get a second? He's going to take out the default camp for now, but he doesn't know that Playday's there, and Playday says there's not going to be any more of that. Thank you very much. Mowgli taken down, and it's 4 versus 4.
Ludicrously close there as well. You just saw it in a matter of pixels that Playday disappeared around that corner. Otherwise, Mowgli could have been lining up for a 2K, but no. Shut down there in the trade by Playday, and for now, at least, Playday holds on to the position he was in. That west side of the map's still going to be a big question for Wolves, and you can see that they acknowledge there is work to do. Drones have just dropped in through Lodge and are working their way out towards Playday to help feed them that information.
Still waiting here to go, our Wolves, and you just feel like it. You know, you can almost sense that confidence just dropping out of them a little bit. They had so much speed and momentum, you know, after those first 3 rounds, but right now they're just having to take a little pause for thought and go back to basics. Let's get the drones out. Let's make sure we're comfortable going in there, that we're not going to be getting hit on flanks. We're not going to be getting challenged right now. Playday still trying to work from underneath for the time being, and again they're not aware, and Playday gets his man with a beautiful nitro onto Rise, and BDS have woken up.
Again, that's one of those that really could have been read into. You drone through into Jim, you saw he wasn't there. Where could he possibly have gone? You have drones on the flank. It's the sort of thing that saw Mowgli earlier on. Or information, sorry, coming in from the default cam. So I'm just looking at it and thinking, really, for BDS, I mean, for Wolves, they should have known that was coming. And again, why am I getting so confused between the teams here? It's French v French. Wolves were the ones that weren't aware that was coming, but they should have known he dropped away, and that C4 was a real threat, but didn't opt to chase him with the drone. Bibu's marched through them, and in typical Wolves fashion, they don't care about how things are stacked up on the entry and towards the site. They found their kills, but Renshiro dug in at the back has found 2. Now it's Bibu left entirely alone. Has got to find his one man, knows that he's here towards the right, but can he find his man? Sees him, gets a little tag, but it's not a headshot. Finally gets the finish off as well into a 3K for the round. Doesn't have the diffuser, and Playday is out of dodge. It is inside of the site. If he's quick here, he might be able to get this plant down, but he's got to move fast.
He knows that the nitro is gone, of course, being used on Rise. So Playday, he's going to have to get upstairs and try and do something about this quickly. But no, he gives the opportunity for Bibu to come off the plant. And that is going to be the win of the round for Wolves. And Playday just left it a little bit too late. As uncharacteristic of him in those situations. Usually so cool, so calm and collected, but just a fraction of a second late. And Bibu had the opportunity to get that diffuser stuck and get back on his feet ready to fight. Beautiful play from him.
I'll give him a lean. He got those big 2K, that big 2K early in the round. The rest of his team sadly couldn't hold back Wolves when they all swarmed in towards the site. A real shame as well, because you could see that 3-3 being written in the stars, but no. Wolves with the 4-2 attack in half now move on to the defense, and this is what I've been excited to see. I commented that BDS generally play pretty static on the site itself, don't often tend to push away from it roaming. Extended holds, yes. Roams, no. For Wolves, though, I think you're going to see a different story. You got Mowgli on things like the Malusi, P4 picking up the Azami as well. Even Rise, arguably, running around, may have the opportunity here to go for some early fights too. So between the 3 of them, there is a real chance that they can waste a lot of time for BDS and just kind of starve them out before we even get to think about an execute.
This is going to be a very telling round, similar to the game we saw back in match 1, where I said with M&M being 4-2 down, are they going to have the opportunity to starve them out, as you've quite rightly said there, Des? We'll see in the next 3 minutes. It's going to be Wolves kicking us off. It's going to be Church and Arsenal downstairs. Wolves getting a lot more mobile than BDS have done previously, so there's going to be a big job for BDS here. Ranjiro, he's going to get it started with aplomb, though, as he manages to take Mowgli down with a headshot, and that is going to send a warning to the Wolves now. That's going to send them tail between their legs back towards site, more than likely.
I think that was just a spray in towards CC, by the way. I think he's dead just up by the window vault that comes over from inside a garage on Catwalk. So I guess unfortunate, really, in terms of being where he was. He definitely wasn't looking for a super active fight around the window, but got bit by it all the same. P4, worth noting, by the way, one of the 2 entries we talk about a lot on this team. Prior to Mowgli's entry, P4 was that guy. He was the crazy man that would charge into sight and kill 3 people. In this game, he is 1-6. We've got to see him going big alongside Mowgli if they are going to push this on towards an early victory.
Liquefax managed to get himself down to the bottom of main stairs here, Des, on the knock, and he could well just walk into sight and potentially have a big impact here. P4's going to push. He's got absolutely no idea. It's a freebie for Liquefax, and that puts BDS right bang in the driving seat here on the attack. 5 versus 3. Bibu, to a degree, stuck on the top floor. I think he's got a man up there with him. There's only one on site at the minute. It's all going to be Shinka. If BDS recognise this, there's an opportunity for them to just get in there.
Oh, it's a real stinger, and this is why Nut gets banned away against so many teams. Just by default, even on some maps, it can be so disruptive. And sure, it's only 1 kill, but it's now the massive hole that leaves on the west side of the defense here for Wolves. Let's see how things shape up, though. We're down towards that last 75 seconds or so. BDS still have that numbers advantage, and Wolves have got to pull off something special.
BDS just maybe not moving quite quick enough here to take advantage of that. Bibu has the opportunity to get himself back into sight, but meanwhile, Brede has been able to get himself into a planting position, and there's absolutely no way that Wolves stop it. It will be confirmed. Liquefact, look at his position on the knock. He's just going to be using that soft wall there to keep the line of sight all the way to Molotov. Bibu cannot get back into the fight here without being shut down. It's all up to Shinka, more than likely. Toxic Babe canister going out. Liquefact does exactly as expected. Shuts down Bibu, prevents the rotation back into sight. Shinka, he's seeking, he's searching, he's looking, but only going to be found by Shaiko, who shuts him down, and that's going to be BDS for 3 now as they continue fighting hard against Wolves.
This is kind of what I was worried about on that side switch, like I mentioned, is that Wolves, they're not a team I kind of hold in my head when I think excellent defensive side. Attacks, yes, defense is a bit less so. And BDS back in the old day, I remember they used to be the team, especially on maps like Clubhouse, that they'd be executing with 70 seconds still left on the clock. Because they'd done everything they had to. They were ready to go, and they'd just say, right, well, why are we waiting another 60 seconds? Let's get this party started and get the show on the road. And away they go and make things happen. And what I love in that attack was, it wasn't that they executed so early. They did execute quite early compared to what Wolves have been doing, for example. But they only kept control of what they needed, and that was the east side. They didn't care about Moto. They didn't really care too much for Church. They didn't really care about main stairs. They cared far more about making sure their planter had cover inside of Armory, and they could move forwards from there. So taking just enough ground that they could make an attack work. Really good stuff, and now this game gets spicy. Can BDS turn it into 2 or 3 attacks, or will Wolves find a way to start fighting back?
Well, this is the thing. I sort of dread to think what happens to Wolves if BDS find another 1 or 2, much like Wolves started out with a 3-0 to begin with on the attack. If BDS can emulate or replicate that, what a problem that Wolves could find themselves facing. All of a sudden they're behind, they're struggling to get a defensive round on the board, and BDS start winning the mental battle. We'll see how it pans out here on Gym and Bedroom. Interestingly, we've got the Frost brought along by Shinka this time, so keep an eye on those Frost mats. They're very easy to catch players out, even in the most obvious of positions sometimes. Underneath those windows, it's going to make it difficult for anybody to push in on the side of BDS. You usually get challenged on those windows when you come in through them. If they're going to be used as a point of ingress, it tends to be late in the round, and like I say, you tend to be getting challenged at the same time, so those two could definitely have some joy.
Liquefact is that guy for BDS now, isn't he? The rat.
He really is that guy.
The nut player. That guy. I mean, Shaiko's on Ash as well, so between the two of them, you can already see exactly what their intentions are. It's going to be terrific if he can get himself into a spot to do more damage once again. Maybe P4 is going to be his target here at top red. Not forgetting that once again, this is an extended hold coming out here. But here comes that move that we were talking about. Goes past one of the thorn traps on their march in. And that's kind of Wolves saying, right, time to get out of dodge. Peace, we're done.
That's smart from Wolves, recognising Leak Effect's effectiveness on the knock and bringing along the Thorn to counter it, because as you saw, he was able to walk past the bulletproof camera, not going to be picked up by it, but they had that secondary option. They had that safety net, that insurance policy to make sure that he didn't creep up on anybody. They've managed to get themselves back to site, 5 alive and ready to fight, so not looking terrible for Wolves. The one thing that is working against them at the minute, I would say, is the clock. 1 minute 15 left to go. It's an awful long time to hold on. When you hold up inside a site, you've lost the window control and you've lost the entry kill as Shaiko manages to find Rise.
Oh, Shinka there. Could have been a freebie if a little bit quicker off the shot, but no, it's a Lems, a distance to bring down P4. Finding himself now at 1 and 8. Not the dream start you were looking for. Leaky Fat finds one into Shinka, and it feels like BDS are really starting to tighten their grip on their enemies here as well. Mowgli may find one back, but it feels all for now as they're still sat in a 4 versus 2 team with 40 seconds to go.
Bibu managed to find a beautiful headshot through into logistics, but it's all he can do as Renshiro is there for the trade. Bibu, he manages to find 2. Surely.
Oh, was it a trade? Oh, defenders win.
He's got him.
Damn. Okay. That trade swing at the end was everything.
It was easy to lose track of what happened there, but ultimately, if you remember those frost mats that I mentioned at the beginning, well, somebody goes into one of them, I think, is what happened, and then obviously being picked up, it gave Bibu the opportunity to take one down, and it left him with only 1 fight to win, despite looking quite different to that. The situation was that he just needed 1 kill, and he found it. Look at him, 15 and 4.
It's ludicrous, isn't it? The scary thing is, and this is always my main frustration with this roster, back when they were known as Vitality, was it felt so up and down between some of the players. Like, you see Bibu have an incredible game like this, and we saw this back last stage as well. He was unbelievable last stage. But then some games, you barely know that he's in the server. And it's not to say that on other teams that's always the case, that a player is consistently at the same level. Absolutely not. But it's like you just don't know which Wolves you were going to see on any given day. Whereas I feel now when, I don't know, P4 is going 1 and 8, you've got someone else dropping double digits who normally wouldn't, for example. And when he is dropping those kills, that player settles back into a much calmer role. They've got redundancy built into the team now. It's not relying on just 1 or 2 players. Everyone can step up and go big. And that in itself was a massive clutch from Bibu, as you say. If you kind of miss what happened, he got the down. He killed one player that was being rezzed, or was the one doing the reviving, and put another player down. That was Renshiro on the deck. It was then 1v1. A player swings on him. They trade kills. And the way it works, if there's no one left alive, defenders win the round. And that's exactly what you saw.
Well, that's it, because the attackers at that point can do nothing about the bomb.
Exactly.
So long as the kill comes in at the same point, there's nothing then that BDS can do about the bomb effectively. So the defenders win. And here we are, 5-3 to Wolves. They've, not surprisingly to me, taken a tactical time out there, because as much as they've won that round and they've got themselves onto 5-3, it wasn't clean, Des. They needed, I think, a minute just to say, right, we need to steady the ship here. What's going on? What's the plan? How do we move forward? Where are the problems? Because BDS, let's be honest, in the last couple of rounds, they've been bullying Wolves in a lot of the gunfights. They've been going in, they've been really, getting themselves a numbers advantage. Bibu having to fight from 1v3 there to win that round is the perfect example. So Wolves deciding we just need to slow things down a little bit. We need to see what's happening. I think it's a good idea, but they're coming back with Bar and Stage, which is not going to be an easy one for them to pick up. They did have Church and Arsenal available, but instead have chosen to go for the mid floor.
Well, we've had that clutch now from either side of Lems earlier in the game. Now we've also seen it coming out of Bibu. All things are equal. Balance has been restored to the universe, and I think we're kind of where we should be at this 5-3 scoreline. As you say, that Bar and Stage pick coming out, not what you'd always expect, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. This site really is played out that you defend top floor almost as if you were defending gym and bedroom, just with nowhere near as much utility. Same as when you're doing an extended hold from gym and bedroom out towards Cash and CC. But the critical thing is, all these Flores drones have been raining in from this west side, through Strip, for example, in towards Pool, blowing out soft walls, getting rid of castle barricades. So a lot of utility being directed, and time, let's not forget, by BDS on towards that Pool side. I'm not saying that this is like a false attack coming in on this top floor, but I think it at least gives them a second option to come pushing in from the west side if they feel there's far too much resistance inside of gym and bedroom.
Vincere going to be moving through, taking utilities he goes. We saw him take down one of the proximity alarms there. We saw him clearing out a keeper barricade as well from the army. So doing plenty of work with that sledgehammer. LMs has been all the while working hard on the Rotero drones as well, opening up soft walls on the mid floor to allow access from strip into billiards. Shaiko's going to find the opener onto Rise once again. We've seen that happen previously, and this is Shaiko back on Ash, and it's starting to look terrifying. He doesn't know that there's man ratting underneath the desk. Surprise! Oh no! What has just happened, Des?
Shaiko shagged him, Tim, and Mowgli's found 2 more on site. It's absolute insanity. And P4, that was your time to get your second kill, buddy, but just couldn't connect his shots. Look, Ash, it's a small model in the game. I get it. Like, we've all seen the frustrating things about trying to shoot an Ash, especially in certain uniforms, but blimey, that was an absolute sitter for him that he did not manage to find. BDS with a small numbers advantage. Wall's got to hold on.
BDS
Do they hold on?
Going to find themselves leveled up here as Mowgli manages to find a headshot onto Alems 2v2. But Bibu is going to be full white flash though, and the kills come in from Leakafak. He's been a little bit quiet so far in this game, particularly through the mid game, but manages to get the kills when they count, and that will be BDS almost leveling things up. They're back within 1 round. It's 4-5.
Whew. Okay. Does it start to smell a bit like overtime at this point, Tim?
I mean, I sort of wanted coming into this game to make a joke saying at 0-0, right, it looks like we're probably going to overtime here, Des. But I thought, no, I'm not sure it's going to go that way. But here we are, unsurprisingly, like you say, absolutely staring down the barrel of it. I think BDS have got at least another attack or 2 in them here. We've already seen them win down on Church and Arsenal. It was pretty convincing from them. There was nothing much that Wolves could do. They got 2 of their roamers taken out early. We had Leakafak sneak down main stairs with the not get a couple of kills. It was just a very easy round for BDS. Understandable that Wolves haven't gone back there until this point, but BDS could well level this up here, and if they do, yeah, for my money, it's probably going all the way.
Well, time will tell. For Wolves, at least, they aren't being deterred. They are still out on the roam. Both rounds now, we've seen them making use of this mute to pull off what I'd probably call a bit of a faux SSG style roam. It's not like a mute Mozzie Vigil combo with a castle also built in, but it's still looking to go for the same principles of denying the ability for the attackers to get drones through this top floor. General thinking is you're putting down these jammers on any single doorways where drones are kind of forced to go through. Because the thing is about this map is you don't have things like drone holes going between construction and site, or in between like bedroom and master, between master and gym, for example. You do have to go through these single doorways, so they make excellent bottlenecks that really give the defenders an ability to hold the top floor. For the most part, teams will either then have to go and full clear that blind or ignore it and try and hit the site directly. For BDS, given they've got members inside kitchen hallway already and no one yet pushing the top floor, it feels like it's not so much a direct to site, but they are definitely considering, okay, how much resistance are we actually going to see on the site here? Can we just hit it and say go?
Leakafak has tried to get aggressive again. He's on the ace this time instead of the knock, but as we spoke about previously, you know, we're not necessarily seeing ace used as a supportive role anymore. You know, Playday does still have the hard breach and the diffuser in hand. That's the role he's going to be looking for. But ace has just got some good kit. The Selmas can be valuable, decent gun, got the soft breach option as well, and we're seeing more and more players start to pick him up. Leakafak's actually going to drop himself out of the map after that early progress. Instead, he's going to look to push in towards Dirt Tunnel, the one that they want to clear the way at the minute. He's going to be facing up to the smoke in there. It's going to be Shink trying to hold on, but he can't. As Leakafak goes in and finds a kill with a headshot, and that's another advantage for BDS here. And look at the progress through blue. Rise manages to find Shaiko though. P4 onto Leakafak. Wolves have got the answer, Des.
P4 was the answer. 2 kills in this round out of the 3 has got all game. A side swipe from Bibu as well. It looks so good for BDS. They have blue control, dirt control. They were swarming site at the same time together, but didn't know about P4. Sat between boxes and got himself a free couple of kills. For good measure, Alems will hack the cams, but I don't think it's going to save him in a 1 versus 3. Famous last
No,
words.
not at all. You can see that Playday has jumped onto them. Leak of fact using those cams as well. So they are trying to make the most of that utility that's been gained. 48 seconds. Plenty of time for Lems to work with, but not plenty of life for him to work with. As Mowgli finds a nice long angle, shuts his man down into blue. Job done. Wolves, they get themselves onto match point here. 6-4. And you've got to say, for me, Des, BDS needed to go 5-5 if they wanted overtime. Wolves have guaranteed overtime as a minimum. I'm not sure BDS make it now. 2 rounds in a row, even on the attack. It's a big ask for them. It's not something they've actually achieved so far. Interestingly, so far it's gone BDS Wolves. So they haven't managed to chain rounds together. And I think Wolves might just have the legs to take this over the line.
I just checked our prediction sheet. So, breaking the fourth wall, we all have to fill in a prediction sheet and our rotation, who's casting what game before the day. Had to go in there and check the predictions to see what you've gone for, Tim, but you've gone for Wolves as well.
I did.
I guess we are both
indeed
on the right side. That'd be me 3-0 today, Tim.
You're doing very well. I'll be 2-1 if Wolves win this. I did get the Rogue one as well. I went for Rogue.
That first game, though,
but yeah,
sucker!
Interestingly, with this one, if you remember, I picked up at the beginning, I said it's looking like we could have a complete reversal of stage 2, which was BDS starting on the attack that time around, 3-3, and then come and won 4-1 in the second half to win 7-4 overall. And right now, if Wolves win this round, it will be an exact reverse, including starting sides.
Insane. If it ends that way. That's the dream storyline we're living for them, which means, sadly, BDS have to lose this round. I'm sorry, boys. I don't write the script. Tim does.
We just want the stats. I love a good start. I love a good number. Leaker back. He's going to get aggressive. Easy as he manages to find the kill onto Shinka. They have been punished time after time after time by that knock today, Des.
I couldn't tell then if you were saying been punished by the knock today or you were saying, oh, just knock today in general. And I was like, hang on a minute.
No, they've been punished by the knock today. They've knocked out and answered us.
Brilliant. Cheers, Tim. Thanks. Fantastic.
I knew that you were waiting for one.
Yeah,
I wasn't going to do it until I could feel it.
They've been coming out all day.
I felt I disappointed you.
Like, you just haven't stopped. You're a menace. Now, this time around, it's Rise trying to push on through. It's Leak of Fact put into the dust. 13-8. He now sits. Not quite the dream game he was looking for against his French rivals, but still not a bad scoreline to be having given the current scoreline. Still in a 4v3 though for BDS, it does feel like they should be able to hold on, but we've seen a couple of clutch rounds come out, which is what makes me so nervous, Tim, and those frost mats are in play once again that cost them so dearly last time.
That's it, they've only got a one-man advantage here. Wolves have stopped playing out on their own, which they were doing earlier. They've got the 3 that they've got back to sight. Mowgli is low health, which is not fantastic news for them. It's going to make things a little more difficult, and he's playing in the real sort of crutch position at the minute, in the middle of sight, shut down by Lems, nice and easy. And that leaves us now 4v2 to BDS. This is going to have to be a big clutch coming out from Wolves, and it just gets bigger, Des, as Lems managed to find another 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Bibu can't even hope for time to help him here. First challenge. Oh, beautiful. As Bibu just slides across the window and takes Lems down 1v3. Where have we seen this before, Des?
If he gets this, Tim, he hits 20 kills as well. What a way to win the game it would be to complete that reversal. But Playday is getting this plant down. He's got Shaiko and Vincere to deal with temporarily. Takes one shot in the shoulder and Shaiko's there for the swing on the crouch lean out. Far too easy. They break that curse. They show that it's not going to be a perfect reversal, but they've still got one more round to do, Tim. Otherwise, Wolves still take the 3 points.
They've ruined my numbers, but I will forgive them because they've delivered us an excellent game so far. It's going to be going to bar and stage, it looks like, for Wolves to try and finish this off. They did win it back. No, sorry, BDS won it back in round 9. It's a big gamble here. Of course, they don't have Church and Arsenal available, but they do have CCTV. We haven't seen them play it yet, and that's not necessarily a criticism. I know that CCTV is not the best defensive site and hasn't been for a little while now, but it's interesting that they double down on a site that they've already lost. And not only have they already lost it, there's my other concern with this site. I picked up on it last time. It is very similar to the defense that they have just played. They're going to be looking to hold on to similar areas. They want gym, they want bedroom, they want construction, and BDS just dealt with that very, very easily. They can almost rinse and repeat the first half of the round here to come in and look for the same kills.
No echo, no party, Tim. This is just that site. We've seen so many clutches on this, not just from DPEC as well. Obviously, they won the major on this actual site. Last round of the major, they call right. We'll go into bar and stage, and they win it out thanks to a little bit of help from those Yokai drones. You've seen Kendra clutch up here. I remember Kayak clutching up here as well with the Echo. Yeah, just such a powerful operator. I'm not all trying to say, oh, you're going to lose because you haven't got the Echo, but it is that kind of site where it kind of calls on the operator being present in more cases than not. Let's see how things work, because they've still got hold of things like the Maestro. That's sort of their alternative here. Some more fixed place cameras rather than being ones that you can drive around.
Right, it's going to be on the cams for the time being, just trying to see if they can at least ascertain where the defaults have been shot out. These players are well aware of the order of the defaults. They'll watch for which order they get shot out in, and it tells them where the spawns have happened more often than not. And they can start from that to formulate the rest of the defense. Where are we going to have to face up to? Leakyfax going for it again, Des. Look how quickly he's moving. He's going straight into construction here. He's looking for kills. He's got a drone ahead of him. Only a few feet. This is going to be a red-hot reaction. He almost challenges onto Mowgli, but no, will be pushed back and slowed down, and the game of cat and mouse continues.
That would have been the magic kill they were no doubt looking for as well. You pick off one man early in the round, like we've seen him do a couple of times in this half, completely changes the shape of the round, because you're taking that one defender offline. You've exposed a hole in the defense, they then have to turn around and cover. For now, he's going to put some focus in towards the actual bar itself, opening that up before looking himself downstairs. Often we'll see roamers, you'll have one man looking to play downstairs. Thinking about Doki back on Navi, used to employ the C4 from below trick that won them a round or two throughout their adventures.
Shaiko going to be getting on the drone, still trying to pester from construction, doesn't it? Oh, what an angle, but not today, says Shaiko. He manages to spray down Mowgli, and that is an unbelievable battle. Shaiko goes again, big on the Ash, taking down Rise, and BDS, they've just got 1 foot into overtime as BDS tries to continue, but no, Shaiko's going to be shut down by P4, and then in comes another as we see a man down. It's 3 versus 1, though, as the kills shake down. Shaiko, as Claymore gets a kill from beyond the grave onto P4, and now it's all up to Shinka.
They've got 2 players completely out of sorts, though. You have one coming up main stairs, and one, as you just saw a second ago, Brede, in Narnia a little bit. So at least for a second, it was 1 versus 1 for Shinka. Not that he'd know that. There might be pressure on the door here. The plant's starting to go down. Alem sees him, walks around the corner, and BDS, they're taking us into overtime, Tim.
Honestly, I couldn't think of a better game to go the distance. We knew this one was going to be big. The 2 French giants just going toe-to-toe with each other. And are they delivering on that promise of match of the day right now? Like you would not believe, we're going all the way. Somebody is not going to be taking 3 points. It's going to be 2 points for the winner now and 1 for the loser. So they both secured themselves something at least. And it will be played out over the best of 3 rounds coming up now. So whoever can grab 2. And interestingly, Des, it's been a 4-2 split either way. It's been in favour of the defenders. No, sorry, the attackers, both sides. So BDS might just have the advantage here.
They might just nick it, Tim. They might just nick it. For Wolves, sat up at 6 and 4, no doubt felt they had control of the game and were the ones to walk away with the 3 points. But BDS just showing, look, we made a change. This roster, it means business, and that also includes bringing down those at the top of the table. I said it before, for Wolves and Rogue, you know, as winners of the major or winners of last stage of EUL, you get a target painted on your back. People want to bring you down to sort of prove a point and show, no, we can tango some of the best in Europe. But here you are kind of seeing that rise from BDS and just showing, for Wolves, it's not going to be plain sailing like the last stage.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, BDS did represent one of the 2 losses that Wolves had back in Stage 2. So, you know, it could just be history repeating itself, and it may well be the same case, and Wolves can pick up the points elsewhere and still take that top spot. But the danger that you get then, Des, is that BDS, if they win here, have won their first 2 games. So it's not about the points that you can pick up. It starts becoming about what points are BDS going to be picking up if they are back.
I was talking about this actually between to Demo and Fresh off air. I was saying, you know, after the game earlier from Outsiders, I said, you know, this is kind of their chance to think about trying to push a major. The thing where they're sort of damned almost is the timing of it, because there are so many other teams that are looking to challenge for it as well. You know, Navi looked phenomenal last week. Got to see them play a little bit later on. BDS are also picking things back up. Heroic aren't looking bad despite making 2 changes. It's going to get real scary and super competitive for those top 4 spots, which is the best thing for our region, absolutely. But even when a team feels like, right, we're finally on track, it's like, great, yeah, so is every other team in EUL. Good luck, have fun.
This is it. You know, we're coming back into a stage 3 on the back of having that major win for EU, and I don't want to get carried away, but you start feeling like, you know, stage 2 was a little bit of a downer for EU. We were starting to get a little bit concerned. But now, you know, you're starting to almost believe that the EU might just be back here, and they're getting, as you say, more and more competitive. Now then, we're going to see the push coming into Dirt Tunnel. Shinka trying to hold on to it again. We saw Leakafak able to push in here and get the opening kill last time around, but it sort of fell apart from there for BDS. It wasn't all plain sailing from that point forward, but for the time being, Hatch is looking to be opened. It's going to be a slow process for Lems here, as he's going to see those Hibana pellets just taken off a couple of times with impact nades, but that is likely to be the end of it now. No, he's going to see more and more. He's not got the hatch open, and that is a problem. We've got 1 exothermic charge left on Playday, and that is going to be the only option.
That feels a little bit weird that he's chewed through everything there. I don't know if he was too keen in one of the earlier rounds and had like 4 or 6 knocked off, but ouch. Now we start to see a potential push coming in. BDS very much converged around blue, and 2 or 3 players all looking to drop in. 2 more out towards the west. You can see Thermite and Lickifak here looking to try and push their way through separately. Shaiko steps in and almost manages to find Mowgli, but still standing on his feet.
I suppose it depends if Lems has prioritised the other hatches. We're going to see kills coming in here, though, as BDS start to work their way in. It's a big 2 for Renshiro, and that leaves us in a 4v2. Renshiro low health. It's unlikely to matter as Playday finds Bibu, and it's now 1v4. 8 seconds left to go. Renshiro needs to get in and get that diffuser down. Lems is down but not out, and that is not ideal for BDS, but they know that they've got Shinka locked inside a dirt tunnel. Tries to fight his way out, but Shaiko's there. Pistol in hand, says absolutely not. Puts him on black ice and puts him out of the round, and it is, as expected, advantage BDS.
That's it, that attack inside. Damn, it's so powerful in this matchup between the 2 teams. And to be fair, we had this back in our first as well. The 4-2 splits, attackers generally being the leaning ones, even on Villa and Clubhouse. For Wolves, they get this attacking round, but I'm concerned that maybe they're a little bit rattled after 3 rounds have now gone against them in a row. They've got to dig deep here, find a comfortable win, and find a way to transform their fortunes in round 15. Because right now, I ain't seeing how they do that.
It's a little bit of Caster's curse, isn't it? You know, really, coming into round 11, I commented that BDS had not been able to secure 2 rounds in a row so far, and that it was looking, you know, unlikely that Wolves had always been able to at least bounce back.
My win, yes.
Exactly that. You know, it was certainly looking that way, but then BDS somewhere, they've just dug deep. They've found another gear. I don't know, you know, necessarily where this has come from, but getting the attack to begin with on the overtime was just, you know, absolutely, that was the prize waiting for them, you've got to feel at that point. And maybe the motivation, you know, within the team, the discussion could have been, look, if we get to overtime here, we've got attack and we can do this. So it really has driven them forward. Now they're going to be defending down in the basement for round number 14. It's going to be BDS trying to hold on to Church and Arsenal. Can they do this with style and get themselves a win on the defense to finish things off?
Silence K1A. Never thought I'd see the day. Now, with how things set up here for Lickifak, is the one trying to waste a good bit of time. Drone at his feet, they have a loose idea as to where he is, but does he see the man at the window? Has really darted his way. Oh my God! Naughty! Spray through onto the soft window. Mowgli taken offline.
Get predicted. Get predicted. Simple as that. Mowgli just being absolutely read like a book there and put to sleep. Must have been a good night story because Lickifak has just tucked him in nice and tight. Absolutely played him like a fiddle. And that leaves us now in a 5v4. BDS with a strong opening to round 14. Exactly what they needed. And Wolves, they're going to be scrambling a little bit here. They need to think of plan B. We know that they play play from behind in terms of man count very, very well. They will work as a team to single people out, still find the advantage in gunfights, and what is a 5v4 at the minute can very quickly become a 4v3 in their favour.
And you've still got Leakafat going unchecked as well. He's holding himself near the bottom of main stairs here, just not quite back on site, but holding the cheeky angle, hoping that someone steps down there feeling confident. He gets a freebie one-tap and then can pull his way back on towards site. Shinga's got the drone coming in as well. Might see him now as that gadget is on recharge, but he's dipped back in towards site. Like a dancer here, Tim, just back and forth. It's like watching art at work.
Let's see if the Hibana can have more joy in getting this hatch open. We see the process begin with the impact nades going out. They still have 2 left on site, so there's still an opportunity to deal with more of them. But we managed to see 1 successful detonation of those X-Kairos pellets because Rise, he's taken matters into his own hands, got himself above and made it very difficult for anybody to play in close enough to that hatch to be able to use that explosive utility.
For now, at least, just dug in deep, and Wolves, they've done the work. They've got the hatch open. That was one step beyond what BDS managed to achieve, yet BDS still went on to win the round. And I remember actually back way at the very start of the game, we were like, okay, boys, we're down to the last 30 seconds. You spent 1 minute and 30 smashing this floor to pieces. There's only so many angles you can open up. Let's make it happen. When's it going to begin? And sure enough, when it all kicked off, things did get nice and explosive. And I get a similar feeling that we're going to see the same here again in the next 10 seconds.
Trying to use those vertical angles for the time being here, Wolves. The drop is going to have to come at some point, and Playday could be a big problem inside a dirt tunnel. He's just a 90-degree peak away from being able to challenge onto that drop. Damage is going to be taken by P4 and an awful lot of it. Shaiko it is who manages to get the kill from Boxers, shuts him down and puts Diffuser down in no man's land. This is all going BDS's way as Leakafat finds one, Shaiko another, and it looks like they've got it closed out. 2 seconds ticks away. Shinka can do nothing this time as BDS, they fight long, they fight hard, and perseverance prevails as they take 2 points against Wolves.
Well, you can see who the noisy characters in the room are there. Lem's absolutely ecstatic that they brought Wolves down there because this is more than just a win. Sure, it's 2 points, but the most important thing is they've shown they can beat one of the best in Europe, and BDS could well and truly be back.
Certainly could. That's the discussion that will start to happen now. Since the roster change, they are unbeaten in EUL. We're only 2 weeks in, so there's plenty of time yet, but they are looking good. Could they be back and looking for that major spot that they missed so much in the last stage?
Yes. My only concern comes again in that so many other teams are also doing the same. Like Navi have come out of nowhere and looked amazing.
I love it.
Heroic with their 2 new pickups are looking great. It's just so competitive that I even find it difficult after a couple of games to predict who's going to be there. That's the kind of stage it's going to be.
It's absolute chaos, Des. And like I say, if I have to sit down and think, oh, who's going to win this? Who's going to win? Oh, I've been wrong again. That's perfect. That's what I want. Get me wrong on predictions every time. Let's have surprises.
Absolutely. And I can't wait to see what the future weeks bring for both of these 2 teams. But for BDS, as said, this could be their time to start showing that they are well and truly back. Let's go to a break. When we come back, Desk will break it down for you.
Welcome back, friends. And it has happened. BDS able to take it 8-6 with 2 points out of the 3 that they collect in overtime. A lot of happiness there in the team. And BDS continue on with their streak of defeating Wolves in EU League. By the way, hey, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milos. That's, you're listening to Radio EU League right now for any boomers. Make sure you check your back, but also Fresh and Demo on the other side. Gentlemen, help me make sense of what just happened.
Milos, we just had another French derby. Absolute classic barn burner between these two teams. Massive kills coming out. Bibu, Shaiko, Efak, the GOAT. It just had absolutely everything. Clutches, plants, executes, early round. All the sides were played, like, genuinely. Really enjoyable game of Siege. Bit difficult. It's going to be a bit difficult for Wolves to take because they were in the ascendancy. They really, after that first half, were in the ascendancy, and they just let it slip late on, especially going into overtime.
Yeah, I think BDS came out, put the marker down and said, this is still our league. You know, you've had a good run there for 2 splits.
You tried.
We're back now, so we hope you enjoyed your time at the top, because now we're going to be at the top, and I think BDS, just this revival, that's the best way you can use it, is a revival, because BDS last split, they looked dead in the water, and they've came out with a new player, and not only has it been, obviously, Efak, who we'll get on to, there is. But you know, I think Playday is the big one that's really stepped back into his prime role. I think he was the person that we kind of said, oh, he's dropped off. You know, he's not that best support that we always knew him as. And it looks as if he's getting back to his greatness again, which is very, very important for this team.
Well, it's a good thing that you mentioned Likifak, because we have him ready for our interview. Bring him on. Hello, Likifak. Congratulations on your victory. First of all, just so everybody knows, pronounce your own name to us.
In French, because I know it's difficult in French. Okay, Likifak.
There you go. Just so everybody knows.
I'll still get it wrong.
Can we just call him GOAT?
Yeah. At this point, yes. Likifak, congratulations on the win. First of all, I want to ask you about your experience so far in BDS. Of course, it's big shoes to step into, from experience in the French scene to the biggest team in EU League. How did that feel for you?
I mean, it's I went to nothing and the first immunal, the best immunal for me, and I'm very happy to play with them. I'm very happy. It's my dream.
It's your dream. It's coming true, and you're doing very well for it in these opening 2 days. Can you tell me how much time did you have to prepare with the team? Because we know obviously they didn't qualify to the Berlin Major. Did you have multiple weeks to plan and scrim in preparation for stage 3?
So I got just one trial, so 4 map.
Okay.
After the one trial, they said they pick me. So we can't stream right now because I have to go holiday. So I streamed like Tuesday, last Tuesday, before the UL. So it's like 2 weeks. 2 weeks we were practicing together.
Okay, that's really not a lot of time and still able to perform. What do you think your role is supposed to be on BDS? Did you figure that out yet, or are you still in the process of seeing where you sit on this legendary squad, really?
So with my teammate, I was very good to me, and they said, like, play like you want, play the best you can, and things like that. So I just play like I know to play, and I think I found my place in BDS team. And also, I like to do strat and things like that. Mm-hmm. And with them, they said, yeah, of course, come with your strat, come give us some new thing. And that's what we are doing right now.
Well, do you have any specific operators that will be seeing you more and more often on as your career progresses?
The operator I prefer, or the operator I need to work on
that you get to play, basically?
I think you know what I love to play. It's not a big surprise for everyone. It's Nock, my favorite operator. Rat play style.
Yes. The rat plays are definitely in there. And, today, you went on Clubhouse. It's an equal map. It's one of the most 50-50 maps that we have in the pool. And it still was 4 rounds for the attacking sides on both teams. So what do you think that happened today?
I mean, we were a little bit stressed because it's only our two match together, So we're not ready to play like we have to do. So we lost a lot of defense by throwing, just that it, like the com wasn't that good and things like that. And in attack also we throw the gym round and things like that. So I expect more than us. Like we have to play better and don't throw. So yeah, that's it.
You talked about strategy. I want to ask you about something because we did a segment on Thatcher today, and we know that there's impact EMPs now in the game. I want to ask you, why did you end up banning the Thatcher on Clubhouse? Because we haven't seen much Thatcher bans because of the EMP impacts.
Okay, so that's a good question.
Thank you.
We try to play with Thatcher. So in attack it's easy. But in defense, even with the new EM, Thatcher is so good. Like you can hide sky, you can bandy in the corner. You know the EM don't deny the whole party of the wall, and the Thatcher did. And also we can play trap like I did with Capcan on the gym door. I don't know if you remember. I just put Capcan trap, and if there is a Thatcher, the Thatcher also deny the Capcan trap. That's the reason. That's why we're still banning the Thatcher on club.
That is a very good point. Thank you very much, Likeva, for explaining the strategy and the small things that we don't usually get to see. Now, you're victorious today. It's a big game. Of course, you didn't get all 3 points. That would have been great for you, but you still got the win against Wolves, big rivals, and ones that you will most likely be facing in the top 4 at the end of the stage. Next Playday, you'll go up against outsiders who are able to gain the victory today against M&M. Anything that you expect from outsiders or that you fear from outsiders?
Outsider is a squad team with Dan always and joystick on coach. So, I mean, we are ready to play them. We'll play match by match. So we are okay, but for sure outsider will be a good match. And even they win tonight. So
yeah,
it's a good performance from them.
Is this your last day on bootcamp, or are you still going for the rest of the week?
No, it's our last day. We go back to home tomorrow.
All right, fair enough. Well, you know, Likevag, I think you're earning extra points with the team now because LMs has you on interviews. So that's something I'm sure he's very, very happy about in this case. And again, anything you want to say to all the fans out there, be it the international crowd or the French fans out there, because there's quite a few people that were watching this game.
Yeah, thank you for everyone to support us et merci à tous de nous avoir suivis, de m'avoir bien accueilli, etc. And we'll do everything to win our all the match in a well and after the major and I hope invitational. J'espère qu'on va gagner tous nos matchs et que on va réussir à aller au major et aussi à l'invitational.
All right. Thank you very much, Likefak. Now you guys go ahead and chill, and hopefully we get to see you next Monday on EUL. For all the fans out there, make sure you're tuning in. BDS versus Outsiders, game number 1. See Likefak and the squad competing. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Bonne nuit.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. There it is, the greatest of this moment on the interview. It's good to actually speak with him. He's very, I guess, he really knows how to answer the questions properly and really give his own point of view in the interview. I'm very impressed for such a young player to come in and pull off interviews so well.
Yeah, it's good character, good bit of personality around him. You know, I think very down to earth. I think very humble about him. He knows that it's a long journey, and you know, obviously he's kind of planning invitational at this stage. But honestly, it's fair enough to see them invite. Honestly, I think the way they're going, I think top 4, if they keep up this pace, there's a big possibility for it. So I think there's nothing wrong with planning ahead that, because they are confident, and you should be confident. The kind of seats that BDS are playing, they should have confidence.
There's a team that, you know, Europeans, if you look past over the past 18 months, have kind of crutched onto BDS as this is our team that we can go and win a major with. Obviously, it failed off. You know, Rogue won the major.
Got another one. Let's go.
BDS are getting there again, and they're getting there, and they get scary. There's a team that, you know, especially the French fans can be proud of, that can support international. I'm not saying Wolves aren't, don't get me wrong, but BDS, they look like they could be scary. You know, for 6 months' time.
4 international events, it was always BDS, wasn't it? That we said, oh, BDS is going to be there, though they might win it this time. And every time we cried whenever they didn't. We just hope it doesn't happen.
I cried myself to sleep every single time.
Is that why he was crying at the after party? Right, okay.
A lot of reasons why I was crying at the after party.
Oh boy. We'll talk about that later off air. But gentlemen, thank you very much. It was good to have a chat with Likefak. We hope you enjoyed that. He's going to get punched by the end of the day. GT versus Team Secret coming up in just a bit.
Faker can do nothing this time. As BDS, they fight long, they fight hard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 4 about to begin. I'll correct myself and say, ladies and gentlemen and MBs, Team Secret versus G2 Esports is about to begin. There's been changes on both of these squads that a lot of people love and have been following for the past year plus years. Also, if you're counting for G2 and their roster, and we talked about them earlier today, put it on the tier list. So let us know what you thought about that. But also, welcome to the desk. I'm Medic. Here's Fresh and Demo. Let's talk about Team Secret first. Demo, what do you think about their shot today?
Tough game again. I kind of think for Secret last week against BDS, it was always going to be difficult. But I think Secret's shown us enough that honestly I think they're on the cards to beat G2 today. I think that's where I think Secret are at the moment. Obviously making 2 changes, one massive one, Keenan gone. I think we kind of seen the influence of that because there's a couple of times where I think Secret last week, they were missing somebody to step up to the plate a little bit. Don't get me wrong, I still think that the new players kind of held their own. I think Astro comes into the roster, fits in nicely. I think Grubby, I think there's still potential for him to be a lot better, but he still didn't have a bad game. I don't think Secret really had a bad game per se. It's just BDS is BDS at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think Secret, their problem has actually been teamwork, team play, coordination, going together. Last week, the actual undoing, when I went back through the game files and the VODs and everything, was they were overreacting. They were trying to help each other too much, which is a good problem to have, right? Is, they were getting a little bit baited by BDS because, Efak or Shaker would walk in, get a kill, and everybody would try and swarm on it, right? Which isn't typical of how Secret have played over the past 6 months. So in terms of performance, it was good. They were just maybe that little bit nervous to try and get the round done. They played some situations, especially in the late round, quite difficult.
Take the risks.
Yeah.
Take the risks.
So good signs, even if the result wasn't there last week.
What about G2 real quick? We're almost out of time.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on G2, I think, today after last week. I don't think there's been too many critics, we'll say, about G2 compared to what there was last split. Put your hand down, Jack. But I think that today this team needs a win. I think to win off everyone, I think if they take another loss today, then people will be on them. We just know the G2, the pedigree of this team, the players. We expect just so much of a high quality.
My hand's up to criticize them, Demo. I'm going to go in on G2 a little bit. They messed up the map bans. They messed up the operator bans. They messed up the game plan. They didn't play together. And crucially, one of the things that was mad for me, they defended Villa, nobody on spawn cams, they didn't have a clue where Heroic was coming from. There were so many mistakes in their gameplay last week that is not representative of how G2 as a team should be functioning. There has to be improvement this week, Milosh.
Fabian was the problem. Anyways, what about our map for this series? Put it up on the screen. Let's figure out which one it will be. Our lobby is pretty much set and ready. It'll be Bank Secret opting for it, or moving border just before. The start on attack is G2 has opted for defense. Last thoughts?
Terms of preference, G2 have always liked Bank. They've been known in this roster to be a good Bank team. Secret have never really liked Bank, but took Heroic there in stage 2 and actually beat them there. One thing I will say, G2 are on a losing record on Bank. They haven't won it the last 4 times they've played it.
I think for G2, it gives them a little bit more flexibility than maybe I think what Villa kind of restricted them to. It didn't let them have that freedom because we know Doki can walk in and he's probably the only guy I've seen who can consistently get 2 kills if he's on his game, which he wasn't.
There's a lot of opportunity for that, right?
I think Alamau, you can hear Alamau's comms. Guys, I'm in sight. You can hear that whenever you see this team play the game. There's moments there for Alamau whenever he just appears. Citizen's always going to be that threat, isn't he? Just always is going to be there. So there's opportunities, I think, on Bank compared to maybe what Villa was at.
Such a fanboy, but rightfully so. But hey,
whenever you know the team, it's, hey, I'm maybe the biggest fan, but I'm also the biggest critic. That's one thing.
No, you're not.
I am. No, but he just wants to hate. He loves to hate. I will criticize them.
All right, you know what? Before they start fighting, let's toss it to our casters.
What?
Secret versus G2. Yeah.
Doki better not play bad.
I know who did criticize him a lot before they started shouting. It was Fabian. He's actually going to be the coach right now. But last time they were on a 1-3 losing streak. Somehow still made it to the major G2. So yeah, it's nowhere near that moment yet where you need to start worrying. They still have 3 losses to go before they are starting to win here. So against Secret on Bank, mentioned before, 4-time losing streak for G2. It's not looking too great if you look at those numbers. There's definitely some opportunities for either of these 2 teams. G2, they feel confident here. They've just not been able to translate it yet.
No time like the present.
No.
I mean, I think that's it. Obviously, it was one of the sort of things that we said before and always in the build-up of EUL is that when you're the team that comes home with the major, suddenly there's a new bar that you have to measure yourself against. A bar that obviously EU hasn't had for a very long time is that bar of the biggest success. We've had teams that have gotten close and they've sort of dropped off or been dropped off, and now we have that again as like a measuring stick. You'll sort of see, okay, well, who do you want to compete with? You want to compete with the reigning champions. G2 were that other team at Berlin. They were the other team to sort of break through from the side of EU. They lost to the final champions. Bank was one of those 2 maps that they played, and it was a 7-8. Now, those current reigning champions of Rogue, they've been able to push themselves to their points today. G2 have to match pace, and it's not to undercut Secret, but G2 were, as I said, the 2nd top team for EU in the tournament when EU won it. this is their moment to reaffirm that.
Now, if we look at the bigger picture, G2 does not need to go to the major to qualify themselves for the 6th Invitational. We spoke to Doki before the major started, and he said whenever the roster was formed, this was the goal, to reach the 6th Invitational at the end of the year. So they can reach their goal without having to make it to the major. 7th place in EUL would be enough, but that right now, probably not enough for the fans watching at home. They want them to go to the major. It's kind of expected from them at this point. And you mentioned it before, they need to keep up pace with the teams that are currently at the top. Otherwise, you are not going to be finding yourself in a good time. And in a similar situation, they found themselves in Stage 2, where they had to win every single game in a row for 5 games straight if they wanted to make it to the major.
They highlighted it on the desk a little bit as well, just to keep things on the topic of G2. Also, I'll do a very quick, hey, these are the bans. Nothing is really surprising out of these bans. Secret removing the Candelas from the pocket. It is something that G2 can play and have played. And Nook is
play as well.
Just a constant ban. Kaid on this map as well severely limits the hatches. And it's Mirror. There's nothing too outrageous about these bans.
No, for sure. It's very default. The Ying is the only one that would maybe strike your eyes, but as you said, Alamau plays it a lot, especially on this map. They like to use it for the execute. Now we'll be forced to go a different avenue. So, with that, into that first round we go. And it is going to be on that basement. Instantly some pressure coming down from the garage. Doki sending down a drone. He's not going to be finding anything as of yet. He's looking at from some Valkyrie cameras, but can find them as of right now, and does that mean free ground is to be gained?
Ooh, look at this.
If you look at it, a lot of players currently on that top floor.
Wow.
There's no one on site.
That's it. The site itself is empty. Alamau wants to put pressure onto the side of servers. You can see the player around the bottom of blue might have an idea and a call. One's going to head down green now, and the pings and the conversations coming out onto the position of Savage. But the Ossa in the pockets of Blur with the backing up here. Here comes the pressure and the push. There's the take. Alamau now has control of servers. That'll be the sort of warning sign. Blur sprints past, gets into sight. Kendry's going to come behind him, but gets caught out by the player still in garage. Doki has that angle. Now they know they can't just make that run. There's a plan. In the blink of an eye, G2 saw a weakness and a flaw on a site and took the entire floor of the site. Sleben at least gets one back, but held by the E1D. Astro wants to try and take the fight into garage, but Doki's round on the back. He was watching on a drone. There's a drop on a hatch there inside the site once again. Still trying to find the fight, but it's Blur that gets caught out. 20 seconds, and Alamau at least does enough to bite them back in. Doki with a very important kill there. Puts Astro into, well, the weight of the call of the Lion has 3 bodies left to get in. They've entirely swarmed themselves in towards site, and credit where credit is due. G2, they saw an idea and an angle, and they made sure it worked. First round's theirs.
Good information game, well reacted to whatever they saw there, and you know, they realized, okay, there is no one really on the site. Alamau had a spot on a player down at those blue stairs, used that E1D to capitalize on that information, and suddenly that is when panic starts to strike, because the one player that was close to the site dies. The rest of Team Secret needs to fall back, but that's the perfect moment to strike, go for that plant, catch them off if they try and go for any rotates or over aggressions, and secure the round like that. So, a good first round from G2, a good read onto the situation of Team Secret, who will not be going back towards that bottom floor, but instead will go to the top floor. I have to make sure, though, that someone is on site at all times to prevent any of those sneaky plans from happening again.
I like the idea that you can really sort of get a taste of just how much adaptation that was, because the pace of Blur and Doki to get into position that they were, and Alamau, that was truly a call of, I think this is actually emptier than we think it is. Get one, let's go for it. Because the reason the Ossa was put into that position, they didn't even deploy an Ossa shield for Doki to hold that position. They didn't even give the game away that they'd put her into that sort of situation into garage. They just duck in, and they trusted Doki with the cover. If Doki hadn't have got the kill onto Kendry, then Kendry would have stopped the plant. It would have been a very difficult situation, because suddenly that's entirely in Narnia. But here, great read, great little bit of momentum from G2, and they fit the ground running.
He would have had plenty of time left to try and make something happen as G2 if the defuse had gone down there, but then the pressure isn't on the defenders, which is what made it so successful for them. Either way, second round. Again, the drones coming to the site. Some keep-up areas are being tossed up, which will give the information of the Azami being present near the site. Twitch drone is currently being prepared for later use. Some information as well. It looks like they want to go quick again. They just need to find that first opening.
Blur with the flash over the top. Does he know someone's on the bottom? Oh no! Kendra just pushed the advantage, gets the kick call, a huge call. There's the blitz finding his way in. He's inside Laundry there, inside the site on the swing round. Doki gets Astro, but Kendrick's still with the kit. Now he might be one of the last with the kit. Sleben, the only other remaining player on this swing round connection onto White itself. The drop comes over the top. Kendrick's going to wait. He knows he cannot really stick himself inside exactly where the kit was. He has to give them a bit of wiggle room because he has to have a route out and an escape, but he's wasting so much time. Time on the drone, time on the recollection, and time on the push itself. They have a lot of it, sure, but to go from entirely having the site to now having to try and find 2 loose players, we've seen less players do more with less.
Now there is still Kendra below, having a Nitro cell in pocket. 90 seconds left on that clock. Sleben is below, gives away his position though. 2 impacts to be used, will not find a single chip point of damage onto that blitz, and that means it's really coming down onto Kendra with that C4 now, but he's waiting for the planter. A Citizen is looking to take the fight downwards. They know that these last 2 secret players are down here, and thus a safe plant needs to happen. Get on the desk, get on a different area, because the plant's coming down. That's the C4 used, and it's not going to find it, so a retake again on the board here for Secret.
Very well played there from G2. They got the kit, they knew where it needed to be, and they made sure it happened. Citizen finds the lockdown from the top rope. There's a spray across the board. Can't connect with the second, and G2 find their second. They had some work to be done, and it was very good attention paid. And wow, for what happened last time on Villa, there's a nice way of using a blitz to rush a site. You have some support behind it.
It's still odd to see though. Diffuser dies as the very first on. They know that on the side of Team Secret. And there's 2 things you can do as a team. You either push for the site, get as many kills as you can, and then see what you do afterwards, or you try and recover that diffuser with all your might that you have. G2 decided, oh, the diffuser died, Blur's gone. Let's just rush that side anyway, because that was the plan eventually, and then see what we can do afterwards. Only having to do with those 2 players downstairs who weren't there to defend that diffuser due to the tricky position. Outside repels, of course, have a direct line of sight on it. You cannot really hide in ATMs, because if you do, you get droned out, you will be stuck. And a 4v2, that is not going to be ending well for you. So they tried to be a bit fluid, they tried to roam around, but weren't quite able to find the connections in the end. Now, onto that 3rd round they go. It's another site for Secret to come out. Towards that kitchen, the open area. Seeing if they can find some success here. Verticality, often described as a key factor to this attack, but usually those hatch drops don't really work out. The quad wall more important to get down. Now, of course, the top of square is the big danger point for that, so you need to have that under control if you want to open up.
All right, the approach here. Onto open. G2, they're still keeping the lion, but now in the hands of Citizen. See if they can try and get more of this drive through. They've kept their attacker choice mobile for now. Blur, obviously, he was one of the lead charges on the scoreboard in the game they lost the previous week, and they want to make sure that they don't have that again. And to be honest, that's not really the work of Blur, because this was the role he was sort of brought on to play alongside the Habana, the support structure, and be that direct line. With the kit in the pocket of Alamau, you wonder where they want to try and thread it in. Sleben's waiting before a swing in. It should potentially be moments away. There it is. There's the catch.
Oh, too late.
Oh, too late. Didn't quite get it all the way locked in, and Doki survives. He's going to try and find a scrape inside the elevator. Does he know about Groovy? Yes.
Very clean shot there onto Groovy. Now continues towards the main stairs. Astro's a bit too much. We'll pick him up. That's back to a 4-on-4, but the top floor is now under control. It has fallen. No one's out there anymore contesting it, and as Alamau will pick up Sleben elsewhere, it seems like G2 is also going to be attacking the site at the very same time. So Alamau in their archives, waiting, getting on that drone, trying to get some information. It's actually one player still up on that top floor, but these Valkyrie cams are giving out quite some good information to Secret.
Kendra, he's led into the fight and the fire a couple of times. He has the ping on a loose player, and he's tempted for the fight, but he can't quite get a full connection there. It's a tricky gun to try and take that sort of engagement, and he survives, which is probably the most important part of this, because they've still got some work to do to get him rooted out of the site itself. He knows he's being watched, so Citizen, caught out there by Astro, is able to get his second for the round, bring some of this back slightly into the swing round in the favor, with Savage still on the top rope, so they're waiting for this approach to come across the board.
Now, the quad wall seems to be the focus point of G2 here, and as the Mew Jammers get taken care of, they will be able to open up. However, there is still a player below, there is still a player above. Flanks are very likely down the side of Team Secret, and probably key to success as well. Savage is still expecting someone to come through the archives, and might just as well be, is Elamau still dancing around it, but surely you just try and go for the kitchen plant now. Get behind that bomb chest, use those smoke canisters and incendiary balls if you need to. That's exactly what they're doing right now.
Wow, that's caught out by a jam, and there is still the angle above. Astro wanted to come up the bottom of blue, but swings it back. But 15 seconds, they've got to try and drive themselves through. They're able to find out the kill on Savage, who goes for the drop. There's Kendrew. Oh, there's Kendrew on the other side of a smoke canister. They've got no idea. Kendrew caught them entirely out. It's Virtue without the kid in 1 second. Astro just gets out of there. And tragedy has befallen from our seat of omnipotence. We see it all. And it's a cover by a smoke.
Apparently couldn't plant, but I'm not sure. He just ran through, and I mean, I get it. If you cannot plant, you need to go for kills at that moment in time. But it's just such a weird way to see it, because you had side control. You should have been able to get the plan down at that moment in time. Now, that might have not been the case. But that surely would have changed things. 45 seconds, you have that control. You know the flank was coming in the meantime. You covered off one of them. The other one was about to come through. But the plant would surely have gone down if the attempt was able to be made. But that does give Secret their first round. And as we will head back down towards the bottom floor, the rotation will continue. Now, there is going to be a contingency plan here for Team Secret. They realized last time it went quite quickly. Suddenly, a rush came through the side as only one person active. Onto that ground floor, there's going to be Goyo canisters all around now. Kendrew playing out on the Warden as well, ready to be flashed or smoked just so he can look through. But they want to slow down the G2 approach, because it was very quick this first round.
Secret. They sometimes make a habit of this. Taking a round out just by the scruff of the neck.
Yep.
And pulling it into their position. It's not the easiest thing for them to sort of get locked in. And it's not the consistency. But it's something that they've done for sure a few times. And regardless of whatever happened on the G2 keyboard end, we can only call what we saw. And what we saw was a man behind a smoke, getting a very important kill. Can they try and build behind it now? Is that important moment? Bank is a map that leads itself well into the side of aggressors and aggressives. However, still it was a scruff of the neck and things did start to slip away from them. There's no quick slip through onto the site this time. Kendrew's got the cover of the glasses in case they go for anything with the pockets of smokes that they've got, but it seems like something potentially aggressive could come out of the guns of G2 here.
Citizen getting himself droned in, realizes the problem he's facing right now. Shotgun behind a shield, 2 ADSs. It's going to be very unlikely you get to break through, so flashbang's about to be coming in. Surely Citizen wants to follow that one up, but with that bot wire still being out there, you will be slowed. Hatch to open up is going to be stopping any way out that Savage can take. He's looking to go a bit more aggressive right here. That's the first flashbang, that's the second. Smoke canister there to stop him and slow him down, but the shield will be taken care of. So he has no more way to hide, only this shotgun shell to protect him from Citizen.
And he's just going to hold it for now. The hatch is open, so he doesn't have a true escape out of there either. He can assume it's being watched. But it's both by Citizen at this moment in time. The rest of the team is trying to get themselves some sort of formula inside the site itself. All the eyes are together. The third canister pops off. They're prepped potentially for a lot of pressure onto these hatches. They've moved entirely away from it. And I'm wondering if they just want to try and take the hot drop and go for a bit of a backline here. They've got a minute. They have some time. There's the ping on the single player holding off onto the side of Garage. They know where one is. They assume the last is still on the site and the side. And, well, what got that groovy? He doesn't know. But he's instead going to sit there and keep waiting. And this is getting, as I said, closer and closer to a bit of a hot drop, a bit of blatant aggression. Blur still isolated with the kit. You can see Secret's trying to work out exactly where they are. And, well, they're trying to just find those last few steps. Virtue takes the burn damage in the fight with the Aruni. Groovy's gone. There's nobody intently to respond.
Really good play from Virtue there. It tanks the damage from the Goyo, but decides to push on through so he can get that garage under control. Suddenly the hatches become a lot more viable because you don't have to worry about that long angle. And that allows Alamau now to drop in, try and take control of the side itself. There's a Jaeger out there hiding in the corner. Doesn't see it, but will get the kill yet. 3 on 5, 9 seconds left. They need to go for the plants, but they are starting to fall on G2's side.
That's it. Blur's trying to find a way inside with the kit. He's stuck on a corner. Kendrew just has to find the one bullet to hit. And there it is, Kendrew. He's the man that pushed them over the line once again, but it was, as you said, from the fight back from the side to Secret. They lost the opening 2 bodies, but Savage round on one way from the other side, gets a very important take. It cut off Route A. They wanted to have control of the other side. It's why Alamau pushed there, and it's where Blur wanted to go to try and tuck that site in behind the hard wall. Just one of the gunfight went away from them.
Secret was just too spread out there. Like, you had people every single area. You had them in the garage, you had them in the vault, you had them in the sites itself, and in the CCT up is going to be enough for that kill. And that's exactly what happened there. So 2-2, Team Secret, they bring it back. Find themselves equalized with G2 here. And again, if you're just tuning in, G2 are on a 4-loss streak on this map. It's not something...
It's, for all that we've talked about, this being a great defining game potentially for G2 to really start cementing themselves in EUL as one of those consistently top strong teams. It's games like this that are going to be the ones that break the hearts of G2 fans and instead drive them towards Secret, a team that's still been trying to find a steady face after years and... well, not years and years, but at least a year of trying to find it.
Survived just barely, managed to stay in the European League, now looking to find themselves a way to that mid-table. We said it last Playday, there is a lot of potential in this lineup for growth. Impossible there, gets the kill, maybe? No, yes, Alamau will drop eventually. A bit scrubby in the end there, but Astro will find it as Doki and Citizen both respond.
Ooh, there's Savage with the swing round. They get a little bit back, but once again, there's a response here from G2. Blur over the top, the kit's cold. Behind the CEO desk itself, there's a moment of silence as Kendrew goes underneath with that pocket C4. If he can catch one more player out, then suddenly... they have this idea, and this angle just goes with a pre-place around to the other chassis, but it's being planted right behind the desk where it landed on the side. The shotguns come close, stop it being planted. A spray doesn't quite connect. Now Kendrew has the tougher clutch than he had before. Caught on the rotate, though, and Blur's to blame. G2 find that third.
Shotgun shell not completely opening up that wall there. It's going to be preventing his second shell to be sent after Doki, who was quick on that flick with the Famas to lock off the kill. So 2 on 3, G2 really take their lead. They have those 3 rounds, but we'll be looking for 4 to at least be content with the health that they have. And we know they're good at the attacks here and there. They've definitely started to improve. And if you look at only the first 2 rounds, it looked clinical. Afterwards, though, some small mistakes starting to creep in, time becoming a factor in the failures of the rounds that they have played. And they need to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Let's lock that off with a 4-2.
I think it's one of the things that we wanted to see from Doki and Alamau. Hey, did you watch the pre-show today?
I did watch the pre-show, yes.
Yeah,
it was about the tier list.
About the tier list,
yeah.
We saw Doki and Alamau both kind of high in the tier lists presented by Fresh.
Doki had an opinion about it, though.
And I'm sure Doki has an opinion about a lot of things.
He did say Alamau belongs in the C tier.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're fighting for their spot now.
Last week they both were. And that's something you could say maybe even less than that. And that's the thing, is it was one of the comments about G2 last Playday was we were really missing that sort of side of them, that sort of gun game. Blur had a good lead in game, but credit to him more than credit to the rest of the roster. He shouldn't be top of the scoreboard. He shouldn't be the one there. Ben had a slow start, but sort of warmed into it, and Virtue, he was able to pull some things together. But what we wanted to see, I guess, from the sides of G2 was this. Doki and Alamau, they have been on fire throughout this game so far, and they're more than earning their spots at where Demo and Fresh put them.
Now, Citizen in the meantime opening up from the ATMs, looking to find himself an entry through. Some of these mute jammers are stopping the openings from the Selmas to come in. However, a slight one will be made. Savage suddenly a little bit more, well, vulnerable. Flashbangs or grenades are about to be coming through, but he does have these ADSs that will protect him. 2 grenades gone, 2 of them caught by the ADSs, so his position will be safer for a little bit longer.
They've crept their way in and they found a fight very early on, but Sleben is able to get the one up there. Just maybe had the read. Alamau's trying to get a spray through the soft, but Groovy, he's able to find his first connection with this game. Doki wants a bit of revenge, but Groovy's still holding on to the angle. And, well, there's a second Groovy, a massive catch out there. They've suddenly found themselves in the blink of an eye on a massive back foot Virtue. He cannot get the distance between Groovy. A triple for the new pickup. His first 3 of this whole game, and a good round to get it in as the balance between the half teeters on the edge of this round.
Seems like Secret is going to have this one in the pocket unless Blur is going to have something to say about it. Impacts to be used. This can at least alert him of one of these players being around. Waiting patiently, has a minute. Plenty of time. He's going to be finding the first headshot. It's a start, but still much more to be gained.
Caught around in the middle of the site. They know where he is. You assume at this point they've probably got a piece and an ear on where the kit is as well. They're sort of locked out on the different sides. A bit of a warning shotgun. It's pretty much saying, come through here, we dare you. But Sleben tucked on the other side of this wall. Here's the spray through. Here's the final reveal that I am not too far away. You've been close this whole time. 30 seconds at this point, even if you went for the rotate. Oh, that's probably a shame. Oh, he gets the pickup, and he almost finds the next as well. He's probably not going to make it to the kit and background.
Definitely not going to be going for the kit here. He's seeing if he can get any extra kills out. It actually hit Savage when he was shooting for Kendrew, so tagged him up a little bit, but time will run out. 10 seconds left as the final kill comes through. That is going to be a 3-3 split, even for Secret and G2, which means that the difference needs to be made now. Who is going to be breaking the deadlock? Is it going to be Secret? Is it going to be G2 who takes the lead? So we have to resolve a quick couple issues. We'll be back in a moment.
We will. That's how it works.
That's how it works. But G2 completely picked apart there as Alamau repelled in first, trying to put up pressure onto the player in Janitor. There was no opening. It's hard to challenge a person if you do not have a line of sight. But that only alerted Groovy for going for a bit of a swing. Managed to get one. Second player, G2, Doki, tries to take him out afterwards. Also punished for it. Leaving G2 with eventually just one single member left alive, Blur, to try and clutch it out. And it wouldn't be the first clutch we've seen from Blur. It wouldn't have been the first 1v5 ace clutch we've seen in the European League either. But he was not allowed to get that far.
3-3. 3-3 on the turn of the half at Bank. Yep. It's a map that, as we said, it plays well to attackers. I think it, you know, if you're looking at these two teams, Secret usually have their better moments on defense. They usually have the ones where a game's gone against them on defense. This little moment of time, if I'm being honest, is probably going to work a little bit more into G2's favor. They have time to have a conversation. They have time to talk things out. Obviously, they're no longer in boot camp. They do not have Fabian behind them as an ominous presence that can occasionally...
I knew, would you just be scared?
with Fabian.
So have I, yes. I did team kill him once. As he said, I am in 90, and then suddenly he was in hookah instead. It's like...
You've got a reputation playing with EUL talent, though.
I don't team kill people, but Fabian.
Yeah.
The only person
you don't watch drones as well.
I do watch drones. Again, Des put it in the wrong position. I'm going to be putting it down like that. I couldn't see the person in green.
All the UL talent have also said that as well. And I'm sure Fresh...
No, okay, yeah. I do
I
also have an excuse for that one, but yeah, it's like, there's no point going to it.
I know Jess as well has said you don't. I know...
Yeah, I know.
So it's most...
It was just Des and Jess that have complained about it.
And Fresh.
Fresh just jumped in because he was in the game where it happened.
Anyway,
I've never gotten him killed by not watching a drone.
I'm not sure if they have rolled into their tactical timeout immediately after the technical. I will hopefully get some clarification on that. Obviously, we can see that it says team secret timeout, but we'll find out sooner rather than later. Maybe they took it as a moment to just sort of double down and say, well, we've stopped anyway. We may as well talk with our coach. Because, as I said, Secret operate better usually on their defenses. And being put now against a map like Bank where creative defenders can get a little bit adventurous, that's one of the things to see.
Yeah, but creative defenses also lead into attackers with the right information, potentially punishing you for it.
So it was a technical going into a tactical as well.
Okay, good to know.
Good to know.
Good to know. No more tactical for Team Secret. Still on the board for G2 though, so they can utilize that later down the line if they need to. Also, of course, if Team Secret calls a tactical timeout, that means that the G2 team and coach can also communicate with each other. It's not just one-way traffic. It goes for both teams. That's why sometimes, you know, you just refuse to call that timeout because you give both teams the opportunity to talk. You really need to make sure there's enough to be said. Either way, 3-3. The even half we just had. And now G2 on their defense. And you've just said it. If they do get creative, if they do manage to surprise Secret time and time again, they could run away with this game really quickly here.
All right, G2. Now's your chance to prove that sort of moment. The swap with the Glaz Finker in the hands of Groovy. Obviously LMG-less because those have taken a bit of a dip dive. The 0, though, in the pockets of Slab. And it's an operator who I really love in this performance on this map, what he can sort of offer. Groovy is quite quickly finding himself potentially on the door of server, but the placement of the barbed wire means he will not progress anywhere further until this happens. The drone, just to get themselves a bit of an angle to slip through. Sees the ping from some assistance there, the Echo drones. Just being the lead in the drop on the Echo drone, Groovy can pull back and, well, they've done a little bit of work.
And the ping on that, they knew it was out there, so only one left for G2 to play with, and that one will be in that garage, hoping that you can keep it alive just a little bit longer, so it might come into play in the late round here, potentially denying a plant, of course. That's what a lot of people use those yokai drones for. It wasn't up until the Berlin Major, where people saw Deepak, that it started being used again as a bit of an entry drone for defenders, just sending it out with the roamers, trying to stun whoever hopes to go in for a swing. But now only one left. There's one already taken out quite early. Top floor slowly being taken under control as well. Astro clearing it out with 2 drones ahead of him. Will be descending down the main stairs. As there's a player down there below, but he hasn't been droned out. And the drone is actually going towards elevator. And that gave Doka the opportunity to move on. Is that Astro gone?
Do you know as soon as we can, obviously. And you can see that all the cams are frozen as well. So as we find out, just in case you can all hear us at home, because we don't know.
We don't know.
No, we don't.
Also don't know if we are live, possibly.
Do we exist?
Do we exist in this space and time?
Hi.
Hi. How are you doing?
We'll be back in, hopefully. We are still unaware if we can be seen, but I guess this
possibly.
Might make a VOD.
Maybe not.
Unfortunately, our internet has gone down.
It happens
is what I'm told.
It's technical issues.
Technical issues. So
it won't stop that round, by the way. We'll still be played.
No. The players will still be able to play out the round. I assume frantically somebody's trying to get in contact with them to sort of say,
the admin
saying, we've lost production. We'll be back soon. At this point, I mean,
so did little TM as well.
It was, at least it was early on in the round in that we're not pining for an answer, but I do want to know what's happened.
I do want to know what the eventual score will be, but I guess we just have to wait. After we had a 3-3 technical into tactical.
I can see that we're technically not live.
How can you see?
But we're on a delay as well.
We are technically not.
So maybe we're technically live. This exact second in the real world, we're not live.
And that's like 4 minutes ago. We can see when it comes back, but it's like 4 minute delay. It's not ideal.
Well, is this the round? This is the round. 3 versus 3 post plant. We've got no audio. They're going for the removal. There it is. Caught out there. 10 seconds. Alamau's found as well. Secret win the first round.
Yeah, no clue what happened, but I thought it was replay. So
I thought it was replays because nothing.
No sound or nothing. Just getting back in.
No sound, and it just started playing. No, that wasn't a replay. That was a round.
But hey, Team Secret is leading right now 4-3, and assume we will be back at this moment in time.
Yeah.
And Staff and Open Area will be up next.
Sorry.
Continuing.
Sorry for anyone. The internet, obviously what we said was offline when we said what happened. The internet in the studio cut out.
Yes.
It was a blip in the internet.
I think Medics just pulled the cable accidentally.
Somebody tripped on the cable, the internet cable.
Or was Daz?
Probably Daz. He's running around does that. So the internet in the studio went out. It did not affect the players' game at all. The players played out around. It's just one that's lost to the Aether. It was 3-3 before that. Now it's 4-3. Secret got the kit down. There was at least a 2 versus 2 by the time we got back in, which was around 20 seconds left on the kit.
Yeah, it wasn't much time left, so we basically missed the majority of it. Also have no clue how quick that post plant was. Like, they managed to get the defuse down within the first minute, within the first 2 minutes.
Roughly, it would have been within a minute and a half. Hi, it's us again.
Hello. I think we've no clue what to talk about. We didn't see any of the last round.
We can hear
their games.
Some of the games still going on. I'm wondering if they're going to do a rehost. By the sounds of it, hopefully we'll find out why, and hopefully we'll find out what's entirely going on. I guess, sorry, people are a little bit lost. We're just catching up with everything when the internet goes out. It's one of those problems where you've got to play a lot of
using Edge
catch up. So,
but yeah, we're just waiting now until everything has been resolved and we get back into that game. It's now 4 versus 3 for Team Secret. After that, next round will be coming down in just a couple of seconds. And as we are getting everything ready and sorted, of course, the teams will be getting back into that lobby as soon as they possibly can. The score will be remade again, and we'll be just taking off right from where we left off.
And I've just double-checked. With the ability to talk without moving my mouth.
I was checking. It's like, oh, you're going to push that talk back? It's like, no, I can't see it. Okay, cool.
Is that we are just having to rehost the lobby to make sure that we have the ability to pause and unpause the game. That's something that, unfortunately, if you rejoin, you lose. So it's an important thing that we need to make sure that when a timeout or attack timeout is called, we can respond post-haste and not type it in all chat and be like, somebody paused the game.
It's like one of the 10 players just got admin rights.
Yeah, one of the 10 players...
Who is it going to be?
Would like you trust Doki with admin rights?
I wouldn't trust him with the ability to... Well, technically, Secret didn't have a tactical timeout anymore.
No. So at that point, it's okay.
It's his own fault.
It's not okay. So we'll be back in just a moment. It's come to us, I assume, because with the disconnect, I imagine that's caused some players' cam problems.
Well, I mean, they were all frozen when we left. So
they were all frozen.
Very big opportunity.
So we will be... Could we get, like, the tech logo in the corner? That'd be cool.
Please.
Thank you.
Or just in the middle. It's in the middle normally. Let me
just like massive, just in front of Hap's face.
Oh, please.
As we're back in just a moment to talk about how that, I guess, as we said, unfortunately, we didn't get to see that round. That round is a proper round. That round will stick on the scoreboard because it was played entirely legitimately. It was a fine round. It's a 4-3 at this moment in time. Secret. And, if you think, obviously, we didn't have a live counter, so you can't get precisely, but at the time we left them, it was about 2 minutes 30 left, and by the time we got back, about a minute had passed, which means that they probably saw an opportunity onto the site and struck with a lot of pace, because by the time we finally got in,
it's like 10 seconds left.
Yeah, there was barely any time in the kit. So that, for me, is the idea of Secret playing that game that we saw G2 do in the very first round of, there's an opportunity on the site, let's take it.
As the Dutch would say, to give them a cookie of their own dough, which is a taste of your own medicine.
A cookie of their own dough.
I like that one more than the taste of your own medicine.
Yeah, because no one likes medicine.
Yeah, cookies way better. Besides that, we're just waiting until everything is sorted. Don't worry, we're getting back into that game momentarily. Stick with us. Farm your packs in the meantime.
Yeah, this is pack time.
Tweet us your most fun facts about whatever. Your favorite animal.
That's a really wide net.
Okay, let's just say, let's tweet us your favorite fact about your favorite animal.
Okay.
There's a lot of fun facts about animals.
Tweet Daz a guess at his height.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
I can imagine that.
Random guesses.
Yeah. What other fun things?
What other can we do?
I don't know.
I'm thinking now, trying to figure out something. What do we do for Milosh? Just tweet him raccoon pictures?
He does have pictures of little scrappy animals.
Something like raccoons, maybe bunnies? Is it like bunnies?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Bears? As his family always says when he sees one, he's like, oh, it's my brother. I'm not even kidding. That's literally what he says when he sees a bear.
He does.
Yeah. Fresh for hair dye brands.
Okay,
ones that
now
stick.
you're going a little bit too deep into this bit. You've got to pull back. We've got to talk a little bit about Rainbow Six Siege. Just a little bit.
A little bit.
Because it's very important to take into consideration just how much this game might potentially mean in the grander stakes of, well, G2, who want to, as we said at the very beginning of the day, be the team that has that second claim to the crown. If you get knocked out of a major in playoffs by the team that eventually win it, you can still sort of have the thing of, would we have won it?
We could have been second.
Could we have done it? They might not have, but it's a could have. This, if they're replicating their run before, where they lost the first 3 Playdays in the previous split, had a 4% chance to make it, made it, and then had a great run, it doesn't show growth. And that's a worrying sort of moment. There has been a roster change, but still, you want to see, I guess, a little bit more confidence in these early games. This is a must-win game for them.
I mean, that's what everybody's saying, right? Like, G2, after they made it to the major, it's like, they're back. You know, they're here to perform. They're here to show up. And not really have shown that yet. Not with the same, like, ferocity like we've seen from other teams, for example. And the fact that they made it from, like, a 4% chance where they could not drop a single point is more of a, is kind of a miracle to some extent as well. So it is something that they just need to work. They need to prevent themselves from getting to that situation again, in that position where they need to win every single game in a row to make it. Whereas for Team Secret, game has different stakes. Now, of course, they would like to make it to the major as well if they have the opportunity to, but for them, it's more about getting out of that bottom 3 and making it to the middle of the pack, potentially pushing for a major spot at the end of the stage, because that is a situation, that is a position they haven't been in for a very long time. And after I saw them play last week, I thought, okay, there is a lot of potential for the lineup. There's definitely room for growth, and they have the opportunity to make it out of that bottom 3 and see if they can push on. And the way that they're currently playing against G2, that might just be true as well.
I think that's the thing about Secret as well, is they've always been a plucky team. They've always been a team that's taken blood from the top teams. They were the first, one of the only 2 teams to take points from Wolves in their almost unbeaten run in the previous split. They're a team that consistently rears their head at moments when, well, can they bleed? Yes, Secret have proven that they can, and it's a very strange place for them to be in, because there's also a lot of talent that we've seen come through that roster, a lot of players who you want to sort of have success stories, because we've seen them build up to the chance of success. They haven't quite been able to get there, and they're still, you know, out of all the sort of changes, out of a total roster count of everybody that's played for them, the longest out of a lot of different teams, but otherwise it's something that they just haven't quite been able to have.
Like, I've just been making some sign in the meantime. There we go. Tech
Apparently,
pause.
unfortunately, they couldn't put a tech pause logo up, so I've made one.
Is this going to stick up?
I hope so.
Wait, if you, I'm gonna help you a little bit.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back in very shortly. For those just joining us, as you can see from my expertly made sign, we're in a tech pause. We'll be back in just a moment. It has been a 4-2-3 on bank between G2 and Secret. G2, they got off to a very strong start. Secret have used their tech timeout, and then they decided to roll it into attack timeout because, well, why not? And it worked on the first round. They were able to find some success on their attack, get the kit down, get it planted in a swift time. Unfortunately, we cannot tell you more than that.
Because that's all we know.
Because that's all we saw. We saw the dying 20 seconds and the opening 20 seconds over a round that probably, at a total time, lasts about 2 minutes.
I don't even know. Like, that screen went off now as well. Everything's just falling apart in the meantime. It's just what it is.
We can just keep going.
We can keep going and keep going. Keep going until the lobby's ready again, and we can get going with the actual game. See who's going to be winning it, who's going to be taking the points home.
At some point, maybe you can just go play around with the telestrator.
Possibly. I don't know if they have any clips or anything.
I think they might
like that.
No, you could just. I think it's easy. I think you just press buttons on it. I think fresh and demo.
Draw stick figures on the telestrator.
They say, you know, it's an intricate skill, but I think it's easy.
I mean, I've worked with a telestrator before. Did the only an Apex series 2 years ago.
Exotrica broke the telestrator at SI.
How did he manage to do that?
His pinned tweet is him stood in front of it and it's like blue screen.
Blue screen.
Sorry, Ollie. I had to sort of throw you a little bit under the bus there. No, we'll be back in hopefully soon. We are waiting for confirmation as to everything that's going on.
Yep.
As well. Very soon, yes.
That's the call we just got.
It's the call that we've just got. So
thank you, Bruno.
We can apparently fade out a tech pause. Our tech pause sign, I assume they mean.
Yes.
But we don't. We can't.
Or we can slowly move it
physically
away
fade it.
and be like, is this quick enough, Bruno, or is this too quick?
Is this too fast? And it's gone.
It's gone.
We're back in.
There we go. We're back in the game. It took a while. I'm sorry. I just tossed your paper
Yeah,
away.
that's my notes
I'm
as well
sorry.
for the game.
Yeah. let me be a gentleman and pick it up for you.
Thank you.
My chair is really building. It's there we go. Your tech pause sign. Now, round 8, we will finally get to see it. And it will be, I believe, their basement. Yes. Yeah. So they have chosen to go basement. Then they go to a different site just a second ago, before the rehost came through.
I don't know. It was a very long time ago.
It was a very long time ago. I thought I would open it. Okay, well, it doesn't matter in the end. It is G2 looking to double down. And with that, see if they can make the change necessary and stop them from getting another post-plant position like they managed to find themselves in last time's Secret.
All right. Let's get back into this. So we'll see if we get a little bit of energy here. And I think Haps just got confirmation, but we'll talk about that in a second because Alamau has got confirmation of Savage. Takes care of the Jackal, an early kill. Once again, stopping this approach. Sleben. Oh, a little bit too far out to be able to catch any quick response there to the player who has drifted slowly and steadily further and further away. The push into stock, the control over the top of square. Virtue isn't too far away, though. They've got themselves connected. That C4 also connects. Citizen takes care of Astro, and this is a hold that's paying a lot of attention towards the top 2 floors.
Now, we have no clue if this is way better than what they did in round 7, but we can only assume so, considering you've taken out 2 players without even taking a single point of damage yourselves. And you still have Alamau going around with that pulse, trying to find out some information, see where the approach is going to be coming from. But with a minute 50 on that clock, and Kendra taking a small amount of damage as well from an unknown source, might have actually been him dropping down through the skylight. Indeed, Medic's just confirmed that for me. It is Secret that is just hunting some shadows right now, trying to take control of that middle floor before they put their attention down towards the site itself.
Well, Slabin, can you find the fight inside this? Apparently so. Doki gets the lockdown, or gets locked down even, from one of the 2 elevators there. They're still trying to call the play on the player, but Doki was that last thread on those top 2 floors, and he wasn't in a position to be able to get the rotate. He wanted that engagement, but he lost it out. Now, Secret, they have 3 bodies. They've lost some of what they got in their pockets, but they do still have the hard destruction and the cameras to try and get a bit of a tasty idea, as well as the 2 grenades. A little bit of a tricky resource in this current economy.
Sam Cam ready to be shut out. Some already been placed to provide a bit of support. Managed to find that very first. Now the elevator is under control. A hatch is being contemplated. Is, however, a bit of fire ready. One of those Vulcan pockets, ready to be blown up. Alamau aware of the fact that someone is looking to drop down the elevator hatch as well as rotate. The hesitation is still there on the player. Kendra walking through the fire here, taking a lot of damage, eventually shut down. It's a trade kill to come through, but the diffuser has been dropped.
Now, with the diffuser cold and with less than 20 seconds, they got to try and push for the fight. It's inside the other site, so they're going to have to go that way anyway. The swing round doesn't net any results, and there's Alamau for one more. G2 find a response here, and we also have confirmation as well. The reason that we're okay to go to the site for those rules lawyers out there was because the rehost was supposed to happen directly afterwards.
Yeah, it's like an admin rehost called at the end of round 7, so
the site was just a nothing site.
The site was not chosen yet.
Yeah, it was like just they just clicked.
They just clicked something and we're like, okay, we're going to rehost at this point. Round 9 coming in though, 4-4, equalize the score again. Both teams still head to head. Who's going to be breaking free first? Who's going to be able to find some consecutive rounds?
Breaking free.
Are you breaking free? Where are you breaking free from?
I'm flying.
Flying?
Soaring.
Soaring, okay.
There's no I don't remember the rest of the song.
I don't know either.
Well, of course you don't.
What do you mean, of course I don't?
It's maybe some of the greatest musical work by the likes of Zac Efron.
Oh, okay, well, yes. It's not really in my yeah.
No. G2, they take a round back. Secret, as we said before, the round that unfortunately we didn't see was sharp. We can only say that based on the time frame of what we did see. That was, well, maybe attempted to be sharp, but cut off at the pass.
It was High School Musical, right?
Yeah, 30
okay.
seconds.
Sorry.
At 30 seconds, the first kill came through there on the side against the Jackal. The pressure that they could have applied on the rest of the map instantly removed. It buys so much freedom as well for those other loose players that were playing on the side of G2. Secret still tried to keep themselves a bit pacey, but it gave the C4 player, it gave Doki a lot more confidence to stick around.
Cameras up and ready. Sleben finding some information, hoping to go for a zap, but missed the first opportunity. Now, that Semcam is gone, still has a couple left in pocket, so could potentially still get rid of that bulletproof camera if he manages to find the right angle. In the meantime, Kento being opened up as well. It's going to be putting Virtue in a bit of a dangerous situation. Keeper barriers are being set up just to provide some extra bit of cover. I think extra X-Cars will be used to actually get rid of that. Grenade will bounce into the elevator, but Virtue just moved out. The right timing chosen for him to save his own life.
Now, as the pressure starts to boil itself into a slightly tighter scenario, they're looking over the top down. They still cannot get that bulletproof. There we go. It was proving itself pretty impossible. Here's a good play against the corner of Kanto. The quick stick there, and it's going to be a break against the Azami, and this battle might go on a little bit longer than they want it to. The X-Kairos has a good utility for exactly this, but how confident are they that they can get the catch before another one swings its way round? Virtue's under pressure, under fire, and it's the Ossa that's going to be the first one met. He's got to try and swing around for that second moment. And there's an Ossa almost caught out, and it's Astro that has the support structure, gets the one, but they don't quite get the kill. There was a miscall there. He thought the pickup was on the Ossa. It wasn't. It was the player on the stairs itself, and suddenly he's gone out with his back to the wrong side, looking towards an engagement that had already passed. Now, with the pressure that might come through, Blur's tucked behind the vending, and Citizen tucks around Groovy, put into bed, 2 versus 2. They're close towards the site itself, the pressure and the swing round. It's a steady creep. They want to go for the retake, but there's a massive separation between the two Secret players.
The meeting player, Savage, he's gone unseen so far, so he's in a really good position now. Citizen does have a good angle to shut down whoever comes next, but as it's Blur to take down Savage, it's only left up to Sleben now. Finds the head of Citizen, puts it up in a 1v1 situation. Blur needs to clutch it out for his team as the diffuser gets recovered. A plant attempt will be made shortly by Sleben, but first, he wants to get some extra information, put these drones in position, stop them, use them as a bit of a flank drone as he digs in right behind the B-bomb chassis. Blur creates himself a rotation, goes for the swing, spots the player, and gets the kill as well. It's G2 with 2 in a row.
Very clever play there from Blur. I'm not entirely sure if he had the full read on that drone getting put in position, but that was a very clever play from the side of Sleb, and it shows experience across these two players. They had themselves watched on the side of the flank, and then from that momentum, he thought he could just tuck behind the chassis, but the impact, the pocket impact, the rotate, and that wall being soft, Blur got himself that angle and got G2 once again back in the lead. The first time since about 4 rounds ago when they were 3-2 up. Now they can see if they can try and push themselves onto map point here.
And the open area will be where they do it, or choose to try and attempt it. As of course, the other 2 sides they have gone through are still locked. The bottom floors, they won that one in round 8. And then the top floor, they won just now. So they need to let through this one to find themselves at a full rotation locked out for G2. Usually when you do that, you're finding yourself on the right track, because then you just need to win one more site out of the selection that you have already won before. Now, Valkyrie cameras are being set up all around the map. Citizen still has 1 left in pocket, closing up some doors that is purely for sound, but also to slow down any attackers that want to move through. Let them know, hey, you might be out here, you need to drone this out. If you then destroy that barricade, then defenders will be aware of the fact that you're out there or have been there. Astro playing on that IQ. Sole goal will be to take care of as many Valkyrie cameras as possible. New jammers as well, secondary.
All right, G2, here we go. A little bit more of a distance put between you, but Secret, as we said, more than plucky and able to try and find some of the drive. They got the first, and they've been closer and closer across the board. A couple of peppered pre-fires, but it's Doki under the window that wants to get the second that comes. There's a little bit of a stretch. Is he going to be gifted by the loose player? No, Astro just misses the gift of his own. They were well aware of each other from one angle, but so far apart from the one that mattered, which was that final couple of degrees towards seeing either side. Here's the top of Janitors, though. Alamau with the shotgun locked and ready to pop round the corner. Astro's removed from the board in the blink of an eye.
Alamau playing in that Janitor. It's such a difficult position to get rid of. You really want to use your grenades in that position, but you only have 2 in the hands of Groovy, so he needs to be in a good position to use them. The thing is, though, he's not really having any cover, and with someone coming down on the actual stock hallway, he takes a little bit of damage. That will slow him down even further, as Kendra tries and provides some support from the stock room, but a keeper barrier will actually block his lines aside, which means that Blur is not able to be contested as of yet.
C4 out, retake a couple of bits, and the retake, well, it was a trade scenario. They made sure they got the kill, and Blur got one more from the side of stock. Salamau Savage gets Alamau, and Sleben gets a freebie onto Virtue there, caught rotating. Obviously, they had no idea he was there, or they wouldn't have done something so brash, but it's a gift, and it's now a 2 versus 2. Once again, Secret, they keep being able to drive themselves into this, punish 1 or 2 mistakes, and this is what I talked about with this team. They are still steadying the ship in their hand.
Now, both these G2 players do have an angle on that hatch, and given the fact that the Buck is currently opening up so much from above and Sleben looking to join him, it isn't a wrong decision. They might just be able to find them as they drop through the hatch, especially if you look at the time. It starts to dwindle quite quickly now. 35 seconds for Secret to make a decision on where they want to execute from. If they want to go from the top of square, well, you're in bad luck because there is going to be that keeper barrier that will just expose your feet. If you go through the hatch, well, you will be dropping down right into the gunfire of 2 separate occasions. So they need to make a decision now.
Well, they've taken the drop, they've angled themselves away from the hatch itself, they've realized their potential might be here, and their Citizen off the first. Savage, he's able to find it. It's the spray over the top. They have to call as to where Blur is. They also have the kit in pocket, and they're going to see if they can stick it. They're just tucked around onto the Kansan corner on the side of the door. They can't quite get a connection onto either. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Rotate into the box, and it's Secret that keep things going back and forth.
Well played by Secret. They're able to respond to whatever G2 did and tried to attempt. I mean, G2, they had the trade game going that way, especially in that top floor. They had it going, like they had it in their pockets. And then running right through over the main staircase, gets you picked up by Sleben still out there, hiding, not making a noise, not giving him any information that he was out there lurking. And G2 now find themselves at the point where they use their tactical timeout, where they give Fabian a microphone again, where they let him talk for 45 seconds to see if he has any notes to give to his players. See if there's anything they can improve on within just that couple of seconds of time that he has. Now, 5-5. Whoever wins the next round is finding themselves at a point and with the opportunity to fight for 3. And you mentioned it before, Amy, during our rehost, during the time off we had. G2 is expected to win this game from Team Secret. If they want to make it to a major, they need to win these games against the teams below them, because they struggled with the teams above them previous seasons. So Team Secret should be one of those teams that they can dispatch off.
5-5. Secret, and well, is this that sort of prize that they've had prized above the others so far, which is that we can take points from the big dogs. We can take these games out of the hands of the teams that are always finding themselves in the top 4. Or does it spell something else? Does it spell Secret getting themselves right in the mix, taking these early games away from those competitors and suddenly catapulting themselves up the board? Both teams, obviously, currently based off the non-score, sitting around 8th place, but you're looking at, you know, teams that have had 1 win, 1 loss throughout a lot of these opening play days. There's not a huge amount of runaway as of yet, so it's still everything to play for.
It still is, just that the winner of this game will be bumped up into 6th place at most today, so it might not look like a lot, but of course these points will be so important if you look at the long run. If you look at the entire stage, Savage picked up first, Doki with the entry, but he went for a run out, and now he's going to be stuck. He's going to be able to make it all the way around. Citizen provides the door opening for him. No one is in a position to shut him down. You should not be able to get away with this.
No. I mean,
Ruby, there's an opportunity.
Of the hundreds of
Yes!
times, there you go. Of the hundreds of times we've seen that, at least it got punished in the end. It's very rare to see anyone ever get back into the building.
Yeah. At least they shut him down without him having any further impact, right? He ran all the way. He was about to put down a Banshee, but wasn't even allowed that. So, well done. Basically, 1v1 trade.
Astro. This is what we talked about before with the Ossa and the read that G2 did very well in the first round as they brought it for this potential setup, but then pushed themselves further and further forward. They could do this. Get a bit of a base, a backline, and a bastion for this. Groovy still has control on the far side. There's nobody directly countering him at this moment in time, but look, here's a break on the hatch. Here's an angle. Citizen's going to push through the fire and takes the fight itself. He takes a lot of damage in the engagements, and they utilize the C4. A little bit of a farewell.
Yeah, just a friendly goodbye to his fellow colleague on a different team.
Just testing his crouch key.
Yeah, it's good to know, make sure that it works, right? Every now and then. Have to make sure you don't run into any technical problems later down the line.
Kendrew and Sleben put the pressure above the hatches itself. They're still trying to angle towards the other side. They've got that watch from the Ossa to make sure nobody gets past Astro inside Garage. It's a connecting line as well. It stops them being able to play the long arm utility, but I guess if you go for an aggressive retake of server itself, then you don't really need to play the long arm because they've still got to try and arm themselves into you. Blur is going to suffer the breach on top of him. He has time and an angle to play against this. There are obviously the chance of pocket utility. The spray comes through, 40 seconds, and now the drop towards the site potentially starts on green.
Oh, Blur takes a lot of damage to drop through the hatch. He had no clue about it happening. He thought he was safe with the fire popping off, but not dealing enough damage to Kendrew, who now receives some smoke canisters as well. Still a 3-on-3 though. 20 seconds on that clock. Sleben does have the diffuser, so Kendrew being stuck in the elevator, not too big of a deal.
Waiting for the drop, had the read from the pulse heartbeat scan. It comes through, and there's a take, but Sleben wins it out. Citizen takes Astro on the site itself, though. They've still got to try and get the kit stuck. The pings are coming from the far side. Citizen cannot win it out. And Kendrew is able to push Secret onto map point, the only team that has a chance of the full 3 here.
Now all G2 can do now is try and steal points away from Secret, see if they can make it towards that 6-6 mark, and after that play that small best of 3 in what has been so far a very even game between the two teams. In the staff room and open area, the choice of G2. Not wanting to go back to the bottom floor, not wanting to go back towards CEO. It's open area. This time when it had such a great start to the round, then due to a lack of information, somehow let it get back to that 2v2, which eventually clutched out by Team Secret. Little time left, but they managed to strike from 2 different areas, from the hallway and from Archives. Get 1 kill, go for the plant on the other. And save ground, not allowing the last player to go for a clutch. Blur, that was. Blur, who has been doing quite well today, I have to say. He has been having a positive impact on the team, just like Citizen. And it's not like, if you look at it, that anybody's truly underperforming on either side. Which probably you will see in the scoreboard as well, given it's 6-5 currently.
All right, can they make it a 7 though? Can G2 find anything from this game? It's all down to this, the connecting round, the potential chance of, well, some success, even with almost a complete free getaway on that opening pick. They're still suffering. Secret keep biting back in. They keep getting these positions where G2 seem a little bit unaware of the lockdown. It's some of the punishments that we saw that they suffered in their previous Playday. Again, there were these loose players, these threads that just came up around the backside.
I mean, the thing is, right, Secret is playing as a team. When they were clearing out the top floor, all 5 players were out there. And G2, you know, they cleared 3. It's like, oh, surely he's going to be clear now, right? They hop down, but there's still 2 players there to catch off that last player. And that is just what's catching them off guard every single time. Like, the entirety of Secret is involved with every single given push they do. It's not like they're playing like 5 individuals all across the map. They're all working and closing in onto the same goal here, and that's what has given them so many pickups onto the G2 Roamers trying to make their way out.
Well, there's a break onto Janitus. There's the ping on the player. There's the Buck saying hello, and, well, there's Alamau. Goodbye. Virtue at least gets that response. They take the drop onto Stock Hatch as well. They're not going to sit around. They know that this shutdown is coming, and it is vicious. Savage, he's been able to get himself into these good gunfights throughout this game so far. They've been able to take one of the players out, but Sleben, superpower player, has been having a few super powerful rounds.
Oh, this is a good angle, Sleben! What a beautiful shot on Togi there. He saw the first shoulder pick, was about to be challenged again, but way quicker on that trigger. Just takes the head clean off. There's advantage again for Secret. 3v4, 2 players on the side, Virtue hiding in the elevator, hoping to go unnoticed so he can go for a flank.
Well, I'll see now if they can try and do something here. G2, a body down. 2 big gunners, and I said they were a little bit quiet last week and they showed up a bit better, but here, since the rehost and since coming onto the defense, they haven't quite been able to have the exact same effect.
Missed
there
round
is
there.
still a lot of potential available, and as you said, Virtue, he sits quiet, waiting for the chance. We've complimented the close down game here of Secret. Are they aware? They seem to still be playing caution towards those positions.
They haven't fully drawn it out, and I think Sleben just realized that. So he's continuing to drone something else, going for the actual site, preparing them out there. Sleben with a second drone now, putting it in the hallway. So if Virtue does decide to step out, they should be aware. And there is some pings coming down on the side of G2. They know about these players, but just missing the opportunity. But look at that, 10 seconds left, Emmy. There's no time, they need to go now.
The grenade pushes out Citizen and the guns do the rest. It's a 4 versus 2. Kendrew just needs to try and hold this behind the side, but it's Blur that gets the kick cold. A massive impact. They cannot just, they connect it. They're trying to find the fight over the box. It's Blur with one more. It's Virtue out on the backstairs. Groovy's holding F, but Blur is that lockdown. And we are going to OT.
I have to say though, Kendrew, I'm not sure why, but he was staying in the middle of that room for a bit too long to my liking. There was no time left. I think it would have been better if he would have stuck behind the bomb chassis. But again, I don't know what was happening. I don't know what the calls were. Maybe they had some extra information that we could not hear or have access to. But just that one tap from Blur, just the kill onto the diffuser carrier, that basically ended it all right there. Because if Kendrew was able to get the diffuser down uncontested, that would have been a post plant in a 4v3 situation, or 4v2 even. A Citizen went down just earlier. And Blur again with a massive impact on the round, 6-6. And now it is just 3 more rounds, and whoever gets the most out of these next 3 is going to be picking up an additional point for a grand total of 2.
I mean, what a moment there, this take as well. They weren't entirely sure on where Blair was. They pre-fired onto the cut spot, and nobody is leaving unscathed. Whoever wins this is only taking the slightly muddy 2. But at this point, taking the win, I think, is a bit of a breath for either of them.
Yeah, for sure, this one has been neck and neck, and it has been a very long game, especially if you keep the rehost in the middle of it into account. It's starting to get quite late. Your focus starts to drop potentially when games go on this long. So both these teams, they just want to lock it off. They just want to end it. But the thing is, no one is really favored at this moment in time, Emmy, because it has been 3-3 and 3-3. It's been 50% even right now. It's literally in anyone's game right here. Whoever gets that first round will have the advantage, as they have 2 more rounds to try and complete it. But that's literally everything there is to it. The only good thing is that every single side is unlocked. So maybe that is a small favor towards the attack itself. Because you only have one side you need to play. You can play the one you're most confident of, not having to play 2.
Down to the basement. G2 back on their attack, where we've obviously seen, I mean, to be fair, some of their more enigmatic play, it's come down to a little bit of a clutch moment, as most recently seen before, a lot of 1 versus 1s, whereas at least when they took their attacks, they were usually flooding it, and then they were pulled apart, and it was rounds, for my money, with a lot more difference and a lot more of a stretch between the 2 teams. They're prepped with some ideas and angles. The break on the hatches, the reveal of Savage, once again playing around the top blue, waiting for anybody to show face. It was Citizen taking a single fight before. It seems like they want to try and drive this. Oh, there's a catch and a reveal. They wanted to play a little bit tricky there. There's the breakdown onto that. The catch onto the gate as well on the hatch. Savage, he's buying himself as much time as possible. Citizen's eyeing up the idea of just swinging into the fight.
Might actually just do that by dropping the hatch. Astro drops, Virtue finds that kill. That is going to be massive. Now Savage is going to be the next target, fully flashed, goes in for the shotgun. They have it. Citizen drop down the hatch, as I said before. He might just go for it, and that's exactly what he did. A 2-minute advantage now for G2. Starting to breach slowly. There's still some canisters all about that will blow up into a sea of fire that will only slow them down momentarily, but there is an opportunity to go for the plant. However, G2 have let it get quite late time and time again, giving Secret the opportunity to go for these clutches, and they're setting themselves up for it again.
Well, Kendry finally gets rid of that drone. He's in a position to stop any sort of smoke plant if they wanted to go for it, but Blur's going to play a bit of a bait here across the board instead. They want to draw out some of the utility. 2 C4s left, and as you said, the breach isn't one that they can work with. They try to just blindside their way across, and Doki and Alamau went out. It's a cold kip, but with the time that they've got, after the other 2 kills going their way, there's a little bit of a scent of the afterlife of Sleben, but 3 versus 1. Post-plant situation. The first fight down the corridor is keeping him at bay. The second fight shows up on the door. G2 is popping up from every single which way and what. But there isn't quite a route through here for Sleben. There's at least one handed to him. Alamau is gone. 2 remaining players, Citizen and Virtue on the far side. The cool hands of G2 and a cooler hand from the Finn, and at this point they take the sort of idea, get out of there, go up towards the hatch itself. Citizen took a kill off of a hatch drop last time. This time he can rotate his way around. The C4 catches the bait, but he pulls himself back. Well timed, well played, and now we're out of time at this point. This should be a very easy pickup. Well, it is for one of them, but the round is the more important thing. G2 move 1 round ahead.
Get your kill, the Citizen said, but I mean, there was never going to be a way where he was going to be winning that. Either you stick it and you get shot, because there was still 5 seconds left on the clock, and I don't think Citizen is in the current form where he would miss that. Still plenty of time to go for the knife. I think it would have been better if he went for the stick the first time around, try and play with the time a little bit there, but G2, they did that well. Even though they lost quite a lot of manpower during the retake there, I mean, they kept throwing bodies at him, but to some extent, that's also a way of wasting time, because you just give him a fight after a fight after a fight, which he needs to go through and fight through every single time, which only leaves you about 15 seconds left to then get that diffuser down and play with the verticality against you. So it is always that balance. Sometimes it's better to do nothing and just stay back. In these situations, it can help to just toss bodies at someone and make sure that they will never get the last. And that's exactly what happened there. 6-7. G2 now on match point. For a single extra point, though. Not for any place gain in the league. They will remain 8th. If they do manage to end it up here. And that is, of course, due to round differential coming into play and having less points than others.
But still better, technically, than their previous stage performance, where they left the first 3 games without anything. Here, they can at least, well, they will at least leave with something, but still, as I said, what we want to see from the side of G2 is growth. We want to see them settling into the engagement. You want to see the same from Secret, and the fight I think they've put together so far is one of those times where you have one of those players showing up massively, and it really brings that extra bit of energy for the team itself. A bank that's went back and forth across both attack and defense. Still has a little bit of wiggle room for both. The pressure over towards CEO, a side that they found some success with on their defense, but it was the 1 versus 1 clutch scenario that locked it out there from the side of Blur. Well played from both of them, but just 1 step ahead.
Trying to go for the C4 there on Groovy, but Groovy, well aware, heard the rip potentially and was just waiting for it to fly in so he could bait it out and play it a little bit more safely as Doki is being taken care of from the garage side of the repels. Astro dealing a lot of damage to him, leaving him down on about 20 HP. Sound the same if you get picked up after a DB&O. And as Kanto gets to open up further, it's going to be making the hallway a lot more awkward to play in for the remaining G2 members.
Yeah, they're looking for the angle towards the lockers, even the elevator, the lift as well. Just to cut out anyone that's trying to hold and hope in that pocket. Makes it tricky to be convincing inside there. The width of the angle, as you see, it's made even wider. They're just ensuring no player is there. Doki's the next under pressure. Grenades and trying to stop his lock and key. They did try and push up here with an Ossa before. This time it's going to be a little bit more of a face check, but Astro is able to get the first out on the cover. There it is, the swing round, the jump down, the caught out. There's one more! And And it was just Secret across the board. I said it felt a little bit less like the Ossa was leading the charge, but to be honest, it's because she didn't even reach the top of the stairs by the time Secret had killed everybody.
I'm so confused where everybody died on G2's side. It's suddenly they're just starting throwing themselves over the railing right there. They're like, everybody's coming out. Someone probably made the call. They're all coming up the spiral staircase, and then there's just one person that's lagging a bit behind coming in from the ATMs, finding Doki as he does jump down to look if he could go for a flank together with his Valkyrie. And that leaves it in a 7-7 in anyone's game right now. Whoever wins this round takes the extra point and will take home 2 rather than just the 1. More importantly, will find himself in that 8th place, which means SI points. Because up until 8th place is when you get points. 9th and 10 don't get anything in a stage. We said it before, G2, they need only 8 to make sure they make it to SI.
I mean, it's these moments where you're sort of watching G2 and trying to thread the pieces together. It's, I guess, high expectations mid by the performances, by what we see, because within the same game they'll show a super team and then they'll show a not so super team, and I think that's sort of that split there. What the call was, what drove them into that situation is one obviously that's haunted them a little bit. Secret with that unity that's kept them over their attacks, but now they've got to do that one different distance here. It's been a deadlock this whole game. It's been a 3-3 either half, and now we find ourselves in a 1-1. But who is going to be the team that at this point, for my money, just sort of limps over the line?
I definitely think that Secret has the better opportunity here. They have been able to punish everything that G2 has been doing so far. Small opening will be made, though. It's going to be putting up some pressure onto Savage, who's playing in Janitor. Nothing too major yet. It's going to be a great first kill from Astro, taking down Virtue. That's a sledge gone, that's 2 grenades gone. Suddenly, there's none left. So they need to try and find different ways now to get rid of Savage.
Well, that's it. He's tucked in. He's got the rotate round. Alamau wants to cut them off at the pass, heads his way through, just sees the shoulder, doesn't take the shot to not give the game away the position, and Sleben's allowed to rotate out of there unscathed, unharmed. The pings are coming through, and it's Doki that takes care of Groovy with a lot of damage. Sleben has a quick response. There he is. He gets the loop round, takes care of Alamau. I think he took the actual all the way rotate through the little box in the core of the floor, round into the back of Archives, and Citizens now got to try and step in to the pieces left behind. The pings are still continual. And 4 versus 3, all the Valkyrie cams still up, giving the call and the clarity of where they can go. Most importantly as well, it's not just about what they have and where they are, but it's also about what you still might be able to work around with. Sleben's under a huge bout of pressure. He's hoping the fight comes through as the rotate comes down. Astro's gone down, potentially to hold the bottom of white.
Now, Blur is aware of the fact that Valkyrie's out there. Flashbangs will be tossed in, but that will give out the information as well towards Sleben that there is some pressure coming down on him. Verticality needs to be the game, and that's what Doki goes for here. By putting down that breaching charge, they hope to isolate Sleben, but he's just sneaking out slowly but steadily. The barricade will block his line of sight for just a little bit. Blur takes some damage from the top floor in the meantime as well.
And that's it. Citizen now, he's a bit lost. They didn't quite get the strike. Sleben's able to survive and pulled another minute out of their hold here. They've got to lock down on this player that they just did not know was on the top floor. Astro was still in this position behind the soft. Never took the drop on the hatch, but does take Doki's life. They still don't catch Sleben because Savage saves his life. A 4 versus 1. Secret. They got off to a bit of a rocky start, but they know how to get it over the line. 2 points and a win.
2 points they will take home. Very important for them to try and find their way out of that bottom 3. They have been stuck in that for many stages now. They want to make it to that mid-table. And G2 again, with an unfortunate loss for them, as they wanted to improve upon last stage. Not quite yet. They managed to take a point home. Might be a saving grace at the end of the stage, but it's definitely nothing to be too happy about this time around.
It was a long game. As I said, it was a limp for both teams by the end of it, with the tech problems in the middle and with where we got to a full OT title and tie between these two teams. But only one takes points, and we'll leave that to the desk to try and break it down. After a break.
Is Team Secret victorious against G2? Yes, I'll say it once more. Team Secret defeating G2 Esports. Sounds great. It has this ring to it, a certain je ne sais quoi, as the French like to say, or as Fresh like to say, je ne sais quoi. That's as best as I can do it. It's really terrible.
I might be able to get the words, but my accent's terrible.
Try it.
Je ne sais quoi.
It's not bad at all. There you go. Can you give him an easy clap on the chat? And perfect time. Stalled enough.
Production said that was great.
Our interview is ready. Let's bring it up. Hello, hello, Kendrew. Congratulations on the victory, my man. How does it feel?
Back to back. Every time we play Bank, it seems to go 8-7. So I'm a bit stressed out, but I'm happy that we won.
Were you surprised then? Because this is the first question. Were you surprised when you saw that this is going to Bank?
No, it was one of the two maps that we thought it was. I think we chose to go to Bank, so because we felt comfortable on it. So yeah, we didn't want to go bother twice in a row. So
fair enough. And with this, you go up against G2. Of course, G2 didn't do also incredibly well in the last week. So what did you look back at in your own game versus BDS and think, okay, well, we did well on these things, but these we have to work on in preparation for G2?
Well, there's no denying we're a new team, right? So it's two new players. We're kind of doing a new style with Twister, who's joined the team. It's kind of this flex Brazilian type of style where we're kind of not strict on the roles or operators. We're kind of just playing for comfort. So it's just getting used to that. We knew from the BDS game we didn't play awful. We obviously played worse than BDS, that's for sure. But there was some positives to take from that game. So it wasn't all negative for us. They're obviously, with a new player, they're obviously going to have a heightened motivation and stuff like that. So we wasn't disheartened or anything. They looked good. They came back today and looked really good against Wolves. So there's no reason to be disappointed in a result versus BTS. So we just tried to go to the drawing board and work on like fundamentals, because obviously a new team, communication, strategy, stuff like that. It's all new for everyone, especially for Grubby and Astro coming into an environment where it's the three players have already been together for a while. They need to get used to it. Twisters come in. So for us, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Where obviously we want to get results, but we're just keeping positive on going game by game and working every day that we can and putting in the work to make sure that we're getting better.
Well, you're talking about these changes, obviously, with Astro and Grubby joining on the team, and Twister, a very well-decorated coach from Brazil. Now, I want to speak specifically about Twister in this because support staff tends to have a big impact on the team. And you said already that there's this kind of hybrid Brazilian style that you're trying out in the squad now. And honestly, is this something that Twister is bringing from his own experience in Brazil, or is this something that actually fits quite well with Astro and Grubby that are now on the squad?
I think it mainly comes from Twister. Twister obviously has his ideas on how to play the game and stuff like that. And we're a team, even with Titan last stage, who if a coach has an idea on how they want to play the game, we'll trust that idea. Mm-hmm. So he came in with this fresh idea, and we decided, let's put 100% trust in him. It's going to take some time to learn, but we're just going to trust him regardless. And we'll just take it a game at a time, like I said.
How much time did you have to practice with? I mean, two players, let's say a coach is already a big change, but then also having two players on top of it is obviously a lot more work for everybody to be doing. So how much time did you have to prepare for the start of EU League and kind of scrim around and see how things go?
I'm trying to think. I think it was about less than 2 weeks because we were trialing a whole array of players to see which was the best fits. Obviously, we was multiple coaches as well until we decided on Twister. Mm-hmm. But Twister was there for the last week or so of trials. So we had about, I'd say less than 2 weeks, maybe a week and 3 or 4 days, maybe like a week and a half. So, yeah.
And now that you get this victory, obviously a big one against G2, getting the 2 points, it seemed like Bank really is a great space for you to be in. But the question is, how does this kind of work into the future? Because you look at this game versus G2 and you see that there were some mistakes that were made. What do you feel those were for you individually and maybe, of course, the entirety as a team?
Well, I feel like we had a lot of man advantage situations that we couldn't close out. That's actually been one of our issues recently.
Okay.
Like to basically, when you have the man advantage, to just chill, don't die. Let's come up with a plan, reset the round. Kind of. I think we lost the open area to go to overtime when we had a 4v3. I think we lost a 3v2 on a different round. I can't remember exactly, but it's just like I said, it's not a big issue because it's always going to be when you're a new team learning to play and learning the strats and stuff. It's always going to be a bit of a hard thing to do at the beginning. So we'll VOD review this game. We go back tomorrow and then VOD review and then hopefully improve for the next.
And speaking of the next game, you go up against Navi. It's a team that you've gone up against in many of its forms, and they've played you in your many different forms as Team Secret. So what do you expect from that matchup, and what do you have to say to Navi?
Well, I've not yet to beat Navi since being kicked, so it'd be nice to win. That's the first time I've actually beat G2 in a while. I've never beaten Doki or Blur, so that's a nice feeling to have. So I'm looking for tomorrow to break that curse as well.
All right.
And not tomorrow, next week.
Next week. Well, look, in our minds, tomorrow for EUL players is just the next Playday, right?
Yeah.
Might as well be that. Anything you want to say to the fans? It's a big victory. You pushed BDS to the edge. Well, really 7-4. You showed a lot of good plays in our last Playday. This time you defeat G2 in overtime. So, hey, all yours.
Well, thanks for the support. I get a lot of supportive DMs recently. I think bringing in Twister has kind of opened a new little fan base for us, which is nice. So thanks for the support. It's always nice to get DMs that are positive and stuff. So keep them coming, and hopefully we're going to work hard and hopefully bring in more results like this.
We're happy to hear. So, well, congratulations, Kendra and Team Secret, on the victory today. For all the fans out there, Navi versus Team Secret will be on next week for EUL on Monday. Make sure you're tuning in to catch Kendra and the boys in competition. Till then, Kendra, you're looking great. Congratulations on the game.
Thanks,
Hope to see you next week. Bye-bye.
Yeah, see you later. Bye-bye.
There he is. Man of the hour. Victory for Team Secret. That sounds great. It has a great ring to it, Demo, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think Secret comes in today. The match was there for them. 100% the match was there for them just because of what we've seen from G2 and during the last week, and obviously what we've seen from Secret. And one thing I'll say about this Team Secret side is they are so good at playing from behind. Whenever they maybe lose that first opening kill, somehow they find a way.
And that's been a thing, to be fair. It's been a thing for Secret for a long time. I thought they were excellent today. I thought they were excellent last week. I think, Kendra said it in the interview. He said, we played well. We didn't play as good as BDS, but BDS are just going to be better than a lot of teams in this league, no matter how well teams play against BDS. And I think the signs were definitely there for Secret. The signs were there during Stage 2 on their improvement arc. Obviously, they've made changes. They've changed players. They've changed coaches. Some questionable. Some, But who are we to question them after they go out and they beat what should be a juggernaut in this league in G2?
And that's the next piece. G2, in 2 games now, unable to find victory, being snatched away from their hands. And their MVP, Slubben, who I haven't seen being MVP in quite a while, the superpower player.
He was 4-4 before the rehost.
Yep.
Like, holy moly, Slubben turned up after the rehost, and he was just finding kills for fun. He did farm 4 exit frags in that 1v4 that he did get but didn't defuse. He found a few exit frags there, but he was on another level today.
Yeah, Citizen called that way too early in the trash talk in the chat. But hey, it happens. Though G2, what's going to happen here? Because with Fabian at the helm as coach and with all these players, a lot of expectations on them, something's got to budge now after 2 weeks of, only getting 1 point.
Yeah, he's looking at me thinking, you have to say bad stuff, don't you? That's the way he's looking at it.
You can find the book. You can get the excuses out.
Obviously now we're at the stage, 2 losses in a row for G2. Obviously for the team, it's not good enough for their level. From what we've seen them play at Berlin, I don't know where that team's went. It's the same team that we're able to 7-0 face, for goodness sake.
We thought they'd get better.
We thought at that Berlin, Jack, that this was now the team hitting where I think we thought the expectations were whenever they first joined, whenever we had that rebuild again at the start of the year. And now it's another loss, albeit a close one, but close still isn't. It's not going to get you the win. You need to be able to get those wins. And right now for G2, it is worrying, especially considering that there will be more difficult opponents on the way. That is the scary thing for G2.
That's the thing for me. Because the first two play days of stage 3 mirrored the last two play days of stage 2, where G2 ran through Secret, where G2 ran through Heroic.
Remember
and
the
now
4%?
They've lost to both.
I get that, but
they've lost to both.
Now you think about the last split. Whenever
Whenever
they had those 3 losses at the beginning, they played BDS, they played Wolves, and who was the other team that they played? BDS, Wolves, and
It should be the reverse of literally
someone. Who's the other team? Rogue. That was it. That was the 3 that they played at the beginning, and they still have to play those 3 teams.
How did they make changes that are meant to improve them, and they've got worse? Because it was only 3 or 4 weeks ago. It wasn't that long ago that we were stood here, that Fabian was stood here, saying, oh, they'll go on the miracle run, but they've been terrible, and somehow they've got worse.
Just to make it clear, Shas is alive.
Sorry, yeah.
Tom is alive. He doesn't mean that he passed away. We love him. He's just taken a...
We don't know. Well, to be fair, I haven't seen him since he's left G2. Do we have confirmation?
He has been playing Stellaris the whole time. And
Shas got kicked for this. That's what I should have said.
Good. Just to make it clear for everybody. We wish no harm upon anyone. Asterisk. Anyways, thank you guys very much. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I know it's been a long night, but it keeps on going. Navi versus Heroic. See you then.
But they know how to get it over the line. 2 points and a win.
Fucking hole coming right up. Fucking hole coming right up. fucking all coming right up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Heroic versus Navi is about to begin. I'm so happy for you to join us on this wonderful evening. We just had 4 fantastic games, and we keep it going with our 5th and final one. Yes, it has gotten quite late, but the fun never stops here in EUL. And speaking of fun, the most fun that can actually be gotten here is on this analyst desk, right? Yes, welcome. I'm your host.
If you're a bit weird, then this
the most fun person in the world. You can hire me for all birthdays and bar
He can't
mitzvahs.
plug himself. You can't do that.
No, when you're a host, you're allowed to plug your own socials.
No,
you're allowed. You get a pass.
Actually, no. You very clearly cannot do that.
On Twitter,
people,
YouTube,
no. Stop.
Everything else.
I don't stream because I've had burnout from many things. So let's not talk about that here. Anyways, speaking of burnout, Fresh and Demo on the other side.
What do we have to do with burnout? Can I
him
ask?
specifically?
Him specifically.
Yes. Anyways, let's talk about our 2 teams, Heroic and Navi. Navi up first. What do you think, Demo?
Yeah, a side that I think just blew everyone away. I think the expectations for this side coming into the season was, okay, give them a bit of time, 2 new players, it's going to take them a while. But would you have ever have thought to see them beat Rogue?
No!
You wouldn't have!
Can't believe it!
What is that? Stop
Absolutely
that.
not!
Right, enough of the screaming. There's people could be sleeping, right? You need to respect, okay? Tim could hear. You don't wake him up, right? But Navi, for the most part, I think have just showcased what young talent who come in and have just a bit of fun. That's what it feels like, and I think what it sounds like from what we're hearing about Navi is it's just a bunch of mates playing some fun.
We've actually got a player highlight on Nathan, and I think these 2 new changes into Navi have really unleashed Nathan. I know it was 12 and 10 on the KD, not amazing, not good, but it's the opportunity spotting that we think Nathan is now got on. He's got himself off the support. You look at the Lion, the main operator. He's got himself off the support. He's got himself onto that flex roll, the lurk roll, the rat roll, whatever you want to do. It's done well for him.
Yeah, I think Nathan was obviously the longest standing member of this side now, which is really not as long as what you would expect to see for someone who's been on this side. So I think he's only been joined for maybe a year at this stage, or maybe a little bit more than a year. But everyone else is gone. Doki's gone, Blur's gone, and he's been like Jack said, he's been able to become unleashed, almost the pre-Nathan that we've seen inside of national circuits before he got picked up.
And I've actually got Telestrator prepared for Nathan, just how much we loved it. And this was in a crucial moment, up against Rogue, 4-5 down, you can see it. Nathan actually makes one hell of a play to open up his round. He's going to be the player out in blue here, and you're going to see he's actually going to show Leon Gids that Leon needs to stay in the blue when he's playing Oregon. You're going to see Nathan get an unreal timing, and we'll come back to this, an unreal timing into blue as Leon leaves elbow, gets the kill. The Navi players come absolutely flooding into site, overwhelming the site, and he makes that one play, that one rat play, to actually win his team the round. On the Lion, keeps Deepak in his place, they kill him, Plant goes down. But this isn't the genius bit of it. The genius bit of it is actually in the spawn phase, and it's going to come on to Nathan's POV in a sec, and it's very sped up. But he gets Kayak to open the door for him, and he sits and looks at the barrels until he hears the sound cue of Leon running away, and Skiddy dies, and that's the trigger. That's Nathan's opportunity to push himself in on his own, very solo, just playing what he sees and he hears, not in terms of the team, and he can really just open up the round for his team, and he did it absolutely perfectly.
All right, and on to this. We're going to keep it quite short on Heroic side. Your thoughts, Demo?
Yeah, Heroic, a similar boat to Navi, a side that have made 2 big changes, 2 rookies coming in into EUL making their debut, and, well, Heroic beat G2 in quite a convincing fashion. I think Heroic, they've showcased what the meta is like and what it can do for players like Benji, we knew was already good, just makes it even better. Players like Jim, who's coming in, it fits their playstyle where, again, similar to what we're kind of seeing from what Jack showed in the Telestrator with Nathan and these kind of rat plays, it's very much, you see an opportunity and you take it.
Map bans, that's my opportunity to come in and take it. Let's put it up on the screen. 9 maps, 8 are out, 1 is left, and it'll be Cafe Dostoyevsky. Navi on the attack. Quickly.
It's going to be a spicy one. For Heroic, it's their favourite map. They've not lost it in the last 5 times that they've played it. They will play anybody on Cafe. Navi, they had some really bad games on it in Stage 2, where they looked like they tried to do too much, be too elaborate. So I'm a little bit worried for Navi just based on the bans.
Yeah, I think Cafe is just going to be windows, 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 jump outs, jump outs, jump outs. It is such a turbulent map. It really plays different than any other map that we have in the pool, so it's going to be crazy.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's then toss it to our casters for our last game, Navi versus Heroic. 2 teams that know one another quite well, and it's nice. Enjoy.
You know how this one goes. Thank you very much, Milosh. Welcome over to the last desk of the day for our final game, Navi versus Heroic. The 5th one on this Playday 2, Tim. I know it still feels a little bit early. I tend to say give it 3 Playdays for us to really get a feel of what's going on. And it feels like this is the time for one of these two teams to really put the stake in the ground and say, we want to be fighting for that mid-table, if not top 4 spot.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think from Heroic's point of view, as Fresh touched on there, Cafe has historically been a good map for them, but they've had 2 changes. Will it still be a good map for them? They need to put a marker down here to say, you know, this is still our castle. We are kings of the keep, and we are going to be locking this down. Like I said, Navi coming out, they had a big first week. They just want to double down on that now and start sending some messages out that, you know, Navi have arrived and we're going back to majors.
That's it. I think last week they looked like a team completely transformed. Like they finally got a little bit of structure in. Leader was unreal for them in terms of the clutch potential. And Heroic, admittedly, they surprised me. I had them down at the very start of this stage, looking at roster changes and how the very core of this team has been ripped out, essentially, with Sloth and Gore going a stepping away. I was concerned they'd finish in about 7th, but I think last week we saw a lot of promise in them, a lot of aggression, the right kind of mold or blend of players for the current meta that we sit in. So I'm really excited to see how these 2 teams that have clearly leveled up something special are going to go head-to-head today. As first few bans already flying through, seeing the Nook taken out, we spoke about her earlier on. One of only 4 ops still with nades in the game and very popular right now. The Flores maybe a little bit of an edge ban, but more looking towards like pixel shields and things like that to get rid of key gadgetry and key condensed locations. The Izami, no surprise at all either, just transform sites and make some areas very difficult to attack into. And Mirror, we're all very used to seeing Mirror banned away at this point, can make good sites impenetrable.
Heading in we go then, and as time goes on, Des, you know, we talk about those bans, we get more and more operators that come in, as Army now taking up one of those spots, making Piano very difficult, as you touched on, but it leaves Valkyrie open. You know, as the time goes on and as we get more and more people who teams like to ban, it gets more and more difficult to cover all bases. So we might just see some of those cams knocking about. It doesn't look like it is going to be the case here in round number 1. We are going to have the Warden brought along by Grizzly, so maybe a little bit of an expectation there of the potential for some Ying play or, you know, some heavy smoke and flash play, just to try and prevent that being a possibility. Maybe also give them a bit more of an opportunity to hold on to Piano if they've got operators that can keep themselves fighting no matter what is thrown in at them. Maestro as well. An interesting pickup here for Mello, because we don't always see too much Maestro anymore. Of course, the bubbles, the evil eye cameras saw a little bit of a downgrade, a little bit of a nerf a good while ago now. And since then, we see a lot less of Maestro.
We do. I think he's also quite slow as an operator at a time when being able to move fast is kind of what you want on the team. Now, I think in this kind of case, when you got things like you got your Rooney being able to run around and do their thing, arguably even the Warden, it's far from the end of the world. So for some teams, they will lean back in towards that. But I think you and I are very aware that some teams in EUL and now even around the world would rather employ things like the Echo to make use of those Yokai drones out on the roam. Worth referencing the last time these 2 teams played, it was on this map and it did go 7-3 to Heroic, by the way, so have played in recent history. Obviously, both teams have made a couple of roster changes since then, so a lot has changed, and Finker is no longer in the meta. It was a staple for both teams in their games, so there will be a lot to unpack today and discover.
Yeah, quite a few differences, and we're going to see how they play out. For the time being, Mello's just trying to take out a few of those little drones as they roll around through. Cigar sees one on the Piano stage stairs as well, but isn't able to do anything about it. A little ping comes out, gives all the information that is needed. We hear the nade detonate, and that will be the evil eye dealt with right into the corner there. The drone just going to be taking down a little bit of information there from Pixel Corner, but also taken out by the what is now commonplace bulletproof camera. You can see the the EMP blast just coming out from it. Always positioned on that wall, and it's always a real focus for teams to try and take it down because they can be moved now, and you can see a little bit of a bigger angle with them. It can be a real nuisance when you're trying to get yourself established inside of Piano. It's going to take, with that laser gate in front of it, quite a bit of utility, but Teb, what an opener onto Doom.
A big one to find as well. We spoke about these guys a lot last week in terms of like Doom, Benja, even Mello spoke about a little bit as well. The cost of 3 of them, they can be absolute terrorists. Taking one off the board this early in the round, never going to be a bad thing. C4 from below comes out though, not going to find his man, but Teb did take about 40 points of damage, far from the end of the world, but a pretty close shave.
Well, this is it. It just puts him on the back foot going into future fights. If he's going to come up against somebody like Uno when they're trying to clear out this pixel spot, it could make life a little bit difficult for the time being. Uno just being kept safe by those mute jammers, and that's something that Heroic are going to be holding on to at this point. Navi really need to be clearing that out, and Uno with an absolute beauty from the bathroom just takes his man down. It's going to be Leader out of the pack, and that is 4v4 now, and it means Uno can get a little bit aggressive into Piano Benja.
The double.
Unlucky.
Absolutely, but kills fly through for Navi. Skitty with 2 more towards the close of this round as Mello, the last one left standing. Pressure from the window, pressure from the north and inside the site itself. Very little that can be done there as well. A good first round from Navi. Although, Tim, I do want to touch on some of the... I don't want to say the mistakes, but the readability of Navi there. When we saw 2 of those Selmas coming out onto the storage and bathroom walls, I think very immediately it was Uno who had the read on what was going on. Okay, there's jammers on these walls. They can't get them open. They've got to get rid of them. That probably means nades can come in from Skylight, or they have to come and push us up through New Balk. And sure enough, we saw someone, I think it was Leader, step up onto New Balk and instantly died to Uno. So they had a good read there on what it was Navi were trying to do, predicting what their movements were going to be. But just like against teams like Wolves, for example, you might feel you've got the round under control. Once we get into that last 20 seconds or so, everything completely goes out the window.
It does, and like you say, it was a smart play from Uno, that much is for sure. But unfortunately, Heroic needed a few more smart plays to be backing it up, really, and it just wasn't something they could find an answer to. So we're going to have Heroic moving on. They're going to go to Reading Room this time around, so we're going to take one of those mid-floor sites. I've often spoken about that top-floor site, Bar and Cocktail. It's one that doesn't have a fantastic defender win rate, in all honesty. So seeing them move on, certainly not the end of the world. They could easily burn a couple of rounds up on the top floor and get nothing to show for it. So they're going to be defending in a similar fashion. There will be a presence up on the top floor. They'll try to hold Navi out of there. They're actually getting really aggressive here. There's a couple of spawn peaks coming out, and this time, I said it in the first round, that we might see the Valkyrie. Benja has brought her along.
Benja was considering a jump out there for a few seconds, I think, as well. You could see him poised against it. He was just waiting for the call to come in that, okay, someone has been found. They are on the rappel, for example, towards this wall, and that would have been Benja's invitation. But with no one being found by that pulse, opts not to make the call, understandably, otherwise you are basically exposed for free on the outside. Now, of course, Nathan Co have to worry about the fact that Benja is still dancing here inside a piano. Someone's playing him a merry little tune. He wants to make them come dancing to his. Goes for the camera, for the drone, doesn't find it, and almost loses his head in the process.
Just going to dip himself away there, taking the choice to fight another day. Mello not going to be drawn out, and so that's something that we just want to see how that progresses. He looks like he's preparing to drop away for the time being, but if Navi haven't picked up on his location, it could be deadly for them. He's just going to hold his position right on the edge of the balcony there, just overhanging pillars, to try and see if he can find anybody. Now then, Teb is going in there. The information's going to come through to Mello, and Des, I really don't think they're aware of this. The ping is going to give away the position, and there's certainly an opportunity. He just pops up a little bit too late, doesn't see his man, and there's now one coming round underneath New Hatch, and that could be a big problem. Uno is the one to find Teb to begin with. Nitro up through the hatch, and that is going to leave us now 5v4, and the freebie surely coming for Mello. There it is, he misses his man.
Should have had his man there. Nay should be dead to rights, and it would have been a 5v3. Just like last round, though, Heroic have got the read on Navi here. They're capitalising, sure. Navi got that round win, but I do feel there's more control being shown by Heroic. Another great read on the rappel there of Kayak. They put the diffuser down outside. 60 seconds to play as Doom also drops back down to site. Wonderful start to these rounds by Heroic so far, just forcing Navi to box shadows at this stage.
Navi have made a quick adaptation there. Skiddy managing to get that diffuser back in hand very, very quickly, was on the windows. So that's not going to burn too much time for them. That could have been the big concern when the diffuser went down outside. But the bigger problem now is going to be Nath on low health at the minute. Even one small challenge is going to see him lose his life. And at that point, you are 5v2 and asking for problems. But Navi, they're getting something going at least. They've managed to get the wall opened up. That's going to give them an option to push direct into sight, but also just to cut down a few of those angles. Benja, it is to finish off the low health Nath, getting a little bit excited there. Leader finds one, but it doesn't really matter as they were in absolute no man's land. Heroic had begun to swarm. They smelt blood in the water and they got the final kills.
That's more like the outcome I expect based on how Heroic have played. It feels like Navi are almost running a gauntlet where everywhere they step, they're being watched, they're being predicted, and they're running into traps and being caught up and tripped up along the way. Whether it's C4s coming out, players not being droned properly, it felt a lot like round one. And I'm not so much suggesting that Navi are playing this terribly. There are a few mistakes creeping in they need to correct. But I think Heroic are just putting up so many obstacles that it's almost impossible to get everything done inside the time limit you actually have available. Back up to that top floor we go, and we'll see how things shape up here for Heroic. Clearly, with a bit of confidence behind them from round two, feel they can now make this work.
A lot of the kills last time around, at least two of them, came from verticality for Heroic. They managed to get 2 Nitro kills, and the difficulty that they're going to find here is that those opportunities might not present themselves quite the same, but it could be an opportunity for them nonetheless. They tried it last time with Benja underneath. He was unsuccessful. He's come away from the Valkyrie this time, and I don't know whether it's maybe just that lack of information that has meant that they've struggled to have the same sort of impact vertically. And, you know, they really did manage to get something going last time around. So let's see how this one plays out. But if they're starting to lose those horizontal gunfights and there's not too much of a vertical pressure being applied, then I might just be asking the same question.
All right, the Gridlock coming along is an interesting adaptation. Normally see things like a Nomad being employed on maps like this. However, Gridlock, I don't think it was the most recent patch, maybe it was the one before, but it could have been the most recent, I can't remember, was given 4 track stingers gadgets in a back pocket. What you've seen some teams doing now is doubling down, right? Looking to block off 2 staircases, but using 2 sets of tracks, just like Nath is doing now. Because you have that extra kind of support, it's double the amount of tracks that a would-be roaming defender has to employ to get through them. And the issue, I guess, is normally players will just kind of slow creep towards an air jab or a claymore and shoot it out. Unless, like in round 1, it's double claymored and you just didn't really predict there would be 2 there.
Skiddy's going to be working underneath, obviously learning the lesson that Benja was playing down there last time, and also the 2 vertical kills from the previous round. So it might just be a good thing that Heroic have not doubled down on that tactic. They could have found themselves losing men, as he's actually got somebody in support with him as well. He's got a drone racing in ahead of him. Nafit's going to be on the Gridlock to open things up with a kill onto Grizzly, working from that cocktail balcony window, and the vertical angles being employed as well. Here, Heroic are going to be really under pressure here. There's Navi being absolutely ruthless at the minute, using everything that they've got to their advantage.
They have no idea that someone sat on the other side of that soft wall. Unfortunate as well, because with the right sort of angle here, it could be a freebie. Now he'll find his man. He knew he was around there and eventually hunts him down. Teb killed by the Angel of Death from above, traded out pretty much straight away. There was Skiddy finds one back. Zoom in response on the other side. It's 1-for-1 between these teams, back and forth, Tim. But Navi come out in the lead, a 3v2, and still 70 seconds to play with.
Man count like a rubber band at the minute, back and forth it goes. And as you say, Navi come out with the advantage. They're on top and they've got all the time in the world here for an assault onto the top floor. They've got multiple angles to work from. They've got Uno on low health. This really is a round that is in the hands of Navi right now. It should be one that they will be at least wanting to pick up. They'll be thinking that they should be doing. Uno, he's just going to have to bunker down. He's got a man up on top of the catwalk. You can't quite get the angle far enough back there, so Nath is going to need to move away. It looks like he's going to be going to that cocktail balcony window. There's already track stingers there. Uno did manage to shoot a couple of them out, but not too many, and right now if he holds that line, he's going to be in big trouble as Nath manages to find his kill.
Held their angles, played their trades, got the kills. Much better from Navi compared to the first couple of rounds. And Mello, the last left standing, Plant is going down. A temporary 1v2 ensues, but one has already dropped off here. If he can get into a good angle, this could be damage. C4 in hand. Does he fall a little bit short? No, he doesn't even find him, Tim. I think he missed there on that throw, and that could have been a real big turnaround. Finds one, goes for the second, but Kayak don't miss those. Finds a kill, and Navi move up to 2-1.
Good start for Navi, and it is that top floor curse once again. As I've said, it is a difficult site to hold on to. I'm a little bit surprised that Heroic didn't follow up in round 3 by going down to Kitchen, to be honest. Doubling down on the top floor seems to have cost them there, as Navi once again just able to pick them apart slowly but surely and find the advantage until things were in their favour. Kayak getting a second plant down, and guess what? The site that they've planted on twice is the top floor. Navi getting nowhere near in round 2 on the mid floor of Reading. So this time, Heroic are going to go all the way down to the bottom. There's an opportunity for them here, Des, despite being behind. If they can lock down Kitchen, they've got Reading then available as the next site. That comes back live, comes back available. So there's a good chance for Heroic here to maybe just double up and get a couple of rounds, guarantee themselves 3 on the split, so it's at least even. Maybe even get that chance of taking a 4th. You know, maybe you throw in a little mining curveball and rather than going back up to the top floor.
I like the overall positioning of these Vulcan canisters, though. The one inside Freezer, you just know if a drop comes in, that's getting popped straight away, no issue. They try and plant in behind the bomb chassis. There's a second one against the wall, ready to also go off. So layering them up in a nice way that's going to be able to burn through 50 seconds or so there, just keep them chunked out. So if Navi don't keep the pace up here, they could be in a spot of bother. One also sat here on the double doorway inside a bakery, just ready to pop if a push does come through.
Doom is low health at this point. I'm going to guess that that was a potential attempt at a spawn peek at the beginning of the round. We have seen Heroic being aggressive right up to those windows, but you've got to learn when to meter it. And right now, Doom is seriously low health, down to about 40 HP. Nobody damaged on the side of Navi, so either he's been damaged in the setup of the site, which is reasonably unlikely, or he's, I'm going to guess from that pillar's double window, taken a little bit of damage as he's tried to go for some sort of peek. So Doom could be in a dodgy position here. And look at this aggression still. Uno, Grizzly, sorry, Benja is on the Goyo this time, just swapping around operators, but both stacking up on that white stairs doors, looking for a little bit of aggression, a little bit of action there, but not going to find anything at this point.
Feel like they've got the read here over towards Bakery side that actually there is another push coming in from this direction, and it's a good time for Grizzly to get on the Yokais. That call coming in there at the last second it provides a nice little blind spot because you can't rely on the information from the Yokais whilst you're, well, guess what? Unable to get on the Yokais. But I like the use case coming out here of Grizzly as well to feed some information, try and spot where these players are, see if they get a couple of cheeky early kills. We'll now see that there's one just behind the pillar as well, and like you need an invitation for 3 of the boys in this Heroic side to go for some cheeky spawn peaks at least early on.
That's it, you know, they may well take that opportunity to just push up onto that white stairs door. We've already seen Uno doing it once. Doesn't have the best arsenal in order to be taking those fights. But look at that, Benja using the verticality against them beautifully there. Finds his kill onto Skiddy with a fantastic headshot to get things started.
It's a real classic. Like, why is he even spraying that? Why is he even there? Well, you've just seen why. Gets himself a freebie on to Skiddy. You might be wondering as well why they've opened up the garage there when they already had the door control. It more gives you that longer angle. It makes it hard for Heroic to press in towards White Corridor, for example, knowing someone could be holding up that little hole that's just been opened. It's almost like what I call phantom pressure is, you know, if a doorway's opened up or a window's open, or in this case, a breach has been opened, because there's been utility committed or time and resources invested in attacking that part of the map, you always assume someone could still be there. You don't know, but you have to assume someone is. So again, phantom pressure, not really a player there, but it's still the impact it has. A quick trade coming out between the two sides, so not player for player, but definitely kill for kill, as the second one follows through. Teb this time equalising the scoring at 3-3. The longer range angles almost finishing him off, down now to 2 HP, and there's one inside a coat. Does he know? Mello knows. Down goes Teb, 3v2 with only 10 seconds to play.
Navi really need to get moving here. Kayak's going to be pushing himself inside a site now, trying to throw that case down, and it's all going to come down to the cover of Nath. He's watching for the echo drones. He sees it, he takes it out. It's going to give Kayak another opportunity. He has to stick this one. Nath manages to find shots, gets a kill, and that is putting Navi in such a close position here to be able to do it. Nath loses his life, and as Kayak tries to reposition, he just can't get the job done. Grizzly with a double to win it out for Heroic. They lock down the basement.
I think Kayak's had the right idea there as well. Your body's even partly exposed behind that bomb frame. It's not a good spot to sit in. You just know the angle's going to come in from Grizz. He'll find an arm, he'll find an appendage of some kind, put you down and win the round from there. So don't blame Kayak for trying to run, but Grizzly played it very well. Was genuinely concerned, though, that Heroic would lose that round off the back of how that end of round went. Very scrappy, but got the point.
As I said at the beginning, maybe they go down to kitchen, they get it done there. They've got reading room then opened up. They've already won a good round here in round 2. They could be on for a 3-2 half and then just taking that final roll of the dice at the top floor if they need to. For me personally, I'd probably leave it alone. Like I said, get yourself into mining if this goes well and go for that 4-2 half. So, Heroic, they're going to be in reading room. What happened last time around? Well, Navi, they struggled to get sort of meaningful control of that top floor without losing bodies, and then when they did drop down, they had 3 men remaining. They were pushing into the main site. They were opening up the wall pillars, just trying to get something going, any sort of pressure. But at that point, Heroic was circling. There was kills from above, there was kills from Cocktail Balcony, there was kills from below, coming up brown stairs. It was just a nightmare, and Navi, they were trying to fend them off from everywhere. So for me, they need to get better map control this time, more consistent. Get hold of that top floor, shut down the flanks, don't allow Heroic to push back onto you, and then start working to site.
They're leaning in towards that with things like the Nomad and the Claymores, obviously, but I'm looking also at the side of Heroic and just seeing the Valkyrie, the Pulse, for example. There are tools here that really help them with the information gain that they can then capitalize and play off the back of. Again, this is where maybe you'll see now we've seen both a Gridlock and a Nomad. How we're going to find Heroic dealing with that might be the next question. I love how, again, they've double stacked up these Claymores, expecting someone to run out a double window or out a double doorway inside a bakery, round the corner looking for a kill on towards Nath, and hey presto, there's going to be 2 Claymores there. So fingers crossed, it helps them out if it comes round to that. Heroic do strike me as the kind of team that would want to try and pull off that sort of play.
John going to be going in. It won't be long until Nerf finds the man at the top of White Stairs, I would imagine, but there will be an expectation that he's going to be playing in and around there anyway to try and lock down Cocktail and prevent too much access to those White Stairs. Also be able to challenge into Piano as well. Doom going to be taking that drone out. Out goes a Toxic Babe canister. Interesting position, just trying to prevent that pressure that we've spoken about coming in from those eastern windows. But right now, Navi stacking up heavily on that side.
They are just, again, moving the defense as well. Heroic over towards where Navi are coming from. We saw the same last round with them moving away from Bakery once they realised that wasn't where the push was coming in from. So good, somewhat reassignment of resources, I guess, moving players around where they need to. Realising no one's coming in towards red side, for example, gives Benji the freedom to play out towards that side of the map and maybe even look to challenge inside of Train. Doom still holding up on the upstairs as he hasn't been pushed out either. So right now, Navi letting a couple of members go a little bit loose, I'd wager. Haven't done a classic top floor clear. 3 players still set up here, mostly uncontested and unbothered right now, and we're already over halfway through the round.
Yep, Navi need to be careful about not burning too much of the time that is left remaining to them. Doom, he's going to be able to open things up with a kill onto Teb, and what a start for Heroic. 2 minutes into the round, a lot of time burnt, and now the opening kill as well. You've got Skiddy just stuck on a rappel at the minute, waiting on the hope that somebody is going to traverse across that doorway. But when the drop away comes, as we see through the hatch, the Valk is gone. Benja back to sight, and that isn't going to happen.
Easy.
Mello waits his time. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3 days.
It's some of the things I was watching G2 and I was concerned about is they're sending one player in to go and make a play, and there's no reaction from other players around them to capitalise on a potentially lost gunfight. No real ability to trade. They look a little bit scared, to be honest with you, Tim, and Heroic are giving them plenty good reason as well. They've decimated them on this top floor roam. Only one player left standing in the form of Kayak. He can't win this round alone, sadly, with this little time left on the clock. But, I mean, nice and cheeky, I'll give him that much. But again, don't really see a way that he manages to get this one over the finish line. Navi have got to be more decisive, more sharp, be like a lot of other teams that we see in EUL that are willing to just say, balls to the wall, into sight we go, and let's see what happens.
That's it, needing to just have that little bit more aggression, that little bit more impetus to get them into the map and get them any sort of control. But another good round from Heroic there, and I feel like they've played the site choices a lot better over the second stint of that defensive half. They've just given themselves the opportunity to win. They've recognised that top floor was not the site working for them, and as I thought they might, round 6, they're going to give mining a chance. For me, when you've played top floor twice, you've lost it twice, what do you stand to lose by giving the 4th choice a site an opportunity? Just get in there, see what you can do. The defense is going to be much similar to what they've just done now. They've brought the pulse along, so Uno's going to be feeding that information in. The only difference is those windows are a little bit easier to use direct into site because you don't have to sit on the rappel like you do when you're trying to use windows into dining.
there's no internal push like there is into reading rooms. So maybe slightly easier for Navi, but I think Heroic might just be able to get something locked down here.
To get that 4-2, I think they'll consider that a great success. Navi may feel slightly disappointed with how their attacks have gone. But we'll see how this site plays out. As you said, it is out towards Mining and Fireplace. A site that I normally love this site because there are some really creative defenses that we've seen in Heroic, actually, one team that I think of when I say that. One thing I remember doing before when they had Sloth on side was they put a mirror window in the walls between the two sites, or between Train and between Mining, sorry, and then open up a lot of the museum wall that sits on the north side of Mining. And from there, you give yourself a wonderful angle all the way through to the stairs, kind of like they've done now, actually, only the left side was more opened up, and you just give yourself a real great angle to be able to challenge from that mirror window and just essentially say, sorry, you can't come and plant here, go and attack Fireplace instead. It forced top floor control, which they were happy to contest at the time, and given what we've seen from this team so far today, they are very happy to challenge upstairs if that's what it's going to come down to. Look at this. Where's the jump out? Where's the jump out? Come on.
This is it. Uno's just sat there feeding that information on. You know it's going to come, but it doesn't need to. As Doom, he manages to slap his man off the rappel. That's Nerf gone. And more importantly, that's the E1D scans gone with him. So that is a big pickup for Heroic to begin with. It's just going to really take away a large portion of that nuisance. No door could be on the side of Navi this time around either. So it just means that those players up on the top floor for Heroic particularly can play there with a little bit more confidence, a little bit less disruption, especially behind those castle barricades.
And now they realise, oh, maybe we should clear top floor. Might be a little bit late at this point, boys. There's still a lot of work to do up there if you want to have any chance at looking at trying to plan inside of the round. Teb in a spot, of course, with that hammer to be able to smash through the castle barricade, but before they do so, probably wants information. Want to make sure it's safe for him to make that kind of play. Uno once again with a read on a second player in this round. His scanning work was what gave June that heads up to get a free kill onto Nath, and now he can track a second man, I believe, in Kayak.
He's going to be opening up the castle barricade, trying to apply some pressure again to top floor. Still working on clearing that out. 1 minute 40 into things here, and we can see now the majority of pressure is the, you know, as you refer to it, phantom pressure. There's one player left up on top floor. Uno with a nitro out of the white stairs window, just showing really how to utilize Pulse to maximum effectiveness.
I think Navi just look scared, look a little bit lost, and you can see why on this map so many teams attack down red stairs first, establish that control, and that is your landing pad. Because right now, Tim, they're barely inside the building. I know we're currently looking at Skiddy inside a reading, but those last two players didn't even get barely a look inside the building before being killed off. Skiddy is in a great spot and has sort of capitalised on the chaos, and then the Navi have massively missed out on, but he's got to turn it into kills, Tim, or a plant, otherwise it's all for nothing.
They've got the call there. They've seen him on the default camera. That much is for sure. Uno's on white stairs in a position to potentially challenge Skiddy here. The heartbeat scanner's going to be telling him, I would imagine, exactly where he is. Mello manages to get the kill onto Teben right enough before he can go through and try to really secure that nade. Uno comes in, manages to get the trade out, and that leaves us now in a 3v1. Leader's trying to get anything going that he can. Nice shot through the soft wall there, just predicting the movement of Grizzly. Gets himself one, but needs two more. Cannot find them, and that round belongs to Uno.
I mean, bless you, Skiddy, but the man's not a painting. Stop looking at him. Like, he's in a spot where he's gotten towards site. They have no idea he's there. They know there's a Pulse on side who's scanning all around this building and could spot him at basically any moment. What's the best course of action you can take there? You can sit and wait and hope he's going to walk into your line of sight, or try and make a play happen. And it takes about 10, 15 seconds before he does have a go on the man sat inside a train. But unfortunately for him, at the exact time he does that, you've got the castle looking at his wall, gets a couple of shots off, the awareness is there. Sure, he gets away with a freebie, but then is immediately shut down by Uno on that Pulse, who comes running in from behind. So you were in a spot to make something happen, just sadly couldn't capitalise. But Navi overall, again, they look a little bit scared, they look a little bit unsure of themselves. Heroic have really had their way with them in that first half. Now things switch over, it's Navi's chance to show, hey, we can play like that as well. We can be disruptive, we can be aggressive. And Heroic, given how they played in that first half, maybe bring with confidence here, this could get really explosive.
Certainly could do. It's going to be down in kitchen to begin with, so the heat is certainly rising right now for Navi, especially if they don't start finding defences quickly. We've seen plenty of 4-2 halves so far today, but we've also seen plenty of overtime as well. There's two of them games so far going to overtime, if not usually going to 11 or 12 rounds, so all very, very close across EUL today, and quite a few surprises and upsets as well. We'll see whether this one ends up the same way. But right now, Heroic, they are on the attack. We've got Melo bringing along the book, so that tells us they're going to be looking for vertical superiority. Will they suffer the surprise of the Yokai drones that they themselves used? It looks like Melo is well aware, so that shouldn't be the case.
Kayak has been one of the more prominent Echo, I was going to say Yokai players, but Echo players, of course, that uses Yokais that we have inside of EUL. Again, I referenced on Bar and Stage earlier on today, and we saw that site being played, that he is one of the guys that I think of when I think of that site. Kendrew is another. Deepek obviously is another as well.
Looks like we just have a little bit of a call for a rehost, but that will not come in now until after the round, at which point we'll get that sorted out. So we'll play this one out. Melo's just going to be opening up those windows into mining at the minute, and the progress from Heroic so far has been a little bit slow. We would expect to see them opening up those vertical angles at about the 1:30 mark. If you're wondering how quickly should they be going, well, they've got about 10 seconds to get themselves comfortable control of these top two floors to a point where they can start opening up the angles that they want from mining, from train, and from those areas. Now, they are just about getting there, but I would say they're about 10-20 seconds behind the pace here, Des, realistically.
Yeah, you know my sort of magic point that I go for. I actually think they're okay with where they're at right now. 1:30 seconds. If you're swinging your first hammer towards the floor and looking for vertical control at 1:30, I generally think that's okay. I always remember Norengo when they used to still play, one of the slower teams that would do so about 60 seconds. The fastest teams generally were about 1:50 seconds. But inside that window, you've still got good time. You can open up what you need to. You can establish information. You can get angles being held down as long as you have that 1:30 mark, and you can still get off a good execute. So I'm probably looking here towards Navi and thinking, okay, based on what they're currently opening up, where they've got players pushing in, it's absolutely looking to be a bit of a freezer push here and potentially a freezer drop, as it is Uno who has got that diffuser in back pocket.
If that's the case, it's essential that they deal with the player in Cocktail, which is leader at the minute. Manages to keep himself out of the way of the nade there. He's got a little bit of support as well. Doom does find Nerf to kick things off, but it is going to depend on VIP getting cleared out here. Teb on the support from Brown Stairs. Just sees the man at the bottom of White. We have a little bit of back and forth, but with 24 seconds left to go, Heroic need to get moving.
They do. It's about time, boys. It might be gated back at this point by Navi, who feel like they've held them off relatively well, but the plant is going down, and it's likely going to be in behind the Ossa. Skiddy has got the opportunity for some vertical, but blasted away by that Nomad. Will they have to finish it off? No, they can't in time. Teb's in behind as well. Uno going to have to relocate here and try and make a different plant work. They know all about it, and Kayak is looking to get the angle pushing in here as well. One man to his left, but 2 kills coming for Heroic. They get the job done. The plant is down, and they find the 3 kills. It felt like that was Navi's, but a last-second call from Uno to relocate was all they needed to get round 7.
What a scramble that was from Heroic. No other way of putting it. 5 seconds left to go, a failed plant attempt, and they just have to react. It's 3v3, I think, at that point. They're getting pressure from the defenders of Navi. They don't know whether they're going to have an impact necessarily from a Yokai drone, but still manage to get the job done. Uno knowing that all he has to do is get that clock extended and just allow the players to do what they do best, and that is find kills. Excellent play from Heroic. No panic in them.
I think that's going to be a really interesting one to watch back. And I know 100% that I'm going to have Fresh probably listening in the back room there. That'll be a game that when he goes through the VOD files will be really interesting to observe. What was the trigger that led to Uno moving? Because to do so when you've got 9 seconds left on the clock, to trust that you can run blindly across site and won't be shot by Red Corridor, for example, where Kayak was waiting, that was a massive call, and it could have gone horrifically wrong, but instead they find themselves up at 5-2, as you can see on your screen. Great calling at the end there out of Heroic, and already have kind of got to that point in where you love saying, oh, we're at 4-2, they win this next round, that gap starts to feel just a little bit too large for Navi to bounce back from.
Exactly that. You know, you've got Heroic in a position now where after a solid defensive half, they're going to like this map historically. They've had plenty of wins here. As we say, roster changes are a thing, and that might just change the dynamic a little bit. But right now, Heroic, I guarantee they are feeling confident here. They're sitting pretty at 5-2 now. Got that bit of breathing space. If they can find one attack, and let's not forget, they've still got top floor, which Heroic are going to feel pretty good about attacking onto, I would imagine, after their defensive experience there and not being able to hold it. It's looking pretty good for them, unless Navi just use the other 3 sites. But having one kitchen now, what happens? Heroic, they are left feeling confident. Absolutely no two ways about it.
All right, well, quick rehearse as you saw, just to solve the HUD bug issue the players are having. So we have to get back into things quite shortly. And once we're back in, we've already spoke about it a lot, but for Navi, and by the looks without a logo disappearing off the screen, that means we are getting back into it. But for Navi, I feel they had sort of the right idea in that round. They were trying to contest, right? We had leaders sat inside VIP, we had Teb in restaurant, we had Yokai drones on support as well to stop them pushing in towards Freezer so easily, yet we still had Uno inside, dropping down an Ossa shield and getting a plant off. So maybe a small slip there by Navi, but as back in the first half, they're showing the right ideas at points. Other times you kind of ask that question, you know, come on, boys, let's make it happen. Get aggressive. Be willing to take that gunfight. Go for the swing if you've got to. I know many look at it and say, just swing is a terrible tactic, but sometimes you've got to take that risk to get the reward.
I'm such an idiot. I'm going to tell you this story. I just thought that I was playing for Navi, and it confused me as to who the new player was.
Did you drop off and have a nap?
I didn't, no.
What do you mean?
So I'm in the dark at the minute. I turn my lights off when I'm casting, as you know. So my shirt, it's navy, it's like a navy colour and gold.
Yeah.
It just looks black and... Yeah, exactly. It kind of looks black and yellow in the dark because you can't really see the contrast of the colours.
You thought you were one of the players.
I've got the program feed, what you are watching at home. I've got that on my second monitor, and I glance across, and obviously it's the Navi timeout. So we've got all the Navi player cams and all these black and yellow shirts, and then there's a little thing that shows me what my camera looks like, and I glance, and it's basically the same size as the player cam box. And I thought, who's that guy? Who's that guy playing for Navi?
Unbelievable.
Oh, that's me, Des.
That's you. Well, who would you replace?
What an idiot.
You'd fit into like leader's role, I think. Maybe.
I can't get the kills that leader gets.
That's the thing. You can hold down F. You hold F like a champion, Tim. Your F key is the most worn thing on that keyboard.
I don't have an F on my keyboard. I've just got a blank key.
It's already rubbed off many years ago.
It is, even on new keys that don't have it printed on anymore. Yeah, in fact, it's just a see-through key now. I've rubbed all the coloration of the key off completely.
You basically about it. At this point, you're trying to stick a pin inside the actual like key receptor to make sure it actually registers.
Yeah.
That's how dire times have got for your F key.
I mean, I should probably just buy a new keycap.
That's also a good shout. Kayak's already been finished off, though. Doom rapidly up the building again. Looking at the difference you've seen between the two teams, right? Navi rappelling up the building, getting spotted out by Pulse twice. Members of Heroic just responded really, really well when they were on the defensive side. Here, Doom has gone straight at the building, straight away opened a window and killed someone. Just night and day difference in the aggression we're seeing.
It is, and Heroic, it's just another great step for them, isn't it? Like I say, you can just feel that confidence coming out of them now. They're 5v4, they've got themselves 5-2 on the scoreboard. They're just absolutely ready for this. There's no fear in them, and they're just coming in being super aggressive. Navi need kills, and they need them soon, because this is going to run away from them. If I've watched hundreds of games of Siege, which I have, I've seen this a few times before, and Navi, they are teetering on the edge right now, I would suggest, but that's an absolute beauty from Teb.
That's the kind of kill you want to at least start evening things back up, and it's onto such a critical operator as well. Look at that jiggle coming out of June, back and forth, back and forth. It's like a boomerang that just won't go away. Brings him down and gets that trade back. But going back to the earlier point, it sends off the board. You don't bring that operator unless you've got a great plan for them to look at and really good execute. And Nafe's also been found out as well by Benja just spraying through a soft wall.
Manages to find his man as he tries to come back down the stairs. Leaves us effectively 4v2 here. And if Heroic are smart and get moving, he's down.
You poor sod.
He's up, he's down, he's out. And that is that. Benja finishing what he started. Leader just moving between sites at the minute, trying to get anything going. Cut down by Grizzly. And as I said, Heroic, they've smelt the blood in the water. They're circling. They're like sharks at this point. They're apex predators. And they know that their next meal is within reach. And that meal is looking like a well-cooked Navi, which is not going in their favour right now. Heroic 6-2.
Looking as lost as Alice in Wonderland, Tim. I just don't even understand how many times they're being sprayed through soft walls, windows are punched open, they're getting free kills, they're being shot in the back. I don't even want to say it necessarily comes down to Navi not understanding the map, because very clearly they do. They wouldn't have come to this map if they weren't comfortable playing it. But what feels really uncomfortable is how Heroic are playing it for them. It's aggressive. It's like I always compare a lot of teams to Rogue and Wolves in terms of their team-based aggressive playstyle, how they'll execute as a unit and just go BAM! We all hit you at once, you got nothing to do. Navi Heroic aren't doing that exact playstyle, but it is that kind of chaotic nature of, you will have no idea what's going on. You'll be responding to one threat and 2 more are going to hit you from the side and the back. What are you going to do about it? And Navi just at the minute seem ill-equipped to deal with that kind of team.
The way that they're going to try to deal with that pressure is Clash. Nath bringing along the shield. We've seen him have good performances with it before, and it can be a way to deal with aggression. Navi need to get something going. That much is for sure, because right now they're going out of this fixture more softly than a butterfly trying to land with sore feet, and it's not a good look for them compared to what we saw in week 1. They need to get in there and just mix things up. We need to see a little bit of adaptation. We need to see them winning gunfights, because ultimately this one is drifting away and it's going quickly.
Well, let's see how things shape up. Here we go. 3 minutes. The last chance you got here, Navi. 4 rounds back-to-back. They need to even force us to overtime. So at this point, Heroic have at least guaranteed a point. But I think given how the game has been going, you know they full well want to walk away with all 3 points. Whether or not Nate's Clash is going to be the big transformer or not, I'm not too sure. Not even really convinced. I like that they're trying new things, but again, what I said in that last round was it's being sideswiped, shot through soft walls, through windows. People are shooting you in the back. That's what makes me a little bit nervous and thinking, as we all know, Clash from the side or the back, not the strongest. So we'll keep an eye on how Nave positions himself, what angles Heroic take up. I do think on this side it's a little bit harder to push in, given its skylight, its windows, it's a little bit ropey.
You've got to do more due diligence, but look at that. 3 of Heroic are in already. They're not messing about. They're 1 minute in, and they're getting themselves established inside of the map. They're looking for those scanners, clearing out utility. Like you said, they are low on drones. They're going to need to be careful. They're going to be face checking a lot of stuff. But Heroic certainly not in any mood to give up the momentum or speed that they've built up so far.
Probably because they feel somewhat happy with the info they've got there, right? Like they are all basically around site. You got one coming up white, you got one cigar, you got Benj. I tell you, Nate sat right in the back of piano. Is he like completely like squashed off inside of here? Okay, he's moving back now. I was going to say, if he's on stage by himself, very dangerous place to be. Will now move himself back inside of sight as well, as the first kill does go the way of Navi. Almost a second as well, but Benj is going to find Skiddy.
Benja again just roaming around underneath, able to pick up kills, but Kayak and Teb this time have got answers where Navi could not find any previously. Leader gets a double and Navi claws out the top floor. I've no idea what's going on. It's a site that Heroic were completely unable to defend. It's the one that Navi can get a win on.
And I think fundamentally they played it quite smart. They sort of said to Heroic, fine, come and hit us then. Come and attack through bottlenecks and we'll wait. You had Nate feeding information on the Clash as well, so they could see what was going on inside a cigar. That was the bottleneck where they found themselves a couple of kills in the close, but you also had Kayak down below doing a little bit of damage in the back line as well, picking up a couple of freebies. Benja was really the only one that went mostly unchecked, but he can't do everything by himself. He only got the opener onto Skiddy, so for Navi, it's a good response. But still, 3 more rounds to find.
It's going to be a Heroic timeout after that one. A little bit of a surprise. They have won 5 rounds in a row prior to that one. So Heroic, at the first sign of trouble, think, nope, we need to just put the brakes on here. Don't let Navi build anything. Let's just have a chat and course correct. We only need 1 more round. There's a lot of experience in this team, and they're going to know how quickly and easily these games can run away from you. Even when you think you're at the finishing post, it's sometimes just difficult to get your head stuck out and get yourself over that finishing line. So we're going to be coming back into it. It's going to be reading room this time. We saw this back in round 8. It was a Heroic win. Doom opened things up with a kill onto Kayak, and it just all rolled forward from there. It ended up over very, very quickly. I think it was about a minute left on the clock when the final kills came in. Heroic were able to walk into train, take control, and just completely lock the site down from that side of the map.
Okie doke. And this is always the fear, is that Navi do have to rotate through every single site. They don't get the look of the draw here to be able to pick every single time the most preferable and favourite site they could play on, given once you've won a site, it does lock out for the next 2 rounds. So some work to be done, but they're going to go for a similar setup to last round here in terms of how they defend this top floor, which is obviously lock off a bunch of walls, place some players on the upstairs and say to Heroic, all right, same as last round, come and clear us out on this top floor if you can.
Setup is almost done as we get into the action phase. A lot of utility up on the top floor at the minute. So again, there's going to be a significant presence from Navi trying to hold on to things up there. They've got the Valkyrie this time with Nath as well. So information certainly shouldn't be a problem for them. They were able to win out on the information game last time as well by taking out so many drones. If they can emulate that success again, they could well be onto a winner.
That's what you're hoping for. Starting things out, though, let's think about the sort of thing I was saying about Navi when attacking sites like this back in that first half was start on red. There's a reason why pretty much every single team starts on red as their entry point, because it's the safest spot on the map to actually get feet inside the building in a commanding position. So for Heroic, you've got a couple of players starting to focus on that. Melo's trying to do some work from below to get rid of critical bits of utility, and doing pretty well with that so far. And just like that, 60 seconds in, 2 players are inside the building, and we're already underway and moving, Tim.
Certainly are. Doom's just trying to get those vertical angles working for himself. Once he gets himself established inside a piano, and he can get just a little bit of pressure above train, make sure there's nobody playing inside of there, and then that will support the push that's going to come along onto the cocktail side of things, where at the minute we have the Malusi of Skiddy just looking to try and hold on. He's done a good job of getting early kills so far. We can see 6 and 8, but some of those have had some real value to them. They'll be hoping for a bit more of the same.
Well, Teb, does he know? I'm not 100% sure he does. There's someone is not too far away on the other side of that wall. Obviously still tucked right now inside a piano, but looking to work their way down through white. Here comes Doom on the step through. Doesn't find his man tucked in. And here comes 2 of them pushing up. There's one a little bit close, but they get 2 kills. That's what Heroic were looking for. Can they find another, or will Benja be the first port of call? It looks like he will be. Teb is dug in deep, but the real question is, Tim, is he stuck in there with them, or are they stuck in here with him?
Diffuser down at his feet. He could make a real play here as he manages to find a kill onto Doom. He's got a deployable shield to play behind, and that advantage that Heroic had might have just been thrown away here. Nath's making his way up the back stairs as well. Certainly one to keep an eye on, and one Heroic have lost sight of in their excitement to try and push and get that diffuser back. The Valkyrie doing big work there, and that now leaves us in a 3v1 as Leader gets in on the action, and all of a sudden it's fallen apart for Heroic here in round 10.
What a kerfuffle there. Real throw. I don't want to say throwing it away, but definitely a big mistake being made there in the push inside of storage. Teb, the hero of this round, and to answer my earlier question, turns out they were stuck in there with him. 3 kills up on that top floor, playing inside of storage, barely moving his feet. And that's what Navi needs to keep this game going. It is 6-4, Tim. I've said before at 6-2 point, there's no way they pull this back, and they do pull it back. Can I see Navi doing it here inside a kitchen? Maybe. If they do, then I started to get nervous, because at that point they've won all 3 sites. They've been through the full rotation. Momentum is up. Heroic may well have some in-bickering, God knows. And that's where you start to think, all right, maybe actually Navi can do this.
Well, let's not forget last time Heroic attacked onto Kitchen. It was the first defensive round for Navi, so it was back in round 7. They did get the win, but it was extremely close. It was down to a heads-up play from Uno to change location. He'd been stunned off planting the diffuser once, and it came down to kills ultimately. Navi were, forced to push and try to get something going to prevent the diffuser going down, so they didn't have to work on a retake, and Heroic were able to pick them up as they did. So for me, Navi can actually play this fairly similar to the way that they did before. They just need to find themselves an extra 5 or 10 seconds.
Extra 5 or 10 seconds, and like I said earlier on, also be willing to go a bit more aggressive. They didn't really want to go for any swings. They had 2 players, call it 2.5 because there were yokai drones in assistance, 2.5 players essentially bearing down on White Corridor, yet they still gave all the control in the world over to Heroic and let them kind of do what they wanted inside of White Corridor. Let the delinquents get away with the chaos they were looking to sow. So that's what I want to see more of here, and this is a good start from Teb, being the spot that he's in. He's looking to challenge quite early on and just say, no, you can't have it for free. You're going to have to fight it away from us this time. But Tim, I can't ignore the comp coming out of Heroic. We've got the Ying on side, we've got the Glads. Some very spicy picks coming in there.
Certainly is. Heroic just looking to maybe cheese around here. Just get in there, use that utility playing behind it. It's worked so far as June manages to find one, but Teb's there for the trade. 4v4, Navi standing tall, but this is going to be immediate pressure into sight. What a peek from Teb on the Valk. The glass shut down as well. Navi have got answers to every question they're being asked. It's like they've seen the test paper before the exam.
Teb is just flying. He's 13-7 since the rehost, Tim. Like, Reminds me of Sleben in Secrets game as well, just waking up in the second half and dropping some real damage down on their opponents. Heroic have kind of showed their final hand here. They've gone, right, let's go for a real cheesy comp here to make this one work. Let's push through smoke. Let's bring Candelas, and they still can't even make that work.
The problem that they face now, Heroic, and you know, it's no surprise to see Uno just taking an opportunity for maybe a little bit of an unofficial timeout as well. Just take a couple of pot shots, try and burn a bit of time while the team has a talkie. Just sees ahead of one, can't find the shots connecting. But the problem is that Navi have got sites available to them now. They can go back to sites that they've maybe won a little bit more confidently. And they're the ones with the momentum. Honestly, overtime would not surprise me in the slightest. As Uno starts taking damage, he's going to work his way up white stairs, get out of dodge, continues those conversations for another minute.
Absolutely that. I saw his mouth was moving for a good while there when he was initially getting his drone out, for example, so I imagine there is a little bit of chatter back and forth. But for now, bit of time being wasted, hoping not to drop KD needlessly. Will find himself one, but might get shot in the back here from Freezer. Indeed, he does. Navi have pulled us all the way back to 6-5 from 6-2 and have the chance to send us through into overtime.
This is looking more like the round one Navi that we expected to see. I said that they were going out of this a little bit softly, that they'd not really shown us the same fire, the same sort of ambition, motivation that we had out of them in week one, but they've certainly turned up and started delivering now, and we love to see it. We're going to be back up Des to the top floor. It's the first site that they won, but it is a site that Heroic failed to defend twice. We know it's not always a fan favourite for the defenders, shall we say, and well, Navi's hopes rest on this.
I enjoy that we're also seeing a secondary player sort of step up. You know, last week it was Leader who was clutching out a good couple of rounds for Navi that kept them going against Rogue to eventually win 8-6 in overtime on Oregon. Whereas today, I've said his name a few times, Teb has really stepped up to be the hero. Leader, of course, still having a great game, but all eyes will turn towards Teb and the kind of numbers that he's putting up so far, and those numbers could yet climb even higher. As it sets up, though, it's going to be this piano setup. We're used to seeing it quite a few times now, where you'll have things like the laser gates and the castle barricades down on these windows. No doubt a castle barricade on the double door as well. Reason for this being, and we saw some teams really struggle with this in APAT last year, interestingly, even at the height of the utility meta, was when you have things like ADSs down, magnets scattered in there, of which there are ADSs in there, including a couple of mute jammers. You've got to burn through 2 laser gates, 2 castle barricades just to expose Cigar. That's before you've even thought about getting inside the building. So things like Ash, Sophia here will be really, really handy. Kind of a good thing they have got those, but no Gun 6s on side except for... Actually, no, none, because of course they got taken off by Ana. So they might struggle with the range kind of removal here.
Jim just going to open up the piano castle barricade, at least on his way past. Again, just makes it a little bit more risky for players to be keeping themselves locked inside of there. Now the mute jammer is going to prevent Hibana being able to open up at least one of those barricades. Jim's already on the way over, but what has that done? It's wasted 10 seconds. Keep that in your mind. If we get to the end of the round and I'm sat here saying they needed another 10 seconds, that is exactly potentially what you're going to look at, because Jim's had to come over. He's now moving back. That's going to be drawn in, maybe not happening. All these things not happening when they should be. Uno getting caught out with the mute jammer as well. There's a second one there. They're giving nothing away here, Navi, and I love it. Skiddy, he's going to take rather than give, and he takes the head off Benja's shoulders.
Just the frustration. Nearly 90 seconds have been burnt here from these drones being blocked out, from those jammers on those windows. The fact that you can't see them because the rappel is too shallow in itself is brilliant. Now, they've burnt through the X-Kairos. They've gone through drones as well. Again, half the round has been wasted just trying to even consider getting inside a piano, and now they've turned that frustration into a couple of kills. Wonderful stuff from Navi, and again, showing that setup of Castle and Aruni, plus the mute, and of course Jaeger inside a piano is still very much alive and well.
Certainly is. 5 versus 3 now. Heroic scrambling. They know that they're heading for overtime potentially, and also throwing away points that could have been theirs. They were 6-2 up. They had it right there in their laps, but Navi just kept on fighting. Joom, he heads in. We're going to need something special here as Heroic get themselves working. They're attacking onto top floor, so the push is going to have to move up red stairs eventually. 50 seconds left to go. That needs to be sooner rather than later. Just collecting that case so it doesn't get left behind. But Heroic, they're now playing into Navi, who are entrenched entrenched as they're happy to just stay and play their angles now. They don't need to get overly aggressive in the last 30 seconds.
Now he knows there's one at least on white stairs. Grizzly here. Enemies at every single angle. It feels like no matter where he looks, there is going to be a threat. Out comes Diana, Gemini as well to try and find some information, but at 25 seconds to go, this information is going to be very, very fleeting. They've got to make it work in this 3 versus 5, and now is the time to start pushing. More of those Excaliburs starting to come out, and now they start looking in towards white. The push coming forward. One gets swung onto it, Skiddy. It's far too easy. Now Uno is the next challenger. Can Skiddy make it a third in the round? No, he cannot. 2 coming in for Uno here as he does get the close down, but it's a 1v3. We'll go into overtime, Tim, as Navi somehow pull off a 4-round comeback back-to-back.
No realistic opportunity there for Uno to close that one out. Just not enough time on the board. It had been wasted so well by Navi, but also, of course, that 1v3 number stacked against him in the dying seconds, and Uno just not able to commit quite enough of a miracle there to be able to get Heroic over the line. So, as I said, Heroic recognising with that tactical timeout that 5 rounds in a row for them had been ended, and that Navi had an opportunity to build some momentum. Heroic did what they could to try and disrupt that, but they've got the experience to know that these things can happen, and indeed it has. Navi go on to the defense as well, Des. That's where they've just won 4-2.
The most critical thing to note, if Navi win here in overtime, I'm pretty sure they jump up into second place. No matter what happens, as long as they win, they get to jump into second place. They go ahead of Wolves, ahead of Rogue, Heroic, M&M, falling second only to BDS. Now, I said this after the first game of the day when Outsiders played against M&M and 175, is that there are a lot of teams that are going to be fighting around 4th place. Your Outsiders a look at. Navi are in there. G2 arguably were in there. M&M were also in the conversation. Heroic, who I wasn't too sure of, as we're now seeing in this game, have showed real good prowess, but then also faltering at points as well. I think the mid-table scrap, if you're kind of considering BDS, Wolves, Rogue are definitely going to be our top 3 teams, there's probably 5 other teams, maybe even 6, that you would say are in contention now for that 4th place spot at the November Major.
Going to be top floor once again for Navi. Heroic just unable to make any real impact in the last round, round 12, which saw us going into overtime. They lost a couple of players early on. Good time was wasted by Navi along the way, and this time they've also got the shield. They've got Nath on the clash. Des, I'm really concerned for Heroic here. I'm not sure that they're going to have the answers to this.
I just love that the clash prevents an immediate barrier that slows down Heroic. They have to consider things a bit more. They can't just swing and win on everything like they've done in so many of these rounds. Don't forget Junes like Jiggle Pete back and forth, for example, on the rappel previously to get the kill inside a piano. Not possible against the clash. So Navi can not so much take things easier, but breathe a little bit easier here. Knowing they've got the information, knowing there's not going to be any surprise kills onto Nath as long as he's feeding them information. And it's looking good once again because they've held for the last 75 seconds Heroic around piano.
Just going to be established inside of Cigar, but we've seen Heroic do this. We've seen the first step of this attack go well a couple of times. They get themselves established top red into Cigar, start pushing towards piano, and that is where it starts to fall apart. They rarely get themselves much beyond that, and that's the improvement that Heroic are going to need here. Drone going in, just spotting out not only operators but utility as well, just pinging out the default camera there just to at least give an opportunity for that to be cleared out. But with the Wamai in play, I would expect it to be difficult to get thrown utility in that deep to be able to impact on that position. Now then, Teb is just holding an angle, just trying to support Nath here. So Nath's going to be feeding the information in, and Teb's looking to make the challenges at range.
Got Nate's coming in there. Nate's got to be careful of that. You hear those ADSs getting to work there and blocking out a couple. A real stalemate being shown up, but Teb steps forward first, and it's June to bring him down. 15-9, Teb will close at the end of this round at the very least, as Grizzly and Kayak, they exchange kills across the map as well onto different members of the opposing team. 4v3 for Heroic, and it feels like the first time in a long time, Tim, that they've had any kind of advantage.
Skiddy just looking for the long-range battle here. Gets caught by the man who drops. Grizzly coming in like death from above to just signal the end of the round. Closes it out for Heroic, and they get the advantage in overtime. But, Des, they had 4 opportunities to close this out on match point in regulation time. They didn't get a chance on defense, though. Is that going to make the difference?
The big thing here, I think, is they've done it on the attacking side. Winning that attacking round that breaks that 4-round curse it felt they were falling down to. But it's not really a curse. Navi were the ones doing the hard yards there and getting the wins on the board. But it does break that sort of trend. And now going on the defensive side, the side where you know you've had the most success, that's a big motivator for Heroic. They've got to be confident they can win here and now. If they don't, and they go back onto attack in that last round, I think Navi probably take it.
I think you could be right, Des. If it comes down to that defence, it's not going to be easy for Heroic to find a second attack. It sort of feels like now or never for them. This is their opportunity, but let's not forget, Reading Room has been a site that they've been not only winning on, but they've been winning convincingly. They've been fantastic at defending this site. We saw it in round 2. We saw it in round 5. They won both of them. They also won Mining when they went there as well. Just such a command of this mid-floor. Navi going to definitely have to do something different. I'm not seeing anything especially sort of spectacular in terms of the lineup. We saw the Lion brought consistently by Nath, not to too much of an impact, to be honest, and I think it's going to be dealt with well once again.
All right. Well, last time around, I'm pretty sure he was getting banged on the spawn peak, or at least early in the rounds. We didn't really see all that much of a use case for the Lion. But I've got no doubt with Heroic once again employing the common tools we've seen, the Valkyrie, the Pulse, the Castle, for example. Been a real staple of their lineups and have done so much work for them that Uno could once again prove to be that hero that helps his team get a couple of early kills and really starts to shut Navi down before they can get moving. Look at that, there we go. He's going to get this guy on the
I love it. It's just so tense. It's just so tense at the minute as to who gets this opener. If Heroic can get themselves an advantage, they use this pulse information to such great effect previously that you just know there's a good opportunity for them to do that, and then it'll be a huge advantage. But it's just, when is that chance going to be taken? When is the Valk? When is Benja going to look to potentially get out of those windows? You know he wants to. Nitro goes out, unsuccessful. He's actually going to be chased down red stairs to a degree, I think, as well. The Sledge just dips his way back up there. He is going to be picked up on the camera, but Teb, he starts taking out those black eye cameras, and it's just counter for counter for counter right now.
Got the second one as well, so Drone's been doing their work there to feed that information across to Navi, who do find themselves at this point in the round with more drones still left alive than what Heroic had on their attacks towards the back end of the first half. So as it sets, a little bit of a pause for Navi, and if we get to that second half of the round, they know there's a lot to still dig in here. You can hear the Lions starting to ring out as well. They want to make moves happen, and with storage and bathroom being opened up, this might be the kind of play they're looking for, but they've got to get through these laser gates and start looking for those players that are dug in a little bit deeper, not forgetting again that we are on the Reading Room and Fireplace site. We are not on the top floor.
We're not, and look how deep Heroic are playing this now. They know that they're down to that final minute, so they've dropped themselves right away. They're going to get caught out. Oh no! Teb somehow hits his melee button and doesn't find the kill onto the pulse of Uno, and that could be a huge mistake because Uno straight away, look at him, he's back in sight. He's on the heartbeat scanner, Des. He's feeding the information in. 40 seconds, Nath gets the opener onto the pulse. Finally, Uno taken down, but there's a lot of work and there's a potential flank here.
Oh my God, this is a huge 2K Benja. Define your career now, get 2 big kills. It's not quite a career definer, but it's certainly a game winner. 2 big kills, crushes the Navi aggression, and with only Kayak left standing, this looks to be done and dusted off an incredibly patient flank coming out of Benja. Mello, Jube, Benja, the 3 of them left standing. Kayak desperate to find anything in these closing 10 seconds, but you know it, Tim. I know it, and I'm pretty sure he knows it. This game is done, and Heroic are going to take the 2 points.
Fantastic. Last round from Heroic. We said coming into it, Des, how much of a mastery they had on that mid-floor. We saw it be fantastic for them previously, and it was once again. They just absolutely dominated there. You've got a feel for Teb. I don't know what happened there, but just seemed to lose his way a little bit with the knife. It's those things that can cost you games.
It's such a shame because he's played so well. I know, again, we saw him on 15 kills there at the end, but that was post-rehost as well. Like, I can't wait to see the full stats board to see exactly how he's done, because that's the kind of potential that Navi saw when they picked this guy up. We saw him playing on teams like Matchplay. Didn't necessarily shine there as the strongest player on the squad, but in my opinion there has really showed that he belongs here in EUL as well. But sadly for them, couldn't hold on to the very end. A very valiant comeback, but Heroic get it done in overtime.
It was an absolutely fantastic game to watch, wasn't it? Second overtime that we've been treated to of the night. Big moments on both sides. So close for Navi. But I've got to say, overall, I think Heroic probably do deserve to edge that one. A good performance from them.
Their first half was so dominant that I think I agree with you. Very well deserved, but both teams still showing there's a lot of potential in them to still fight again towards that top half of the table. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, the desk will wrap the night up.
Welcome back, friends. A grueling end. And finally, the matchup is done. Heroic take the victory. We have our interview with our victors. Let's bring them up on the screen. Hello, Murat. What's up, Mr. Officer? First of all, do you need a nap?
Yes, I do. I do need a nap.
Honestly.
But yeah, it's worth it at the end of the day. You know, we won a game, so you know it's worth it, especially then. But hello to you guys as well. Hope you guys are doing fine.
Well, we are, Murat, and you know, let's talk first quickly about our last Playday. You know, you're able to take the victory against G2, 7-4, looking good. You're going into the day. What do you feel you've kind of learned from that matchup versus G2 that you could apply over the week of practice?
I think honestly, our general mentality and work plan for this entire split has been not to prepare, like obviously we prepare towards each and one of the teams, but we also prepare ourselves the most. Okay. We realize that gains us way more than just, you know, changing from week to week, especially since we have something called super weeks in this stage as well. I think that's the smart way of doing it, so you don't lose practice between those matchups. So that has been one of our successes, I guess. And also having a way more humble approach this split of just doing our thing and not focusing so much on the glamour and glitter and taking it day by day.
I mean, if anything, when I look at, glitter and glamour, I immediately think of Uno and the sort of billionaire lifestyle that he's living through these days. But I want to talk about Jume and Melo in this case. How do you feel from the coach point of view? Because we heard it a bit from Uno, but how do you feel from your POV this change has been working out for you guys?
It's actually pretty cool. Like one of the things that I'm really proud of us as a team is that we do give people chances, and both of them are obviously like to be frankly honest, Joom isn't even a tier 3 player, right? He's tier 4 if not anything else, and us giving that person a chance just shows the hopefully at least our humble approach to this. But what Joom brings that is like really good in our team is he brings that energy. He's not a quitter. He is a damn good player, but obviously he lacks experience, and that's what he's going to get with us. And I think having Uno as a leader next to that is extremely, extremely important. Now, when it comes to Melo, just short about him, one of the cool things is that when, obviously, Gorgona, my brother out there, when we split it up, one of the things that we were afraid of is to lose that capability that Gorg had, which was shot calling, having really good in-game knowledge, and to bring that into the team. But Melo has definitely, not to diss Gorg in any way, but Melo is definitely showing that he has the capability to bring that into our team, which also helps Uno, right? So having those two as a combination, and then Joom being that helper for Benja, relieves Benja from pressure as well. So we're really happy, and I think today's game definitely showed that.
I mean, the flank in the last round kind of speaks volumes on that kind of team play that's required to sneak behind enemy lines and, make these sort of plays happen on Cafe Dostoevsky against Navi specifically here. But next Playday, you go up against TT9. They were unable to close out their game against Rogue today, and on Playday 1, coming close to OT with M&M. How do you feel that game is going to play out?
Same as today. We're going to just do our best, focus on communication, bringing the energy, and then not care about who we are meeting.
Will be enough to get all 3 points?
Yes, indeed. That's at least our goal. And then we'll gladly take 2 as well if it ends up that road. But obviously we're trying to get the 3-pointers. But I want to actually highlight Natus Vincere in this game. I think the changes that they have done has been really positive for them. And we can also feel it when we play against them in an official game. So I actually applaud that. And I think they had like a really good top hold, for example, on Cafe. So that shows that they are definitely putting in the shift. And it was really fun playing against them. So GG, well played for sure.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Mr. Officer. Anything you want to say to the fans?
No, I'm kidding.
Okay, thank you very much. We've already had one of them. Come on, man. What is this? Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support, obviously. And we're going to do our best to not disappoint you this split.
Give Uno a kiss on your side. That's all I'm going to say. Anyways, Mr. Officer, thank you very much. Congratulations to Heroic on the victory for the fans. If you want to come back and watch Heroic next week, that'll be Heroic versus TT9. So don't miss it. Come back and check it out. Till then, take care, Mura. Bye-bye.
Likewise.
And here we are. Thank you very much for actually responding to the final question, because otherwise I would have had a public meltdown. Fresh.
Yes, Milosh.
Match summary.
No. I'm joking. Oh! I'm joking. I mean, look, the map will always facilitate, in terms of Cafe, it'll always facilitate quite a defender-sided hold. It's not uncommon that we see big consecutive rounds going towards the defenders. Obviously, 4-2 splits, the last 4 rounds going in the side of Navi from 6-2 down, back to 6-6. It's not what Heroic would have wanted, but like Officer said, they will take 2 points if it comes to it. And I just want to talk about that because obviously it's going to be disappointing. From Heroic's point of view, going to be disappointing to not pick up all 3. But they're on 5 points. That's an average of 2.5 points per game. If they keep that up for the rest of the stage, they will finish first. So they have had an immaculate start, despite the fact that they didn't get all 3 today.
Jim, nutty on the entries today.
Yeah.
I think it was,
German player coming out of tier 17.
Was it 9 entries, I think, to Heroic, and then 5 for Navi? I mean, that's a big score line.
They're playing on the front foot all the time, right? And he was 6-1. They're playing on the front foot. He enables that, and I think I called them early adopters of this map. I don't know if we got the chance in the pregame because we went quickly because we're catching up. It is like midnight.
It is.
But I called them early adopters of the new meta, I don't want to call it rogue playstyle, but how this meta will play out. A lot of flexibility, a lot of aggression, a lot of individual.
So you keep saying rogue, I just keep saying phase.
You say rogue, I say, yeah.
Phase have been doing it
exactly,
since 2020.
Right? But it's a lot of that shot calling, that opportunity and enabling people.
That's it.
They've got Joom, they've got Melo, they've got Benja. in all three in that front line. And who would I want behind that? I would want Grizzly making those plays, being that consistent rock. And then Uno as that experienced hand to lean on. It's a lot of good signs coming out from Heroic. It's a lot of good signs to see. They've gone up against what will be pretty much two fierce opponents now. Well, maybe not G2, but definitely Navi. And they've got 5 points. Really good stuff coming out of them.
Yeah, I think 2 new players is always going to be difficult to adapt and get into it. Have to give Teb a shout. I think you have to.
Yeah.
3 and 14 he went last week. And look at what he did. What was it, 15 kills today?
Yeah.
You have to give credit to him. It was more the case of he didn't play as well last week, and everyone else in the team didn't play as well this week. So they've kind of done the flip. So now if we can just get everyone in Navi all playing to the best that they can, then this team will, by that logic, win every tournament for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ask me, the top 4 for this stage is gonna be wild.
We've seen an arc where coming very quickly back on step. We've seen an arc where some of the newer rookies that came into the league last week, they had a little bit of nerves, a little bit.
He was the only one.
He was there at LAN. He was at boot camp. No, but like even Astro Grubby, some of the players they made mistakes, right? And then look at them in Playday 2. They've got them out there, man. Teb's back at home as well. I don't know what the boot camp necessarily did to him. In a comfortable
He doesn't have to be
setup,
slaving away in the kitchen cooking them.
He doesn't have to be cooking pasta, And
True.
he was doing his best last week. He was doing what he was supposed to. The 50-50s just weren't going his way. Today they went his way.
Teb cooks them food. Everyone else plays well. He's not there this time to cook them food. He plays well, but everyone else doesn't.
Well, I think Nafe changed his name to actually Nafe. So
he did use that as an excuse today. He said if we do lose, it's because we didn't have pasta. So
there you go. Oh well.
Mamma mia.
Oh, why have you done that?
That's pretty cringe.
Why have you done that?
That's pretty cringe. I'm sorry. Well, it is 12:42 a.m. By the time this
you were doing so well tonight.
It'll be 12:46 a.m.
Oh, I didn't do my joke earlier.
No, I'm glad you didn't do the joke earlier.
Oh,
don't do it. No, don't do it. No, please.
It's a coin cost of a day. Anyways, let's recap our day. 5 matches. Here's what they look like in Playday number 2 of Stage 3. And it's Outsiders taking down M&M 7-5. Rogue 7-4 against TT9. BDS versus Wolves, a massive matchup. Honestly, match of the day, very much deservedly so. BDS taking the win 8-6. Highly recommend you go back in the VODs. That is on YouTube, of course, R6 Esports VODs, and check it out on there. 8-7. Team Secret smashing G2, rolling all over them, and cashing in money in the bank for that game. And finally,
smash is a bit of a
8-6
heavy word
versus Navi. That's all they needed. Heroic get the 2 points out of it all. Well done for Heroic. They were hungry, looking for all 3, but they couldn't get it done. The end, still 2 points better than none, as Murat was saying in our interview with Mr. Officer. Though our schedule for our next Playday in just a moment, our rankings. Where do we stand at the end of this day? I baited the production. They're not ready for it. Let's get it up on the rankings. Let's go. There it is. Thank you very much, production. Nobody hitting the 6 points yet. It's 5 points for Heroic and BDS, 4 for Wolves and Rogue, 3 for M&M and Navi, and Outsiders, 2 points for Team Secret, 1 point for G2, and none for TT9. Many surprises that we'll get to talk about as we go deeper and deeper into the stage. Usually when day 2 is done, then we can really start to criticize, because if by day 3 and 4, if we're not really putting things together, you're hoping for a miracle run, and G2 can only do it so many times in, a decade, I guess. Though,
true.
Schedule for our next Playday. Next Monday, we'll be back for more EUL as always. And it begins as so. TT9 versus Heroic. Game 2 is BDS against Outsiders. Our match of the day, M&M versus Rogue. I'm really looking forward to this game. Personally, G2 versus Wolves. Old rivals in many ways, especially with Fabian on the G2 side. Navi versus Secret will close out our Playday 3. Stage 3, that'll be next Monday. Make sure you are tuning in for it. Gentlemen, anything you're really looking forward to next Playday demo?
Probably Navi Secret. I think both sides have shown the most improvements, I would say, compared to what we've seen last split, because that's what the 9th place team, the 7th place team, who right now we're kind of talking about, hey, they could actually be in the running for that 4th spot. because I think Secret have showcased against BDS and against G2 what they're all about, and I think Navi is really starting to win over a lot of people, and a lot of potential on that side. But as we know, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint, so it's still going to take a bit of time for some of these teams. But right now, it looks as if like the future of EU is looking really good, because keep in mind, for a lot of these teams, it's their first split with these new guys.
Yep.
Like, think about where they're going to be in 6 months' time.
I think we've hit the point where, I mean, even just seeing the fact that there isn't any teams after Playday 2 with 2 straight victories and 6 points shows that we've probably got a very, very competitive region on
No
our
Farmers
hands.
League anymore.
But NA had a very competitive region in Stage 2 and it didn't go well for them. So, yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing who was playing against Wolves. It was G2.
G2.
I'm looking forward to seeing G2 Wolves, because I think G2 won't go into it as favourites for the first time, they've gone into it as favourites. Playday 1, Playday 2. Pressure might be off G2, but equally so, pressure might be on. It's the real predicament between them is like the expectations versus actually what's their expectations versus actually they're going up against a team that's better than them this stage. So
You could say pressure's on for both of these teams, because the fight for the top 4 is going to be even tougher this time.
True.
And none of them want to lose out on that spot. Wolves have gotten used to it. They've gotten the taste of the top 4 of the past year. G2 have done 2 miraculous journeys off the back of heroic, really, if you're looking at it, in stage 1 and 2. They want to make it a third one, but G2 are also looking for at least the top 6 so they can qualify to Invitational, yada, yada, yada. There's so many moving parts to all of this that we would look like maniacs trying to explain all of it to you. So we're going to take it piece by piece, because there's so many moving parts. We'd confuse ourselves and confuse you, but all of these things we'll be talking about. For example, who gets to go to SI near the end of the stage? That's something we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about how things will function also for the teams that are trying to fight for the top 4 qualifying to the major. What are going to be those differences, the head-to-heads, etc., 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 that we always set up for every single stage. But I guess it's time for us to wrap it up, because Des and Ace kind of
they just left. People love the post show, and Des just left.
I think
said he stopped getting paid at 12. He's already done overtime.
I will say it is very much justified, because currently, at least at the time this goes live, it'll be 12:51 a.m. for us here. So
there's Ranky to play.
I'm still wide awake, I'll be honest. I could keep going.
Yeah, we do you know what? Milos, you go home.
state?
Me and Demo, we'll just keep going. We'll go pull up the chairs. We'll have a chat. Podcast. Yeah.
Boys on desk. Just a name just thrown out there.
Yeah. What?
Another podcast. Another podcast.
Another one.
How many podcasts have you started and stopped going into Demo?
Probably.
Yeah, what happened to On the Flank, Demo?
And many others.
Somebody went big time and I was left behind.
Oh, yeah, it changed, didn't it? Whoa. I'm zoomed in. Hi.
I think probably 4. I think I've been through 4 of them.
4 podcasts?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always good to keep starting podcasts. Anyways, just to wrap it all up then for today, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today. And of course, our wonderful production team, casters, our wonderful observers, Medics and Easy, and our production team. We will see you on Wednesday for APAC North and next Monday for more EU League. Stick around. Till then, we love you so very much. Good night. Bye-bye.
Wave, Demo.
last round from Heroic. We said coming into it,